This is ChestertonRadio.com. This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The world's great novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University Theater presents the first installment of a 4-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick. Another in a series of books that live, the world's great novels.
Call me Ishmael, mateys. Some years ago, I thought I would sail about a little and see the watery part of the world. It's a way I have of driving off the spleen. In fact, whenever it's a damp, drizzly November in my soul, and I find myself involuntarily bringing up the rear of every funeral I meet, then I account it high time to get to sea. So, when I felt a lure to go on a whaling voyage, I stuffed a shirt or two into my old carpet bag and, setting out for Nantucket, reached there on a Saturday night in December. It was a dark and dismal night, cold, windy, and cheerless. I knew no one in the place. With anxious grapnels, I sounded my pockets and only brought up a few pieces of silver. So, wherever you go, dear Ishmael, said I to myself, be sure to inquire the price, and don't be too particular. A few minutes later, not far from the docks, I dimly saw the swinging sign of the Spouter Inn. It had a poverty-stricken sort of creak to it, and I thought that here was the very spot for cheap lodgings. So I went in. Good evening, landlord.
Good evening, young man.
It's a boggy, soggy, squitchy night.
God help all poor sailors on a night like this.
Can I get a room here?
Sorry, lad, but there's not a bed unoccupied. Oh, but avast. You ain't no objections to sharing a harpooner's blanket, have you?
Well, I hadn't thought of...
I suppose you're going to whaling, so you'd better get used to that sort of thing.
Maybe I could sleep on this bench here.
It's a foot too short, lad.
If you don't mind, tell me about this harpooner.
Well, he's a dark-complexioned chap. Eats nothing but steaks and likes 'em rare.
Oh, where is he? Is he here?
He'll be here afore long.
But it's nearly midnight now. Does he always keep such late hours?
No. Generally, he's an early bird. Early to bed and early to rise. Yeah, he's the bird that catches the worm. But tonight he went out a-peddling, you see. And what on earth keeps him so late, I don't know. Unless he can't sell his head.
Can't sell his head? What sort of bamboozling story is this you're telling me?
It is no bamboozle.
You pretend to say, landlord, that this harpooner is actually engaged this blessed Saturday night, or rather Sunday morning, in peddling his head around this town?
That's precisely it. And I told him he couldn't sell it here. The market's overstocked.
Overstocked with what?
With heads, to be sure. Ain't there too many heads in the world?
I tell you what it is, landlord. You'd better stop spinning that yarn to me. I'm not green.
Oh, I can see that. Many's the lad who arrives fresh from plowed fields to go whaling, with bell buttons to his waistcoat and straps on his canvas trousers. Poor hayseeds. How bitterly burst those straps in the first howling gales, when they're driven, straps, buttons, and all, down the throat of the tempest.
I've no bell buttons nor straps either.
No, you're not green, lad. But you'll be done brown if that harpooner hears you slander his head.
Perhaps I'll break it for him.
It's broke already.
Broke? Actually broke, do you mean?
Certain. And that's the very reason he can't sell it, I guess.
Landlord, you and I must understand one another. I come to your inn and want a bed. You tell me you can only give me half a one, that the other half belongs to a certain harpooner, who, according to your story, sounds mad, and I've no intention of sleeping with a madman.
Be easy, lad, be easy. This here harpooner I've been telling you of has just arrived from the South Seas, where he bought up a lot of embalmed New Zealand heads. They're great curios, you know, and he sold out of them but one, And that one he's trying to sell tonight, because tomorrow's Sunday, and it would not do to be selling human heads about the streets when folks is going to churches.
Ah, so that's it. Though it does seem to me that a harpooner that stays out of a Saturday night clean into the holy Sabbath to sell the heads of dead idolaters is a dangerous man.
He pays regular. But come, lad, it's a nice bed. Besides, I've hum you won't see that harpooner tonight. He's come to anchor somewhere. So come along, then. Do come. Won't you come?
Very well, landlord. I'll chance it.
Brave lad. Here, I'll give you a glim in a jiffy. Now then, come along, right down the hall. So you're going to whaling?
Yes. You see, I'm not so much bound to any haven ahead as rushing from all havens astern.
Don't rush too fast, my lad. There's death in this business of whaling. Aye, a quick bundling of a man into eternity. Well, here we are.
It's as cold as a clam in here.
Ah, but look at the bed. A nice bed. Sal and me slept in that bed the night we were spliced, about 100 years ago. So make yourself comfortable now, and good night to you.
Thinking of the head-peddling harpooner, I undressed. Then, blowing out the light, I tumbled into bed, commending myself to the care of heaven. I had barely fallen asleep when suddenly I heard a heavy footfall in the passage. Holding a candle in one hand and an embalmed head in the other, the stranger crossed the room without seeing me. I lay utterly still. Good heavens! Such a face, dark, purple, without a hair on his head except a small scalp knot. Some abominable savage here in this room. Suddenly he picked up a tomahawk from the table and put it between his teeth. The next moment the room was plunged in darkness, and this wild cannibal sprang into bed with me. I sang out,
Landlord, help! Save me!
Boy, devil you!
Help!
You no speaky, I kill thee.
Landlord, save me! Here, what's going on in here? Oh, so it's you, Queequeg. Don't be afraid now, lad. Queequeg here wouldn't harm a hair on your head.
Why didn't you tell me that this infernal harpooner was a cannibal?
Didn't I tell you he was a peddling heads around town? Besides, better sleep with a sober cannibal than a drunken Christian.
Well, tell him to stash his tomahawk there. It's dangerous and I ain't insured.
Queequeg, look here. You sabi me. I sabi you. This man sleepy you. You sabi?
Me sabi plenty.
And he don't like that tomahawk neither. Put it on the floor. There. Now then, lad, turn flukes again and go to sleep.
Good night, landlord. I never slept better in my life. The next morning I examined my roommate with much interest. Cannibal he indeed was, but he looked like a man who had never cringed and had never had a creditor. After breakfast, we had a social smoke together and were soon cronies. He made me a present of his embalmed head, then drew out $30 in silver, divided it, and made me take half. From that hour I clove to Queequeg like a barnacle, yea, till poor Queequeg took his last long dive. Learning from the landlord that the whaling ship the Pequod was up for a 3-year voyage, Queequeg and I sauntered down to the wharf, picking our teeth with halibut bones to take a look at her. There she is, Queequeg, painted on her bow, the Pequod.
Me see him.
Weather-stained in the typhoons and calms of 4 seas. A noble craft, but somehow a most melancholy. All noble things are touched with that.
Him cap'n on quarterdeck.
Let's go and talk to him.
Me stay here.
Quaker by the looks of him. Wait for me here a minute. Are you the captain of the Pequod?
What dost thou want of him?
I was thinking of shipping.
Oh, thou wast thou? I see thou art no Nantucketer. Ever been in a smashed whaleboat?
No, sir, I never have.
Dost know nothing at all about whaling, I dare say, eh?
Nothing, sir, but I have no doubt I shall soon learn. I've been several voyages in the merchant service, and I think
Dost see that leg? I'll take that leg away from thy stern if ever thou talkest of the merchant service to me again. Merchant service, indeed. Flames and flukes. What makes thee want to go a-whaling, eh?
I've a mind for it.
Why? What takes thee a-whaling? I want to know what before I think of shipping ye.
Well, sir, I want to see what whaling is. I want to see the world.
Want to see what whaling is, eh? Have you clapped eye on Captain Ahab?
Who is Captain Ahab, sir?
Aye, I thought so. Captain Ahab is the captain of the ship.
I thought I was speaking to the captain himself.
Thou art speaking to Captain Peleg. That's who you are speaking to, young man. I am part owner, and it belongs to me to see the Pequod supplied with all her needs, including crew.
Yes, sir.
So you want us to know what whaling is, eh? Now clap eye on Captain Ahab, young man, and thou wilt find that he has only one leg.
What do you mean, sir? Was the other one lost by a whale?
Lost by a whale? Young man, it was devoured, chewed up, crunched by the most terrible sperm whale that ever chipped a boat. So now I've given thee a hint about what whaling is. Do ye yet feel inclined for it?
I do, sir.
Very good. Now, art thou the man to pitch a harpoon down a live whale's throat and then jump after it? Answer quick.
I am, sir.
Good again. Now then, you also want to go in order to see the world. Was not that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Turn around and take a peep over the weather bow and tell me what you see there. Well, what's the report? What do you see?
Not much. Nothing but water. Well, there's a squall coming up, I think.
But can't you see enough of the world from where you stand without wishing to go around Cape Horn?
No, sir. I mean, the Pequod seems to me like a fine ship, and I want to go along.
Then thou mayst as well sign the papers right here and now. I shall put you down for a 275th part of the clear net proceeds of the voyage.
That's not much, sir.
Not much? Why, with luck, it'll pretty nearly pay for the clothes you wear out on it. Not to speak of 3 years' beef and board, for which you won't have to pay one stiver.
Another thing, sir. I have a friend with me who wants to ship out, too.
Ah. Has he ever whaled it any?
Killed more whales than I can count, sir. He's a harpooner. Now, there he is now, Captain.
Call him.
Oh, Queequeg! Queequeg, come here!
Meanwhile, young man, you can sign right here.
Excuse me, sir, but where can Captain Ahab be found?
What dost thou want of Captain Ahab?
Before signing the ship's papers, perhaps I ought to see him.
He won't always see me, so I don't suppose he will thee. He's in his cabin. But you like him well enough. No fear, no fear. He's been sick, but he'll be all right again before long. He's a grand, ungodly, godlike man, Captain Ahab is. Doesn't speak much, but when he does speak, then you may well listen.
Yes, sir.
Great hunter of whales, and good to his crew. But mark ye, be forewarned. Captain Ahab's above the common. Ahab's been in colleges, as well as among the cannibals. Been used to deeper thoughts than the waves. Fixed his fiery lance in mightier, stranger foes than whales. He ain't a mere man like me. He's Captain Ahab, boy. And Ahab of old, thou knowest, was crowned the king.
And a very vile one, sir. When that wicked king was slain, the dogs, did they not lick his blood?
Never say that aboard the Pequod, lad. Never say it anywhere. I warn thee. I know Captain Ahab well. Sailed with him as a mate once. He's a good man. Not a pious good man, but a swearing good man. You understand?
Yes, sir.
He was never very jolly. And on the passage home, he was out of his mind for a spell. But it was the sharp shooting pains in his bleeding stump that brought that about, as anyone might see. And ever since he lost his leg by that accursed whale, he's been moody, savage. But 'twill pass. And I assure thee, young man, better to sail with a moody good captain than a laughing bad one. What? This your ship, mate?
Yes, sir. Queequeg.
I'll have no cannibals aboard this craft.
What do you mean by that, Captain Peleg? He's a member of the church.
Oh, thou art skylarking. What church? Answer me.
I mean, sir, The same ancient church to which every mother, son, and soul of us belong.
What?
The great congregation of this whole worshiping world. We all belong to that. Only some of us cherish some private ideas, not touching the one great belief in God. In that, we all join hands.
Young man, I never heard a better sermon. I say, Queequeg, or whatever your name is, you're carrying your own harpoon, I see. Did you ever stand in the head of a whaleboat? Did you ever strike a fish?
Captain, you see him small drop tar and water there? You see him?
Yes?
Suppose him one whale eye. Watch.
You hit it. And if that had been a whale, he'd been a dead one. Here, quick. Dost thou sign thy name or make thy mark?
Me make him mark.
Excellent. There. And now, young man, you may sign just beneath.
Yes, sir.
That's it. Now, gentlemen, you are both members of the crew of the Pequod. There's no telling how soon the vessel will be sailing, so get your gear aboard by night. And may the Lord have mercy on you.
As Queequeg and I set out for the Spouter Inn, I did but half fancy being committed this way to so long a voyage without laying my eyes on the man who was to be the absolute dictator of it so soon as the ship sailed out upon the open sea. But I said nothing and tried to think of nothing when suddenly a stranger in a faded jacket and patched trousers accosted us.
Shipmates, have you shipped in that ship?
You mean the ship Pequod, I suppose?
Aye, the Pequod. That ship there.
Yes, we have just signed the articles.
Anything down there about your souls?
About what?
Oh, perhaps you haven't got any.
What are you jabbering about, matey?
He's got enough, though, to make up for all deficiencies of that sort in other chaps.
Let's go, Queequeg. This fellow's talking about something and somebody we don't know.
Stop. You said true. You haven't seen Old Thunder yet, have you?
Who's Old Thunder?
Captain Ahab.
What? The captain of our ship, the Pequod?
Aye. You haven't seen him yet, have you?
No, we haven't. He's been sick, they say. But he'll be all right again before long.
Oh. All right again before long. Looky, when Captain Ahab is all right, then this maimed left arm of mine will be all right. Not before.
What do you know about him?
What did they tell you about him, huh? Say that.
That he's a good whale hunter and a good captain to his crew.
True enough. But did they also tell you about his losing his leg last voyage, according to the prophecy?
My friend, if you're speaking of Captain Ahab, of that ship there, the Pequod, then let me tell you that I know all about the loss of his leg.
All about it, eh? Sure you do. All?
Pretty sure.
Oh, and so you've shipped, have you? Names down on the papers. Well, what's signed is signed, and what's to be will be. Aye, some sailors or other must go with him, I suppose. God pity him. Morning to you, shipmates. The ineffable heavens bless you. I'm sorry I stopped you.
Look here, friend. If you have anything important to tell us, out with it.
I like to hear a chap talk up that way. You're just the man for him. The likes of you both.
You can't fool us, mister. It's the easiest thing in the world for a man to look as if he had a great secret in him.
Morning to you, shipmates. Morning.
Morning it is. Come along, Queequeg. And incidentally, matey, what's your name?
Elijah.
You're a humbug, Mr. Elijah. A humbug? So I thought at the time, little knowing. Well, we had not gone 100 yards when, chancing to turn a corner and looking back, who should be seen but Elijah following us. As we turned into the inn, however, he passed on. But that night, as we approached the ship in a heavy fog, I thought I saw figures like phantoms ahead of us. There's some sailors running ahead along the wharf, if I see right. We'd better hurry, Queequeg.
Oh, that's there.
Huh?
Going aboard?
Oh, so it's you again, Mr. Elijah.
Going aboard after all, be you?
Elijah, we're going to the Indian and Pacific Oceans, so we can't hang around chinning with you. He's cracked, Queequeg. Come on.
Oh, wait. Did you see anything looking like men going towards the ship ahead of you a minute ago?
4 or 5 men. It was too dim to be sure.
Dimmer than you'd think. Just see if you can find them now, will you?
Why, they're aboard the Pequod.
Oh, sure of that, are you? Well, goodbye to you. Shan't see you again very soon, if ever.
Stepping on board the Pequod, no one who could have been the phantoms were in sight. Only the crew. But there was not much chance to think over the matter. The ship was about to get underway.
Man the capstan! Blood in thunder, jump! Spring, thou sheephead! Spring and break thy backbone! Why don't you spring, I say, all of you, spring! You with the red whiskers, spring! You there, green pants, spring your eyes out!
At last, the anchor was up, the sails were set, and off we glided. We gave 3 heavy-hearted cheers, and as day merged into night, blindly plunged like fate into the lone Atlantic. For several days after leaving Nantucket, nothing above hatches was seen of Captain Ahab. 'Twas the chief mate, Mr. Starbuck, who ran the ship.
I will have no man in my boat who is not afraid of a whale.
My first vague disquietude touching the unknown captain became almost a perturbation. And then one twilight, I caught sight of a man pacing the quarter-deck with a barbaric white leg made from the polished bone of a sperm whale's jaw. Unconsciously, I shrank back out of sight, and further along I saw the mate approaching him.
Excuse me, Captain Ahab.
Yes. What do you want, Starbuck?
If Captain Ahab pleases to walk the planks, no one can say him nay. But with the cabins just under the deck and night coming on, I thought there might be some way of muffling the noise.
Oh, you did you?
Yes, sir. A globe of tow on that ivory leg would...
Am I a cannonball, Mr. Starbuck, that you would ward me in that fashion? Go thy ways, I had forgot. Below to thy nightly grave, where such as ye sleep between shrouds.
I hope you don't think, sir...
Down, dog, and kennel.
I'm not used to be spoken to that way, sir. I do but less than half like it, sir.
Avast.
I will not tamely be called a dog, sir.
Then be called 10 times a donkey and a mule and an ass. And be gone, or I'll clear the world of you.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Send everybody aft here.
Sir?
Do as I say. Send everybody aft. You up there, mastheads. Come down.
When the entire ship's company were assembled, with not wholly unapprehensive faces, Captain Ahab eyed us in silence. Then suddenly he cried out,
What do you do when you see a whale, men?
Sing out for him! Aye.
Good. And what do you next, men?
Guy and after him!
You with a red beard, what tune is it you pull to?
A dead whale or a stove boat?
That's the spirit. Now, men, you see this $20 gold piece? Aye, do you see it?
Aye.
Going to nail it to the mainmast. And so whosoever of you first sights a white whale with a wrinkled brow and a crooked jaw, he shall have the gold. Skin your eyes for him, men. Look sharp for white water. If you see but a bubble, sing out.
Could this white whale ye seek be the one they call Moby Dick, sir?
Aye, Mr. Starbuck. It was Moby Dick that dismasked me. Moby Dick that brought me to this dead stump I stand on now. Aye, and I'll chase him round Good Hope and round the Horn and round Perdition's flames before I give him up. That's what you've shipped for, men. To chase that white whale on both sides of land and over all sides of earth. till he spouts black blood and rolls thin out. What say you, men?
We're the lads to hunt down the whale.
And I say, Captain, that to chase and point lances at such an apparition as Moby Dick is not for mortal man. All who have attempted it have been torn into a quick eternity.
The prophecy was that I should be dismembered. And I lost this leg. But I now prophesy that I will dismember my dismemberer. Death to Moby Dick! And may God hunt us all if we do not hunt Moby Dick to his death.
Thus Captain Ahab cherished a wild vindictiveness against the white whale. All evil to him seemed visibly personified in Moby Dick. He piled upon the whale's white hump the sum of all the rage and hate felt by mankind from Adam down. And then, as if his chest had been a mortar, he burst his hot shell upon it, dragging us helplessly after him.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, this program will not be heard, but the week following, listen to the second episode from Moby Dick. And remember that this and many other fine books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Moby Dick is adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick, and the music composed by Emil Soderstrom, the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael is played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, the Landlord by Charles Eggleston, Queequeg by Boris Applin, Peleg by Arthur Peterson, Elijah by Kurt Kupfer, Starbuck by Don Gallagher, and Red Whiskers by Joe Anthony. Remember, great novels will not be heard next week, but will return to the air the week following. This is David Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago. The war is not yet over for many of our men in uniform, and so the USO must and will continue to make life pleasanter for them. Stand by the GI. Contribute generously to the USO. Remember, they still need USO, and USO is you. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Needs the comfort and inspiration of religious faith, for it is faith which helps hold our families together, builds moral and spiritual character. And today, perhaps more than ever before, there's a need to turn to a way of life based on the enduring principles of religion. There are a great many programs of religious nature on NBC Radio, which you'll enjoy hearing this Sunday. Among them, The Art of Living, the National Radio Pulpit, Eternal Light, the Lutheran Hour, the Catholic Hour, and the Hour of Decision conducted by Billy Graham. These are but a few of the broadcasts that will bring you inspiration and comfort not only this Sunday, but on the Sundays to come. Of course, the Easter message will be the highlight event this week. We know you'll enjoy hearing them as a supplement to your visit to the church of your choice. And when you do go to church this Sunday, take the whole family with you.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
The world's great novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University of the Air presents the second installment of a 4-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick, another in a series of books that live, the world's great novels. first episode, we saw how Ishmael and his newly found shipmate, the cannibal Queequeg, signed aboard the whaling ship the Pequod. And in spite of ominous warnings from a stranger named Elijah, they sailed with her. But not until they'd been at sea for several days did they learn the true purpose of the voyage, to hunt to his death the giant white whale, Moby Dick. And to that sinister errand, they found themselves irrevocably committed by Captain Ahab.
This is Ishmael again, mateys. As this business of whaling has somehow come to be regarded among landsmen as a disreputable pursuit, I'm all anxiety to convince ye of the injustice done us hunters of whales. For to grope down into the bottom of the sea after whales, especially after such a one as Moby Dick, to have one's hands among the unspeakable foundations, ribs, and very pelvis of the world, this is a fearful thing. But perhaps it was the whiteness of Moby Dick that above all things appalled me. I wondered, what must be the thoughts fermenting in the brain of Captain Ahab?
With a frigate's anchors for my bridle bits and harpoons for spurs, would I could mount that whale and leap the topmost skies, to see whether the fabled heavens with all their countless tents really lie encamped beyond my mortal sight. Well, I am Ahab. What I've dared, I've willed, and what I've willed, I'll do. Starbuck thinks me mad, but I am demoniac. I am madness maddened. And though the white whale Moby Dick should turn up his wrinkled brow off the Persian Gulf or in the Bengal Bay or the Yellow Sea, or in any other waters haunted by his race, I'll rush unerringly to him, and naught's an obstacle. Death to Moby Dick!
Ahab's quenchless feud seemed mine. With greedy ears, I learned from my shipmates the history of that murderous monster against whom I and all the others had taken oaths of violence and revenge.
And I say that I, Starbuck, am here in this ocean to kill whales for my living, and not to be killed by them for theirs. That hundreds of men have been so killed, I well know. What doom was my own father's, and where in these bottomless deeps can I find the torn limbs of my brother? And mark ye, shipmates, of all whales, Moby Dick is the most dangerous.
A white whale. Do you mark that, mates? Look ye, there's something special in the wind. Ahab has that's bloody on his mind. Do you hear that noise, Cabaco?
What noise do you mean?
There it is again, under the hatches. Don't you hear it? A cough. It sounded like a cough.
Cough me, I. Pass along the bucket.
There again. There it is. Sounds like 2 or 3 sleepers turning over.
Caramba, have done, shipmate, will you? It is the 3 soaked biscuits you eat for supper turning over inside you, nothing else. Look to the bucket.
Say what you will, Cabaco. I've sharp ears.
Aye. You are the chap that heard the hum of your old lady's knitting needles 50 miles at sea from Nantucket. You're the chap.
Grin away. We'll see what turns up. But I'm saying there's somebody down in the afterhold that hasn't yet been seen topside. And I bet your old mogul Ahab knows something of it, too. What do you think, Chips?
That's against my principles. Think not is my 11th commandment, and sleep when you can is my 12th. But if it's of Moby Dick you're getting nervous, I have seen him. Look at his hanging lower lip. What a huge sulk and pout is there. A sulk and pout, by carpenter's measurement, about 20 feet long and 5 feet deep. A sulk and pout that will yield you some 500 gallons of oil and more. Am I right, Mr. Starbuck?
You are right, Chips. But I say, look at his forehead. The sharpest lance darted by the strongest human arm only rebounds from it. It's as if the forehead of Moby Dick is paved with horses' hoofs. He'll be the death of us.
The wild, watery loneliness of our lives did strongly incline the men to superstition regarding Moby Dick. As for myself, as the days passed and the ivy-tusked Pequod sharply bowed to the blast and gored the dark waves in her madness till like showers of silver chips the foam flakes flew over her bulwarks, for me the great floodgates of the wonder world seemed to swing open, and there floated into my inmost soul a giant whale, a grand hooded phantom like a snow hill in the air, Moby Dick.
Come in. What do you want, Starbuck?
Will there be any change in the course, sir?
What's the wind?
Northeast by east, sir.
As you perceive, I have been consulting my sea charts. Where do you think Moby Dick spouts today, Mr. Starbuck?
No one could possibly know that, sir.
I'm not so sure of that, Starbuck.
Time and tide flow wide, Captain, and the hated whale has the whole round watery world to swim in.
Aye. Where the unrecorded names and navies rust, and untold hopes and anchors rot. Where in her murderous hole this frigate earth is ballasted with bones of millions of the drowned. There in that awful waterland is Moby Dick's familiar home. Nevertheless, we shall find him.
How, sir?
For some months, Starbuck, I have been making an elaborate migratory chart of the sperm whale. Here, look. Here are the 4 oceans of the world with all their currents and eddies.
Yes, sir.
And here I have penciled in the various tides and currents, thereby calculating the driftings of the sperm whale's food. Dost thou understand?
I think I do, sir.
Good. Now, by referring to the regular seasons for hunting the sperm whale in particular latitudes, we can arrive at a surmise approaching to certainty concerning the likeliest day and upon what feeding ground to search for our prey.
But Moby Dick, sir, may not necessarily return to the same grounds twice.
Aye. But I have reduced possibilities to probabilities by consulting the old log books of 100 whaling ships. Look. Yeah. These areas, shaded in red, are his places of long abode, Mr. Starbuck. I know his habits as I know my own. So it is not so absurd and hopeless a task, after all, to seek out one solitary creature in the unhooped oceans of this planet. Aye, Starbuck. Though this Leviathan comes floundering down upon us from the headwaters of the eternities, and rearing upon the topmost crest of the equatorial flood, spouts his froth defiance to the skies, mine is the harpoon that will make him spout thick blood.
Perhaps, sir.
Not perhaps, but absolutely. Change the course at 4 bells in the second dog watch and make it southwest for south. Leave me to my calculations. They at least give me pleasure.
Yes, sir.
Tell the lookouts of the mastheads to skin their eyes for the white whale, over white water. And if they see but a bubble, sing out.
Aye, aye, sir. Some certain significance lurks in all things, else all things are little worth, and the round world itself but an empty cipher, except to sell by the cartload to fill a morass in the Milky Way. The golden coin offered by Ahab to the first to sight Moby Dick was of purest virgin gold, raked somewhere out of the heart of gorgeous hills, and though now nailed to the mainmast, yet untouchable and immaculate to any foulness, it still preserved its keto glow. Days, weeks passed, and under full sail the ivory Pequod swept down into the Pacific, that rolling of the midmost waters of the world, the tide-beating heart of the earth. And then one transparent blue morning, when the long burnished sun glade on the water seemed a golden finger laid across them, enjoining some secrecy, high aloft in the cross trees, Kabako cried out, "Where away?" All is in commotion.
Starboard! Strike the mainyard! Swing the boats out!
The cranes are thrust out, the mainyard backed. But look, 5 phantoms, for so they seem, are casting loose the tackles of the captain's boat on the other side of the deck.
Look, Mr. Starbuck. Where'd they come from? From below hatches. The ones I kept hearing. They're Chinamen. Yes. Stowaways and Ahab's boatmen.
The figure standing by the boat's prow is tall, with one white tooth evilly protruding from its steel-like lips. Ahab cries out to him,
All ready there, Padala?
Yes, Captain.
Lower away there, do you hear? You, starboard! Stop, and you others! Lower away there, I say!
With a swift rattle of blocks, the boats are striking the water. Hardly do they pull out from under the ship's lee, when Ahab's boat pulls round under the stern, rowed by its sinister-looking crew.
Rest yourselves! Give way, all 4 boats! Now, starboard! Pull out more to leeward! It isn't Moby Dick, but get him anyway!
Aye, aye, sir. Lay back on the oars, men.
Oh!
There. There again. There she blows ahead, boys. Lay back.
They're off. Starbuck in the lead.
Pull. Pull, my fine hearts alive. Pull. Why don't you break your backbones, my boys? What is it you stare at? Those chaps in yonder boat? There are only 5 more hands come to help us someday against Moby Dick himself. So pull and never mind the smell of brimstone. Easy, easy. Don't be in a hurry. Why don't you snap your oars, you rascals? Bite something, you dogs. That's it, that's it. Long and strong. Stop snoring and pull, will you? Pull and start your eyes out. Spring, my men, spring. Sing out and say something, my hearty. That's it. Roar and pull, my thunderbolts. Reach me on that whale's back, boys. Steadily, lads. We're getting closer. Only pull, crack all your backbones, burst your livers and lungs. Give them the long and strong stroke. Raise the buried dead perpendicular out of their graves. Pull! Who's dropped an anchor overboard? Will you spit fire or not? Pull!
Furthest to windward, Ahab's tiger yellow crew seems of steel and whalebone. Like 5 trip hammers, they rise and fall with regular strokes of strength. What happened? Ahab at the steering oar suddenly fell to one knee, and his rowers stopped. They're out of it. But not Starbuck. He continues to chase the whale, running dead to leeward.
Every man look out along his oars. Now, Queequeg, stand up.
With a bound, Queequeg springs to the bow, harpoon quivering in his hand.
There he is. Keep cool, men. Cucumbers is the word. We're slipping up on him, but keep pulling, nothing more. Softly. It ain't the white whale today. All right, Queequeg. Give it to him. He's hit it. No! Wet the line. He's rushing.
Every man clings to his seat as they shoot forward, pulled by the whale.
Hooray! This is the way to sail every cheerless Sunday. Haul in!
All hands are pulling the boat up to him, while yet they are being towed on. Now they're closer. Queequeg shoots dart after dart into the flying monster.
Pull up!
Red tides of blood pour from all sides of the monster. His tormented body rolls, not in brine, but in blood, which bubbles and seethes. Now he spouts. Again. Jet after jet of white smoke agonizingly shoot from the whale's spout hole.
Once more, Queequeg.
The whale surges from side to side, dilating his spout hole with sharp, cracking, agonized breaths. Red gore shoots into the air and runs dripping down the whale's flanks. His heart has burst.
He's dead, Mr. Starbuck.
Yes. His pipe smoked out. Though in many of its aspects, This visible world seems formed in love. The invisible spheres were formed in fright. Aye, at sea there were times of dreamy quietude, when beholding the tranquil beauty and brilliancy of the ocean's skin, one forgets the tiger heart that pants beneath it. So, too, in pursuing the whale, Captain Ahab's ivory leg had received a half-splintering shock. He ordered the ship's carpenter to fashion a new one, and the next morning Chips the carpenter went below to Ahab's cabin.
Come in, come in. Well, man maker?
If the captain pleases, I will now mark the length. Let me measure, sir.
Measured for a leg. Good. Well, it's not the first time. Go ahead, Chips.
Aye, sir. For most folks, one pair of legs lasts a lifetime.
But not for me, eh? I'm a hard driver. Is that it, Chips? Driven one leg to death and spamming the substitutes. Now, I suppose I'll be wearing out bone legs by the cord.
I hope not, sir.
What's Prometheus doing? The blacksmith, I mean. I have a job for him, too.
He's forging the buckle screw for the leg, sir.
Right. It's a partnership, and he supplies the muscle parts. Between the two of you, I should order a complete man, built after a desirable pattern.
How is that, sir?
50 feet high in his socks. Chest modeled after the Thames Tunnel. Legs with roots to him to stay in one place. Arms 3 feet through the wrists, a brass forehead, and 1/4 of an acre of fine brains. And no heart. No heart at all.
I'm afraid I don't understand you, sir.
What art thou sneezing about?
Bone is rather dusty, sir.
Take a hint, then, and when thou art dead, don't bury thyself under living people's noses.
Sir?
So now I am debtor to a blockhead for a bone to stand on. Cursed be that mortal interindebtedness which will not do away with ledgers. I would be free as air, and I'm down in the whole world's books. Finish that measuring?
Aye, sir.
Come in, come in, come in. Come in, Mr. Starbuck. How long before this leg is done, Carpenter?
Oh, perhaps an hour, sir.
Well, bungle away at it and then bring it to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Tell the blacksmith to report to me and close that door after you. On deck, be gone.
Aye, aye, sir.
Well, what do you want this time, Starbuck?
We've been pumping the ship, and oil in the hold is leaking, sir. We must up the oil casks and break them out.
Heave to here for a week to tinker a parcel of old hoops?
Either do that, sir, or waste in one day more whale oil than we may make good in a year. What we come 20,000 miles to get is worth saving, sir.
So it is, so it is. If we get it.
I was speaking of the oil in the hold, sir.
And I was not speaking of the oil in the hold. Be gone. Let it leak.
Excuse me, sir.
I'm all a leak myself, Mr. Starbuck. Aye. Leaks in leaks. Not only full of leaky casks, but those leaky casks are in a leaky ship. Myself. And that's a far worse plight than the Pequod's man. Yet I don't stop to plug my leak. For who can find it in the deep, loaded hull? Or how hope to plug it even if found in this life's howling? No, Mr. Starbuck. I will not have the casks hoisted.
What will the owners say, sir?
Let the owners stand on Nantucket Beach and out yell the typhoons. What cares Ahab? Owners. Owners. Thou art always praising to me, Starbuck, about those miserly owners, as if the owners were my conscience. But look ye, the only real owner of anything is its commander. And hark ye, my conscience is in this ship's keel.
Captain Ahab, a better man than I might well pass over in thee what he would quickly enough resent in a younger man. Aye, and in a happier one, Captain Ahab.
Dost thou then so much as dare critically to think of me?
Shall we not understand each other better than hitherto, Captain Ahab?
There is one God that is Lord over the earth, and one captain that is Lord over the Pequod. On deck.
Very well, sir. Thou hast outraged, not insulted me, sir. But for that I ask thee not to fear me. Thou wouldst but laugh. But let Captain Ahab beware of Captain Ahab. Beware of thyself.
What's that? Ahab, beware of Ahab. There's something there. Wait. Very well, Starbuck. Furl the topgallant sails and close reef the topsails fore and aft. Back the mainyard. Up with the casts and break out in the main hold.
Aye, aye, sir.
That'll be the blacksmith. Let him in.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Perth.
Thank you, Mr. Starbuck.
Well, come over here. Don't stand there trying to forge out a smile.
Aye, aye, sir. You sent for me, sir?
In no paradise myself, I am impatient of all misery in others that is not mad. Tell me, an old pike head with seams and dents in it, canst thou make it all smooth again, blacksmith?
I think so, sir.
And I suppose thou canst smooth almost any seams and dents, never mind how hard the material is, eh?
All seams and dents but one?
Aye. Look ye here, then. Can you smooth out a seam like this across and down my skull? Because if so, glad enough would I lay my head upon thy anvil and feel thy heaviest hammer between my eyes. Answer. Canst thou smooth this seam?
That is the one, sir. Said I not all seams and dents but one?
Aye, blacksmith. It is the one unsmoothable. Hark ye. I want a harpoon made, one that 1,000 yoke of fiends could not part. Something that will stick in a whale like his own fin bone. There you are. The gathered nail stubs of the steel shoes of racing horses to make it out of.
Horseshoe stubs, sir. Thou hast here the best and stubbornest stuff we blacksmiths ever worked.
Aye, I know it, old man. Those stubs will weld together like glue from the melted bones of murderers.
This is to be the harpoon for the white whale, sir?
For the white fiend. Now for the barbs. My razors. The best of steel. Here. Make the barbs sharp as the needle sleet of the icy sea.
Aye, sir.
And mind you, no water for tempering. I want my harpoon to be of the true death temper. So, we'll draw blood from the arm of Fadella, my own harpooner. Aye, tempered in the blood of that Chinese devil himself.
So the leg was measured, and the harpoon was made and tempered, and the whole world boomed before the wind as we swept across the robust and manlike sea that heaved with long, strong, lingering swells as Samson's chest in his sleep. And then one night, Ahab started from his slumbers and sought out Fadella, the phantom harpooner, who lay with unblinking eyes in the forecastle head.
Fadella,
Yeah, Captain.
I've dreamed it again.
Of the hearses?
Yes, of the hearses.
Have I not prophesied, Captain, that neither hearse nor coffin can be thine?
Aye. But who is put in a hearse that dies on the sea?
I prophesied that ere thou couldst die on this voyage, 2 hearses must be seen by thee on the sea. The first not made by mortal hands, and the visible wood of the last one must be grown in America.
Strange sight that, a hearse floating over the ocean with the waves for pallbearers. Such a sight we shall not soon see.
Thou canst not die till it be seen, Captain.
And what was that saying about thyself?
Though it come to the last, I shall still go before thee, thy pilot.
And when thou art so gone before, if that ever befalls, then ere I can follow, thou must still appear to me to pilot me still. Was it not so?
Yes, Captain.
Well then, my pilot, that makes 2 pledges that I shall yet slay Moby Dick and survive it.
Hemp only can kill thee.
The gallows, you mean? I am immortal, then, on land and on sea. Immortal on land and on sea.
One more word about whaling, mateys, before I leave you tonight. Be economical with your lamps and candles. Not a gallon of whale oil ye burn, but at least 1 drop of man's blood was spilled for it, as you shall come to see in our deadly pursuit of Moby Dick.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, be sure to listen to the 3rd episode from Moby Dick, and remember that this and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Moby Dick is adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael is played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, and Starbuck by Donald Gallagher. Others were Joe Anthony, Boris Aplon, Cliff Norton, Art Peterson, and Cliff Subir. And this is Dave Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
That best wish is peace on earth. Much of Reynolds' expanding aluminum production now goes to the defense of the nation, the defense of our free world. But the ultimate aim is peace, always. And the great destiny of light, strong, rust-proof Reynolds aluminum lies in peaceful progress. The Reynolds Metals Company looks forward to the day when all aluminum production can be turned to constructive uses. In a future when the inspired hope of Christmas shall be realized, and on earth, peace, goodwill toward men.
The world's great novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University of the Air presents the 3rd installment of a 4-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels. Pursuing its hunt for whales, and especially for the great white whale, Moby Dick, the Pequod plowed her way steadily towards that area where Captain Ahab felt sure to sight the object of his deadly pursuit. He was cheered and grimly amused by the prophecy of Fadella, his Chinese harpooner, who predicted that Ahab could not die until 2 hearses were seen on the waters. The first, not made by mortal hands, and the wood of the second, grown in America. Moreover, declared Fadella, only hemp could kill Ahab.
This is Ishmael again, mateys. Fore and aft, I say, the Pequod was a jolly ship, of good fare and plenty, fine flip and strong, crack fellows all, and capital from boot heels to hatband. Aye, except for Captain Ahab's one relentless purpose, which had entrapped us all. It was never out of his mind. Even in his sleep one night, I heard him cry out,
"Stern all! The white whale spouts thick blood!"
Well, if the currents ever carry ye to those sweet beaches only beat with water lilies, you will know the days through which we now sail. Warm, clear, ringing, perfumed, overflowing, redundant days, like goblets of Persian sherbet flaked with rose-water snow. And yet, there was a sort of knell ringing in our hearts, like the continual tolling of a bell in a ship that is foundering at sea in a fog. To add to our suspense, an unpredictable series of events now took place. They began one day, hard upon high noon. Ahab was taking his wonted daily observation of the sun to determine our latitude. With his quadrant placed to his eye, he remained in that posture for some moments, to catch the precise instant when the sun should gain its precise meridian. Making the observation, he looked back at the sun, then at his quadrant.
"Thou tellest me truly where I am, but not where I shall be. Foolish toy. Plaything of haughty admirals, commodores, and captains. What, after all, canst thou do but tell the poor, pitiful point where thou thyself happenest to be on this wide planet? Not one jot more. Thou canst not tell where one drop of water will be tomorrow noon. Curse thee, Quadrant. Thus I destroy you upon the deck." Smashed. No longer shall I guide my earthly way by thee. The ship's compass and dead reckoning by log and line, these shall conduct me and show me my place on the sea. To the braces! Up helm! Square in!
By evening of that day, the Pequod was torn of her canvas, and bare pole was left to fight a typhoon which had struck her directly ahead.
A nasty night, Starbuck.
Aye. All right, men, lash those boats.
Look out! Here comes a big one!
Hang on to the shrouds, men!
Look! Ahab's boat is stove in at the stern.
Like a sieve. A bad omen.
And the gale's from the eastern.
The course that Ahab is to run for Moby Dick. Who's there?
Ahab!
We must send down the main topsail yard, sir. Shall I strike it, sir?
Strike nothing. Lash it. If I had skysail poles, I'd sway them up now.
In God's name, sir.
Well?
Look, the anchors are working loose, sir. Shall I get them inboard?
Strike nothing, stir nothing. Lash everything. Do you take me for the hunchback skipper of some coasting smack? Send down my main topsail yards? Never. 'Tis for the fair wind, Starbuck.
Fair for death and doom, sir.
Loftiest trucks were made for wildest winds. And this brain truck of mine now sails aloft amid the cloud scud.
Forbear, Captain. 'Tis an ill voyage. Ill begun, ill continued.
I admit the speechless power of the storm. But to the last gasp of my earthquake life, Starbuck, I'll dispute it.
Let me square the yard, sir, while we still may, and make a fair wind of it homewards.
Avast, Starbuck. Glad obedience to my flat command. None but cowards send down their brain trucks in tempest time.
It struck us.
Where?
The compass. It struck the compass.
It's happened before, Starbuck.
But not to me, sir. Take warning, sir.
Never. Henceforth I shall be the compass. Look! Look, Starbuck! What a hooroosh is aloft there! I'd even take it for sublime, did I not know that the colic is a noisy melody?
Some hours after midnight, the typhoon abated so much that through the strenuous exertions of Starbuck, the shivered remnants of the jib and fore and main topsails were cut adrift from the spars and went eddying away to leeward like the feathers of an albatross. Next morning, the not yet subsided sea rolled in slow billows of mighty bulk, and striving in the Pequod's gurgling track, pushed her on like giants' palms outspread. Suddenly, on the horizon, a ship was sighted.
Sail ho!
Where away?
3 points on the starboard bow, sir!
Man my boat! Stand by to lower!
In less than a minute, his boat and crew were dropped to the water, and were soon alongside of the stranger, which showed English colors. The stranger's captain was a burly, good-natured, fine-looking man of 60 or thereabouts. But what was most singular, he had one artificial arm made of sperm whale bone.
Ship ahoy! Has seen the white whale!
White whale!
Aye, has seen it!
See ye this arm of mine?
'Tis a match to my leg, Captain. I'm coming aboard.
1 minute, Captain. Jump, boys. Swing over the cutting tackle. Oh, yeah. Now, lower away. That's it. Hold it. Straddle the hook, Captain. Hoist him up, boys. As I walked out one morning fair to view the meadows round, steady! There I spied a maiden fair come tripping o'er the ground. Steady, boys, steady! Blow, ye winds of morning. Blow, steady, she goes. Clear away the morning dew and blow, boys. Avast heaving, man, avast heaving. All right, swing him in. Aye. Gently. Over the bulwarks. There. Welcome aboard, Captain. I'm Captain Boomer.
Aye, Hardy. I'm Captain Ahab. Let us shake bones together, Captain. An arm and a leg. An arm that never can shrink and a leg that never can run.
I'd consider it an honor, sir, to treat you to a glass of fine Geneva in my cabin.
Very well, sir.
Steward, skip ahead and prepare the honors.
Oh, yeah.
Won't you join us, Dr. Bunger?
Delighted. But, Captain, where didst thou see the white whale and how long ago?
1 month ago. Step right in, sir.
Aye.
Doctor?
Thank you.
Ah, that's right, Steward. That's the bottle. Sit down, Captain Ahab.
And he took that arm of yours off, did he?
Aye. He was the cause of it, at least. And your leg, too, eh?
Aye, but spin me the yarn. How was it?
Well, sir, it was the first time in my life that I'd ever cruised those waters. I was ignorant of the white whale at that time. That'll be all, Steward.
Oh, yeah. What happened?
Well, one day we lowered for a pot of 4 or 5 whales, and my boat fastened to one of them.
Aye.
A regular circus horse he was, too. And went milling and milling around so that my boat's crew could only trim dish by sitting all their sterns on the outer gunwale.
Aye.
So presently, up breaches from the bottom of the sea a bouncing great whale with a milky white head and hump and crow's feet and wrinkles.
It was he.
Harpoon sticking in near his starboard fin.
They were mine. My irons. But go on.
Give me a chance then, man. Well, this old great-grandfather with the white head and hump runs all a foam into the pot and goes to snapping furiously at my fast line.
What a depart it. Free the fast fish. An old trick.
I know him well.
Ah, this is the most excellent Geneva. And by the way, Captain, this is Dr. Bunger, ship surgeon. Bunger, my lad, the captain. Captain Ahab.
How do you do? But go on with the story.
Well, how it was exactly, I don't quite know. But in biting the line, it got foul of his teeth. Caught there somehow. But we didn't know it then. It was only when we pulled on the line, bounce, we came plump on his hump.
Would it have been me?
The other whale went off to windward, fluking. So, seeing how matters stood and what a noble great whale it was, the noblest and biggest I ever saw, sir, in my life, I resolved to capture him, in spite of the boiling rage he seemed to be in.
I know that ugly rage of his.
And quick as a cat, I jumped into my first mate's boat, which, you see, was gunwale and gunwale with mine, and snatching the first harpoon, let this old great-grandfather have it.
You didn't kill him, did you?
Kill him. Heart and soul alive, man. The next instant, in a jiff, I was blind as a bat, both eyes befogged with black foam, and the whale's tail looming straight up in the air like a marble steeple.
That's what he did to me.
Too late to stern all then. But as I was groping after the second harpoon, down comes the tail like a Lima tower, cutting my boat in two, and flukes first the white hump back through the wreck as though it were all chips.
Hey, when that happened to me, I seized a line knife. Tried to kill him with a 6-inch blade.
And I struck out and tried to get away from him. Would have, too. Only when he went down like a flash, the barb of that cursed second iron towing along near me caught me here, right here on the shoulder, and bore me down to hell's flames, I was thinking. When all of a sudden, thank the good God, the barb ripped its way clear along the whole length of me arm, and up I floated. Now, Bunger boy, spin your part of the yarn.
Well, 'twas a shocking bad wound. On taking my advice, Captain Boomer here, stood our old Sammy off.
Samuel Enderby is the name of my ship.
Stood our
But
old...
go on, boy.
Stood our old Sammy off to the northward to get out of the blazing hot weather. But it was no use. How did all I could. Sat up with him nights, was very severe with him in the matter of diet.
Oh, very severe. Drinking hot rum toddies with me every night till he couldn't see to put on the bandages.
Oh, no.
Sending me to bed half seas over.
Oh, never.
Oh, a great watcher and very dietetically severe is Dr. Bunger.
Oh, now, Captain.
Bunger, you dog, laugh out, why don't you? You know you're a precious jolly rascal. But heave ahead, boy. I'd rather be killed by you than kept alive by any other man.
I might as well say now, en passant, as the French remark, that I myself, Jack Bunger, late of the Reverend Clergy, am a strict, total abstinence man. I never drink
water. He never drinks it. Fresh water throws him into the hydrophobia. But go on with the arm story.
I was about to observe, before Captain Boomer's facetious interruption, that in spite of my severest endeavors, his arm kept getting worse. And it was an ugly gaping wound, 2 feet and several inches long, and when it grew black, I knew what that threatened, and off it came. Well, that ivory arm of his there is the captain's work, not mine. He ordered the carpenter to make it with that club hammer on the end of it to knock someone's brains out with, I suppose, as he tried mine once.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. See this dent, Captain Abe, in my skull? There. The captain will tell you how that came there. He knows.
He was born with it.
Oh,
you solemn rogue. You, Bunger. Was there ever such another Bunger in the watery world? Bunger, when you die, you ought to die in pickle, you dog. You should be preserved to future ages, you rascal.
But what became of the white whale?
Yes. Well, after he sounded, we didn't see him again for some time.
Didn't thou cross his wake again?
Twice.
But could not fasten?
Didn't want to try. Ain't one limb enough. What should I do without this other arm?
You might try giving him a chance at your left arm for bait to get back the right.
No, thank you, Bunger, my boy. He's welcome to the arm he has, since I can't help it and didn't know him then, but not another one. No more white whales for me. I've lowered for him once, and that has satisfied me.
Not me. Not me.
There would be great glory in killing him, I know that. And there's a shipload of precious sperm in him, but, hark ye, he's best let alone. Don't you think so, Captain Ahab?
Aye, he is. But he will still be hunted for all that. Besides, what is best let alone is not always what least allures. He's a magnet. How long since thou saw him last?
The day before yesterday.
What? 2 days ago, and me sitting here? I must go. Which way was he heading? Quick, man.
Good Lord, what's the matter? You crazy? Your blood's at the boiling point.
Which way was he heading?
South by west. Here, have another glass of wine.
Avast, I must go. Fidella! Man the boat! Make haste!
By heavens, Bunger lad. That man has a quaggy spot in him somewhere.
The next morning, the bodings of the crew were destined to receive a most plausible confirmation in the fate of one of their number. For at sunrise, this man went from his hammock to the masthead, and whether it was that he was not yet half waked from his sleep, he had not been long at his perch when a cry was heard. A cry and a rushing, and then white bubbles in the blue of the sea. The lifebuoy, a long, slender cask hanging aft, was dropped from the stern, but no hand rose to seize it. And the cask being warped, it filled and sank. Thus, the first man of the Pequod that went aloft to look out for the white whale on the white whale's own peculiar ground, that man was swallowed up in the deep, and the lost lifebuoy was now to be replaced.
Carpenter,
Aye, Mr. Starbuck.
when Queequeg was sick last month, you made him a special coffin.
I made a leg for Captain Ahab, and he wears it like a gentleman. But when I made the bandbox for Queequeg, he refused to die and gets well when he sees it. And all my pains went for nothing with that coffin.
Where is it now?
Stowed away, sir, in case he changes his mind.
I want you to make a lifebuoy out of that coffin.
Ah, a life boy, sir, out of a coffin?
Now, it'll make a good enough one, and you can do it easily, so rig it, Carpenter. So hear me? Rig it.
And shall I nail down the lid, sir?
Aye.
And shall I caulk the seams, sir?
Aye.
And shall I then pay over the same with pitch, sir?
What possesses thee? Make a lifebuoy of the coffin and no more.
Nail down the lid. Caulk the seams. Pay over the same with pitch. Batten them down tight. And hang it with the snap spring over the ship's stern. Mr. Starbuck, sir, if I was superstitious like some folks, I wouldn't crupper myself with a coffin. Well, I'll have me 30 separate lifelines, each 3 feet long, hanging all around to the coffin. Then if the ship goes down, there'll be 30 lively fellows all fighting for one coffin. Sight not seen very often beneath the sun, Mr. Starbuck. Not very often, sir.
That same day, slowly crossing the deck from the scuttle, Ahab leaned over the side and watched how his shadow in the water sank to his gaze, the more that he strove to pierce the salty profundity. But the enchanted air seemed to dispel for a moment the cankerous thing in his soul. Starbuck saw him, saw how heavily he leaned over the side, and careful not to intrude, yet drew near and stood there. Ahab turned.
Starbuck.
Sir?
It's a mild wind and a mild-looking sky. On just such a day as this, I struck my first whale. A boy harpooner of 18.
I, too, can remember the first day I used the harpoon.
And all the years since of continual whaling. Years of privation, peril, and storm time. Years on this pitiless sea, forsaking the peaceful land to make war on the horrors of the deep. Aye. Where lies the final harbor, whence we unmoor no more. In what rapt ether sails the world, of which the weariest will never weary?
Captain Ahab, sir.
When the poorest landsman has had fresh fruit to his daily hand and has broken the world's fresh bread, I have fed on moldy crusts. Aye, oceans away from my wife, whom I wedded, then sailed for Cape Horn next day. Wife? Rather a widow with her husband alive. I widowed that poor girl when I married her, Starbuck.
Why not return now, Captain?
I feel sometimes as though I were Adam, staggering beneath the piled centuries since paradise. Starbuck, you have a wife waiting for you back in Nantucket, too. And mark you, I want you to stay on board when the boats lower to give chase to Moby Dick. That hazard shall not be thine.
Oh, Captain, why should anyone give chase to that hated fish? Let us fly these deadly waters. Sail for home, for old Nantucket.
Too late. Listen, Starbuck. We have turned round and round in this world like yonder windlass, and fate is the handspike. And there's an inscrutable, unearthly thing, hidden and cruel, that commands me. Keeps jamming me ahead against all natural longings. But it's a mild wind and a mild sky. Air smells as if it blew from a faraway meadow. Perhaps they've been making hay somewhere under the slopes of the Andes, and the Moors are sleeping in the fields. Aye, toil we how we may, we all sleep at last upon the fields. Aye, and rust amid greenness, as last year's scythes flung down and left in the half-cut swaths. So you see, Starbuck, we must live in the game, and if necessary, die in it.
A few hours later, a large ship, the Rachel, was descried, bearing directly down upon the Pequod, all her spars thickly clustered with men. As the broad-winged windward stranger drew nigh, she struck her sails, and her commander was seen being lowered away in his boat. His boathook soon clinched the Pequod's main chain, and he sprang to the deck.
Has seen the white whale, Captain?
Today.
Hey, what is he? Not killed. Not killed, man. How was it?
I am Captain Gardner of the Rachel, and I need your help desperately.
Quick, tell me the white whale.
3 of our boats engaged with a shoal of whales about 5 miles from my ship. When all of a sudden, to windward, the whale they call Moby Dick loomed up in the other direction.
In which direction?
Dead south.
Starboard! Brace forward! Up helm!
Wait! Wait, Captain, I haven't told you all. My son, a lad but 12 years old, was in the boat that lowered to give chase to Moby Dick.
Ah, so that's why you had every other man aloft on the lookout.
Yes. Their boat was towed out of sight by the white whale, and we've been searching ever since. 12 years old the boy was.
He must face his perils like everyone else.
No, I beg of you, Captain. Let me charter your ship. I will gladly pay for it to join me in the search. You must, and you shall do this for me. Yes, you relent, I see it. Run, men, now, and stand by to square in the yards.
Avast! Touch not a rope yarn. Captain Gardiner, I will not do it. Even now I lose time. Goodbye. God bless you, man, and may I forgive myself, but I must go.
But I beg of you, sir.
Mr. Starbuck, look at the binnacle watch, and in exactly 3 minutes warn off all strangers. Then brace forward again, and let the ship sail dead south as before.
Aye, aye, sir.
Moby Dick is within our reach at last, and nothing can stop me now.
Captain Gardner silently returned to his boat, and soon the two ships diverged their wakes, and long as the strange vessel, the Rachel, was in view, she was seen to yaw hither and thither at every dark spot, however small, on the sea. But by her still halting course and winding woeful way, you plainly saw that this ship, that so wept with spray, still remained without comfort. She was Rachel weeping for her children because they were not. I was to see her again, mateys, under terrifying circumstances.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, be sure to hear the final episode from Moby Dick, and remember that this and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. Remember that address. It's World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Moby Dick is adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick. The music composed by Emil Soderstrom of the orchestra, directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael is played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, and Starbuck by Donald Gallagher. Others were Maurice D. Copeland, Gilbert Ferguson, George Kluge, Sherman Marks, Clifford Norton, and Arthur Peterson. And this is Dave Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. Death on our highways is increasing. National Safety Council figures show that traffic accidents have been mounting since the end of the war. Smash-ups have reached more and more. 1 a minute, all day, every day of the year. And during this winter season, the danger is even greater. So whether you ride or walk, be careful. Cats may have 9 lives, but remember, you have only one. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
There are people in most countries who would like to live in the Republic of the United States or the Dominion of Canada, where that good Olga coal is sold. The citizens of our free countries are the envy of many people elsewhere because of the personal freedom which we have enjoyed. Why, then, doesn't every country adopt a form of free government? One answer is that, unfortunately, there are people and parties in many nations who are so greedy for power that they will sacrifice the freedom of their fellow countrymen to obtain power for themselves. History, even recent history, is replete with such instances. That is why the citizens of the Republic of the United States and the Dominion of Canada must be careful to recognize at its very beginning any movement to steal or limit their freedom. That is not always easy. The man who would enslave a free people doesn't begin by saying, "Now I'm going to be your dictator." Instead, he probably will claim that he is a devoted supporter of personal freedom, but all the while he will support policies that weaken and undermine personal freedom. Such a man will deny any totalitarian aims, but free citizens must not be deceived by such denials. Apparently, it is a cardinal principle of every sincere totalitarian that he is justified in lying, if such lies will advance his plans. In these times, no public figure and no party or organization supporting such a person can be accepted without careful consideration. Every public figure and organization must be carefully scrutinized, and if their real aims are to limit or to destroy our freedom as individuals, they must be opposed and defeated.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The world's great novels. Universally acclaimed as one of the superb tales of the sea is the story of a great white whale and of Captain Ahab's fatal monomania in pursuing it. The NBC University of the Air presents the fourth installment of a four-part radio edition of Herman Melville's adventurous classic, Moby Dick, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novel. Refusing to give aid to Captain Gardner of the Rachel, in search for Gardner's son, who had been lost but a few hours before in an encounter with Moby Dick himself, Captain Ahab ordered all sails bent in instant pursuit of the great white whale. And when last seen astern, the Rachel continued tacking to and fro in despairing search for its loss.
This is Ishmael again, ladies. That night, in the mid-watch, when Captain Ahab stepped forth from the scuttle in which he leaned, he suddenly sniffed the air and declared that a whale must be near. Soon that peculiar odor given forth by the living sperm whale was palpable to all the watch. Ascertaining the precise bearing of the odor as nearly as possible, Ahab ordered the ship's course to be slightly altered and the sail to be shortened. His acuteness was vindicated at daybreak by the sight of a long sleek on the sea directly ahead, smooth as oil, with pleated, watery wrinkles bordering it like polished metallic marks of some swift tide rip. Flattening his face to the sky, Ahab called to the watch high overhead in the cross trees.
Hello up there! What do you see?
Nothing, sir!
Starboard! Topgallant sails, stunsails, alow and aloft on both sides. Man the mastheads. Call all hands.
Aye, aye, sir.
All sail being set, Ahab now cast loose the lifeline, reserved for swaying him to the main royal masthead. In a few minutes they were hoisting him thither. 2/3 of the way aloft, he suddenly raised a gull-like cry in the air.
There she blows! There she blows! A hump like a snow hill! It's Moby Dick!
The men on deck rushed to the rigging to behold the famous whale they have so long pursued. Look, Ahab has now gained his final perch some feet above the other lookouts.
And did none of you see it before, men?
I saw him almost the same instant, sir.
Hey, but not the same instant. Not the same. So the $20 gold piece is mine. Fate reserved it for me. I alone. None of you could have raised the white whale first. There she blows! There she blows!
Aye, look at it. The appalling beauty of the vast milky mass is lit up by the spangling sun, shifts and glistens like a living opal in the blue morning sea. Now Ahab lowers himself swiftly. He reaches the deck.
He's going to sound. Starbuck, in stunsails. Down topgallant sails.
Aye, aye, sir.
You, Stubb, have the boat swung out. 3 of them.
Aye, aye, sir. All right, step lively, lad. First the cranes out. Lively there, I said.
The cranes swing out, and now the sails are being reefed. All hands are moving at top speed.
Mr. Starbuck.
Aye, aye, sir.
Yes, sir.
Remember, Starbuck, stay on board and keep the ship.
Very well, sir.
Helm there. Luff a point. So, steady, man, steady. Mr. Stubb, all ready the boats there?
Ready, sir?
Moby Dick's heading straight to leeward, sir, away from us. He can't have seen the ship yet.
Be dumb, man. Stand by the braces. Hard down the helm. Brace up. Shiver there. Shiver there. So, well done that. Man the boats, man.
Now they're manning the boats. Ahab, with his heathen crew led by his sinister Chinese harpooner Fadala, run to the captain's boat.
Lower away, Starbuck.
Aye, aye, sir.
Quick. Quicker.
Aye, sir.
Quicker.
The rattle of blocks and tackles as the boats now drop to the water.
Set the boatsails.
Aye, aye, sir.
Mark you. We'll have no talking, men. No shouting. When you lay on the oars, lay quietly. Understand? I'll head the onset. Stand by the oars. Give way together. We lead out, Fadala.
Yes, Captain.
A pale death glimmer lights up Fadala's sunken eyes. A hideous motion gnaws his mouth.
Now the prows are moving silently through the sea, slowly nearing the foe. Only the oars are heard. The ocean is as smooth as a carpet. Moby Dick seems completely unsuspecting. Now his entire dazzling hump is distinctly visible, sliding through the sea ringed with greenish foam.
Way enough. Sailors.
Far out on the soft Turkish-rugged sea glistens the white shadow from the whale's broad, milky forehead, and behind him the blue waters flow into the moving valley of his steady wake.
Look at him, Fadala. Not the white bull Jupiter swimming away with ravaged Europa clinging to his graceful horns. Did surpass Moby Dick. Aye, so peaceful, thou vesture of tornadoes. Yet calm. Enticing calm, thou glidest on, O whale. Thou glidest on no matter how many thou hast bejuggled and destroyed before. But I know you, Moby Dick. I, Ahab, know the deadly terror of that submerged jaw. He rises. Quick, my harpoon.
For a moment, the whale's whole marbleized body forms a high arch. His bannered flukes wave in the air as though in warning. He sounded, gone under, disappeared from sight.
Too late. He sounded without warning. Stand by to reef.
Captain, the seagulls.
Seagulls are circling Ahab's boat, wheeling round and round with expectant cries.
What do they see?
Peering overboard, Ahab suddenly glimpses a white living spot no bigger than a white weasel swiftly uprising.
It's Moby Dick. Look, Fadala. Look. His white glistening teeth floating up from the undiscoverable bottom.
The glittering mouth yawns beneath the boat like an open-doored marble tomb. With his steering oar, Ahab hurls the craft powerfully aside.
Stand by to stern. Fadala, my harpoon.
Too late. With almost malicious intelligence, Moby Dick again slides his head beneath the boat. He's taking the boat's bows full within his mouth. His jaws loom high up into the air on each side, the inside of the jaws within 6 inches of Ahab's head.
Thus I spit down your very throat.
But Ahab can't get at him with his harpoon. Moby Dick is shaking the boat gently like a cat with a mouse. He's dallying with it. They're doomed.
He's going to snap the boat. Jump, men. Jump, Fadala.
Like enormous shears, Moby Dick's jaws have cut the boat in twain. Now he's swimming around the men in circles. He seems maddened. The other two boats are helpless to come to their succor. Where's Ahab? There he is, his head like a bubble in the very heart of the whirlpool. Moby Dick is circling closer, and Ahab seems to be the object of his terrible circling. He's crying out.
Sail on! Sail on! The whale! Starbuck! Drive him off!
Starbuck's doing it. The Bigfoot's prow is breaking up the deadly circle. They're saved. Moby Dick is swimming sullenly away. Now the boats are speeding to the rescue.
Here we are, sir. All right, catch hold of him, men. Steady. Easy now. There.
Never mind me. The harpoon. Is it safe?
Aye, sir. Caught to that bit of wreckage there.
Any missing men?
None, sir.
Good. Help me up, Stubb. I wish to stand.
Aye, sir.
So I see him. There, going to leeward still. What a leaping spout. Hands off from me. The eternal sap runs into my bones again. Here comes the Pequod. Douse the sails. Out oars.
Aye, sir.
Completely splintered my boat.
Like the thistle did to the ass, it pricked his mouth too keenly, sir.
What soulless thing is this that laughs before a wreck? Did I not know thee brave as fire, I'd swear thou wert a poltroon.
Oh, aye, sir. 'Tis a solemn sight. An omen. And a bad one.
Stifle that old wives' darkling hint. Mankind either sweats with fear like Starbuck or laughs like you. Ahab stands alone among the millions of the people there. For I, the wind, I'd blow no more on such a miserable world. Back to the ship, and after Moby Dick again. Aye, My harpoon will yet taste the sweet flavor of his blood.
Back aboard the ship, Ahab ordered her canvas stacked high up and sideways, outstretching it with stunsails. The ship tore on, leaving such a furrow in the sea as when a cannonball becomes a plowshare and turns up the level field. The day wore on to twilight.
How now, aloft there? You see him?
Cannot see this boat now, sir. Too dark.
How heading when last seen?
As before, sir. Straight to north.
Hear that, Starbuck? He'll travel slower now this night. Down royals. Helm there. Keep her full before the wind. Men, this gold is mine, for I earned it. But I shall let it abide here till the white whale is dead. And whosoever first raises him upon the day shall be killed. This gold is his. And if I again raise him on that day, then 10 times its sum shall be divided among all of them.
So saying, Ahab placed himself halfway within the scuttle, and slouching his hat, stood there till dawn, except at intervals rousing himself to see how the night wore on. At daybreak, we were again thrilled with the cry.
I knew it. I knew it. He can't escape. Blow on and split your spout, O whale. The mad fiend himself is after you. Blow your trump. Blister your lungs. Ahab will dam off your blood as a miller shuts his water gate upon the stream.
The men seem as one, welded into oneness by the sight of Ahab, and directed to that fatal goal which he points to. Suddenly, Moby Dick bursts into view less than a mile ahead. Rising with his utmost velocity, the sperm whale thus booms his entire bulk into the air in a mountain of dazzling foam, showing his place to the distance of 7 miles and more. Such breaching is his act of defiance.
Aye, breach your last to the sun, Moby Dick. Thy hour and the harpoon are at hand.
Down! Down, all of you, from the mast! But one man at the fore! The boats! Stand by!
The men, like shooting stars, slide to the deck. Ahab stumps rapidly to the spare boat, followed by his phantom crew. The boats are manned.
Mr. Starbuck, the ship is thine. Keep away from the boats, but keep near them.
Aye, aye, sir.
Lower away.
Moby Dick has turned. He's heading towards the 3 boats.
Spread yourselves. We're pulling straight up to his forehead.
The white whale's coming. He's charging. He's rushing among the boats with open jaws, lashing out with his tail in appalling battle.
Death to Moby Dick! Oh, whale! Here's the harpoon!
They're trying to elude him, but the whale is everywhere, twisting and turning. He's tangled the harpoon lines. He's dashing 2 of the boats together. They smash like eggshells. Now he's sounded. Moby Dick dives down into the sea. He's disappeared in a boiling maelstrom. The 2 crews are clinging to the oars and line tubs. They're afraid of the sharks. Ahab stands in the prow of his own boat with another harpoon, waiting. Moby Dick shot up from the depths and struck Captain Ahab's boat with his broad forehead. It's turning over and over in the air. Now it's fallen gunwale downwards. Ahab and his men struggle out from under it like seals. There he goes. Moby Dick is satisfied this time. He's swimming away to leeward, trailing after him the entangled harpoon lines. God help me, where will all this end? As before, the Pickwood bore down to the rescue, dropping a boat to pick up the floating mariners. Last aboard was Captain Ahab himself, who had to be helped on deck, for instead of standing by himself, He half hung upon the shoulder of Starbuck. His ivory leg had been snapped off, leaving but one short, sharp splinter.
Aye, Starbuck, 'tis sweet to lean sometimes, be the leaner who he will. Would I had leaned oftener than I have.
No bones broken, sir, I hope.
Only this dead one. Splintered to pieces. You, carpenter.
Aye, aye, sir.
Tonight, make me a new leg.
Eh?
And this time, fashion it out of a piece of steel pipe.
Aye, sir.
Aloft there! Which way?
Get to your work, sir!
Up helm, then. Stubb, pile on the sail again. Down the rest of the spare boats and rig them.
Yes, sir.
Oh, how this splinter gores me.
Let me help thee toward the bulwark, sir.
Give me something for a cane. That shivered lance will do there, Starbuck.
Aye, sir.
There. There. Where is he? Oh, no. By heaven, it can't be.
Fadala! Fadala! Speak up!
All right, lad. Stand by to shake out the reefs. Hoist away.
Fadala!
I saw him caught among the tangles of your line, sir.
The black vomit rents thee. Find him. Not gone.
Aye. Gone.
Yes, I saw him dragged under.
Gone. What means that? Oh, my harpoon, too. Toss over the litter there. Toss over the litter. Do you see it?
Aye, sir.
The forged iron, Starbuck.
Yes, sir.
No. Oh, blistered fool, this own hand of mine did dart it. 'Tis in the fish.
Aloft there! Keep him nailed!
Aye, aye, sir!
Starbuck, put all hands to the rigging of fresh boats. Collect the oars. New irons for the harpooners. Stubb, hoist those royals higher and put all the sheets.
Aye, aye, sir.
Helm! Helm there! Steady! Steady for your life! I'll 10 times girdle the unmeasured globe. Yea, and drive straight through it! But I'll slay Moby Dick yet.
Captain, never wilt thou capture him. 2 days chased, twice stove to splinters, thy very leg once more snatched from under thee. Fadala, thy evil shadow gone, and all good angels mobbing thee with warnings. What more wouldst thou have? Shall we keep chasing this murderous fish till he swamps the last man?
Starbuck, in this matter of the whale, be the front of thy face to me as the palm of my hand. A lifeless blank. Ahab is forever Ahab. Why, you fool, 'twas rehearsed 1 billion years before this ocean rolled. I am fate's lieutenant. I act under orders. And look thou, hireling, that thou obeyest mine. I may be cut to a stump and leaning on a shivered lance, but Ahab's soul's a centipede that moves about 100 legs. And ere I break, you'll hear me crack. And I hear that. Know that Ahab's hawser tows his purpose yet. Moby Dick will rise once more, Starbuck, but only to spout his last.
God keep us all, sir, but my bones feel damp within me.
So Fadala's gone. And he was to go before me, according to his prophecy, but still was to be seen again, ere I could perish. Ha! How's that, Starbuck? There's a riddle now might baffle all the lawyers.
Fadala, harpooner in Captain Ahab's boat, the mysterious Oriental that seemed to hold such sway over the captain's thoughts, had made unto Ahab a strange and cryptic prophecy.
I prophesy that ere thou canst die on this voyage, 2 hearses must be seen by thee on the sea. The first not made by mortal hands, and the visible word of the last must be gone in America. And though it come to the last, I shall still go before thee, thy pilot. Ere thou canst follow, I must still appear to thee, to pilot thee still. Know ye also, Captain Ahab, that hemp alone can kill thee.
Once more the sail was shortened, and all night the men toiled by lanterns, rigging the spare boats and sharpening fresh weapons for the morrow. And the carpenter made Ahab another leg. The morning of the third day dawned fair and fresh, and again it was Ahab who was the first to cry out,
Aloft there! What do you see?
Nothing, sir!
Nothing, sir. And the gold piece goes a-begging. Starbuck. I've oversailed him. Forgot the harpoons he's towing. They've slowed him down. So now he's chasing me, not I him. Turn the ship about. Man the braces.
Aye, aye, sir.
Smile, Starbuck. We shall meet him soon.
An hour passed, gold beaten out to ages. Time itself now held her long breaths with keen suspense. And then, 3 points off the weather bow, Ahab descried the spout again.
Aye, there he is. Forehead to forehead I meet thee this third time, Moby Dick. Stand by to reef, Starbuck. He'll be here soon.
Yes, sir. Stand by to reef, Mr. Stubb.
Stand by the reef, lad.
Lively there, men, or I'll tap one of you with a top ball.
Now they're reefing the sails. The whale hunters are once again manning their boats and swinging them out preparatory to lowering away.
To Starbuck.
Sir?
Starbuck, for the third time. I start upon this same voyage.
Aye, sir. Thou wilt have it so.
Some ships sail from their ports, and ever afterwards are missing, Starbuck.
Truth, sir. Saddest truth.
Some men die at ebb tide, some at low water, some at the full of the flood. And I feel like a billow that's all one crested comb, Starbuck. Shake hands with me.
Go not, sir. Go not, I beg you.
Nonsense. Lower away. Stand by the crew.
They're off again. Ahab in the lead. Starbuck seems nervous.
Aloft there. Keep thy keenest eye upon the boats. Mark well the whale.
Sharks following the captain's boat, sir!
Oh, is this our journey's end?
The white whale has sounded, but Ahab holds his way to be near him at the next rising. The head waves hammer against the bow of his boat.
Drive in your nails, O ye waves. To their uttermost heads, drive them in. Ye but strike a thing without a lid. No coffin and no hearse can be mine. Hemp only can kill me.
There he is, Moby Dick. His vast form shoots up from the sea.
Give way, men.
Captain, look! There's Fadalla!
Lashed around one of the harpoons sticking out of the whale's back is Fadalla. His dead, distended eyes are turned full upon Ahab.
Aye, Fadalla. I see thee again, and thou goest before. And this whale, then, is the hearse that thou didst promise. But I hold thee to the last letter of thy word. Where is the second hearse? Back to your oars, men. The first to jump from this boat, I harpoon. Where's the whale? Gone down again?
No, he's still on the surface, swimming slowly away.
Captain, the sharks crunch on the oars.
Heed them not, pull on. 'Tis the better rest, the shark's jaw, than the yielding water.
But the blades are growing smaller, sir.
They'll last long enough. Pull on. Aye, all alive now. We near him. Hey, my harpoon. Softly now. Softly.
They're ranging along the whale's flank. Ahab stands in the prow, his body arched, both arms high lifted with the harpoon. He's going to throw it.
Clearly into the socket!
Moby Dick writhes and wheels round to present his blank forehead at bay. What's happening? He sees the black hull of the Pequod. He's going to attack it. Starbuck sees him. He's coming this way. He's going to attack. He's smashed in the Pequod's starboard bow. Torrents of water pouring into the ship. She's going down.
My ship, the hearse. The second hearse. Its wood could only be American. All ye sweet powers of the air now hug me close. Death, glorious ship, must you then perish and without me. Oh, lonely death on lonely life. Oh, from all your furthest bounds pour ye now in, ye bold billows of my whole forgone life, and top this one piled coma of my death. Towards thee I come, thou all-destroying but unconquering whale. To the last I grapple with thee. From hell's hot, I the snap at thee. I spit my last breath at thee. Thus I give up the spear.
He darts his harpoon. Stricken tail flies forward, and he's fouled the line. Ahab stoops to clear it. He does. Wait. It's caught him around the neck. He's shooting through the air. He strikes the water. He's disappeared into the ocean's depths. And I only am escaped alone to tell thee, mateys. Like a phantom, the ship stood on end, then dove to her watery grave, and sucking concentric circles, seized the boats, the men, the floating oars, the lance poles, everything animate and inanimate, round and round one vortex, carrying the smallest chip of the Pequod down out of sight. Floating on the margin of it, the half-spent suction reached me and drew me towards the gurgling bubble of its axis. Suddenly, the coffin lifebuoy shot up from the sea, fell over, and floated by my side, and I seized it. The next day, a sail drew nearer, and picked me up at last. It was the devious cruising Rachel that in her retracing search after her missing children only found another orphan.
Moby Dick by Herman Melville is one of the world's great novels. Brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Next week, we will present a dramatization of The Old Wives' Tale by Arnold Bennett. Remember that these and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. I'll repeat that address. World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Moby Dick was adapted for radio by Frederick Slick. The music was composed by Amos Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Ishmael was played by Everett Clark, Captain Ahab by Jess Pugh, and Starbuck by Donald Gallagher. Others were Joe Anthony, Boris Apollon, Gil Ferguson, Cliff Norton, and Arthur Peterson. This is John Conrad. This program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, a long time ago it was written that man shall not live by bread alone. In this often quoted line from the Bible, bread is merely a symbol of all material values. And although we in America have the greatest material advantages in the world, they are not enough to bring us complete happiness. We must find that happiness in our spiritual as well as our material lives, in faith as well as bread. In America, one of our most precious heritages is the right to worship as we please, to know the spiritual pleasures of our churches and synagogues. The doors of your places of worship stand open to you, and your religious leaders will welcome you to their services. They also offer you personal and family guidance and the opportunity to become a firm part of your community. Through our churches and synagogues, that community and the families within it can find stability. And as an individual, you can find the peace that only religion can bring. Thus, the religious organizations of America invite you to find yourself through faith and come to church this week. Good night.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The world's great novels. During the second half of the 19th century, a woman novelist came into prominence who saw life through the lenses of insight, fearlessly told what she saw, and with these abilities won a place in the literature of England. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in a two-part version of George Eliot's Silas Marner, another in our series of books that live the world's great novels.
This story is laid in the English village of Rokovoko near the end of the 18th century. It is named for one of the central characters, Silas Marner, the weaver of Rokovoko. Let me tell you a little about the early life of Silas Marner that you may better understand his later years. At 25, in a town in the English Midlands, Silas' lot was a happy though uneventful one. He was gaining skill as a linen weaver and had the inner peace of an ardent religious faith. He was engaged to a young servant woman named Sarah and enjoyed the friendship of a certain William Dane. Because of Silas' trusting simplicity, William seemed faultless. It never crossed his mind to doubt any of his friend's motives. But just at this time, the senior deacon of the church was taken dangerously ill. Being a childless widower, he was tended by the younger brethren or sisters. Silas took his watch at 11 at night, with William relieving him at 2. But one night...
Oh. 4 o'clock. How could it be so late? Oh, I must have fallen asleep. I wonder why William has not come. Oh, I'd better see if the deacon wants for anything. Oh, he seems to be sleeping so... Oh, it is hard. He's passed away while I was fast asleep.
Later that morning, while Silas sat at his loom, William and the minister appeared, summoning him to the church. The reason for this meeting he did not learn until he was seated in the vestry facing the minister.
Silas Marner, I have here in my hand a pocket knife. Do you know to whom it belongs?
Why, of a certainty, it is mine.
And do you recall where you left this knife?
Why, I did not know I left it anywhere outside of my own pocket.
I exhort you, Silas, not to hide your sin, but to confess and repent. You know your religion does not believe in punishment. We only want you to beg forgiveness.
Forgiveness? For what?
The church money, which our dear departed deacon kept, was stolen last night.
Oh!
And this knife was found by the place where the money had been.
You don't think I took the money? Oh, surely not.
Who, if not the man to whom the knife belongs? The proof is heavy against you, Marner. The money was taken in the night just past, and no man was with our departed brother but you. For William Dane declares to us that he was hindered by sudden illness from going to take his place as usual.
Yes, but I fell into a deep sleep for almost 2 hours. The thief must have come and gone during that time. Don't you believe me? Oh, William, for the 9 years that we have been friends, had you ever known me to tell a lie?
Brother, how do I know what you may have done in the secret chambers of your heart to give Satan an advantage over you?
But, William... Oh, wait, I remember now. William, the knife wasn't in my pocket last night.
Why do you address me? I know nothing of what you speak.
The last time I used my knife was when I took it out to cut a strap for you, William, and you took it.
Why, Silas, I gave it straight back to you.
No, I never put it back in my pocket again. You stole the money, and you have woven a plot to lay the sin at my door.
I leave our brethren to judge whether this is the voice of Satan or not.
Oh!
I can do nothing but pray for you, Silas.
Silas left the church in despair, his trust shaken in God and man. A few hours later, the minister came to him with the message that Sarah held her engagement to him at an end. Within a month, Sarah was married to William Dane, and Silas Marner departed from the town. It was now 15 years since Silas Marner had come to Ravelo, and the impressions the people garnered of him on his arrival had only been enforced through the years.
Have you ever been to his cottage near the stone pit?
No, and I've no anchoring to go if it's as cold and strange as its inhabitant.
I've never known him to speak sociable word to any creature. Does seem it got lonely shut up there by himself for all these years.
Ah, 'tis natural to a hermit, I suppose. And I'm bound that's what he is.
Of course, we housewives depend on him in a fashion, for he does weave linen of the finest sort. But he dresses so shabbily and looks so ill-fed, I do feel sorry for him at times.
Ah, save your pity. He dresses and eats in a manner that suits him. Do you not pay him a good price for his weaving?
Aye?
Well, so does every other housewife about. Yes, I tell you, Master Marner has laid by a fine sight of money, summers. What he intends to do with it, I can't figure me.
Silas intended to do nothing with his wealth but keep it. His life reduced itself to the mere functions of weaving and hoarding. He kept his gold in 2 large leather bags under some loose stones in the floor. We must now learn something of the people who lived in the big red house on the hill. It was the home of Squire Cass, a widower, and his 4 sons. It was known that all the Cass boys led an idle life, but the second one, Dunstan, was by far the worst of the lot. He was a conscienceless, irresponsible fellow who took great delight in the fact that he was able to blackmail his brother Godfrey.
My good brother Godfrey sent word that he wanted to see me, and since he is my elder and better, I was obliged to bide his summons.
If you'll just shake yourself sober and listen, I'll tell you what I want. I have to turn that rent money of Fowler's over to Father. I can't delay any longer. So get the money, or I'll have to tell him I gave it to you.
Oh, suppose now you just get the money yourself and save me the trouble, eh? Since you were so kind as to hand it over to me, you'll not refuse me the kindness to pay it back for me. Besides, I might get you turned out of house and home and cut off without a shilling any day, you know.
Why,
Yes. Yes, all I'd have to do is to explain to the squire why his eldest and handsomest son doesn't ask the lovely Miss Nancy Lammeter to marry him, like everyone in the village expects him to. I'd only have to tell him it's because you're already married, and have been for nearly 2 years, to that nice young woman, Molly Farn, whom you've managed to keep hidden away in another town. Of course, she does take a drop too much now and then to ease her lot, but...
Don't talk so loud.
All right. But you will get the £100 for me, won't you?
I tell you, I have no money, and old Kimball won't loan me any more.
Well, then sell that horse of yours. Sell Wildfire.
That's easy talking. I must have money directly.
Well, you have only to ride him to the hunt tomorrow. Bryce and Keating will be there, and they'll give you a handsome bid for him.
And I wouldn't get home till 8 o'clock and be splashed up to the chin. I'm going to Mrs. Osgood's birthday dance.
Oh, and sweet Nancy will be there, and we shall dance with her and smile at her and never even whisper that we have a wife and child.
Hold your tongue about Miss Nancy, you fool, or I'll throttle you.
What for? She was angry with you for the long time you was absent while you was getting married, thinking you was off in some sort of carouse. But I'm sure you can win her favor again. Of course, it'd be saving time if Molly should happen to take a drop too much someday and make a widower of you.
It's just like you to talk about my selling Wildfire in that cool way. The last thing I've got to call my own, and the best bit of horseflesh I ever had in my life. It's my belief you'd sell yourself, if it was only for the pleasure of making somebody feel he'd got a bad bargain.
For which reason I advise you to let me sell Wildfire. I'd ride him to the hunt for you tomorrow with pleasure.
I dare say. Trust my horse to you.
As you please, as you please. It's you who have got to pay Fowler's money. You received the money from him when you went to Brancombe, and you told the squire it wasn't paid. I had nothing to do with that.
You mean no nonsense about the horse? You'll tell him all fair and hand over the money?
I thought you'd come around. I'm the fellow to bring old Bryce up to the scratch. I'll get 120 for him if I get you a penny.
Well, take care to keep sober tomorrow, else you'll get pitched on your head, and Wildfire might be the worst for it.
Make your tender heart easy. You never knew me to see double when I'd got a bargain to make. Spoil the fun. Well, good day, my dear brother Godfrey.
Hey there, Dante.
Good afternoon, Bryce.
Sure. Come on. You're on your brother's horse today. How's that?
Oh, I've swapped with him. Wildfire's mine now.
Oh? Has he swapped with you for that big boned hack of yours?
Oh, there was a little account between us, and Wildfire made it even. I'll keep him now, though I had a bid of 150 for him the other day. Man over at Flitton, buying for Lord Plumrick.
I wonder at that now. I never heard of a man who didn't want to sell his horse, getting a bid of half as much again as the horse was worth. You'll be lucky if you get 100.
Oh, boy. Well, Dudley, Bryce.
Afternoon, Keating.
Glad you rode up, Keating. You can perhaps settle this argument. Bryce here doesn't think Wildfire's worth more than 100.
Are you considering selling him?
Well, now, I hadn't been, but if I found a man who knew his worth and felt would care for him the way he should be, well, now, perhaps.
The transaction, just as Dunsey planned it, ended in the purchase of the horse by Bryce for 120, to be paid on the delivery of Wildfire, safe and sound. It did occur to Dunsey that it might be wise for him to give up the day's hunting, but the inclination for a run with Wildfire, encouraged by a draught of brandy at the close of the bargain, was not easy to overcome. He swept over the hills at a high speed, and then he came unexpectedly upon a tall fence. Dunstan got up without a scratch, but poor Wildfire lay dead.
This I taking a shorter way home. Say, it is a fog. There's a house right in front of me, and I've not even noticed. Small stone cottage. Must belong to the miser Marner. I wonder if it's true that the old fool has stores of gold hidden in there. Perhaps I shall just go up and pay the old man a neighborly visit. Perhaps he's gone to bed. But then why would he leave the lights on? What's this? Door open. And not a soul within. The fire's lighted and a piece of meat hangs on a spit. Well, wherever the old man's gone, he'll be back soon. Unless, of course, in this dark night he slipped into the stone pit. Now, wouldn't that be a tragedy, with all his gold waiting here for him? And where do you suppose that gold might be? Where would I hide a fortune in such a place? Very interesting. Don't seem loose. Much looser than the others. 2 leather bags.
Gold. 2 bags filled with gold. Oh, I've got to get out of here quickly.
The gathering at the Rainbow was small this night, many personages being at Mrs. Osgood's birthday dance, as was Godfrey Cass. But the group who assembled there were engaged in animated conversation as they drank their spirits and smoked their pipes near the open fire.
But isn't it true, Mr. Macy, that those old stables on the Warren place are never used anymore? And for particular reasons.
Aye. Strange things go on there. They're haunted from the days of the Warren family. Go that way of a dark night and then make believe, if you like, as you didn't see lights in the stables and hear the stamp of the horses in that deserted place.
And what do you say to that, Dowlis? You're always a doubting one.
I say I'll wager any man £10 if he'll stand out with me any dry night in the pasture before the Warren stables, that we shall see no lights nor hear noises, if it isn't the blowing of our own noses. And I've said that many times. But there's nobody who'll venture a tenpence on their ghosts. Now, if ghosts want me to believe in them, let them leave off skulking in darkening and lone places. Let them come where there's company and candles.
As if ghosts would want to be believed in by anyone so ignorant.
Silas, it looks to me like a ghost has decided to seek company.
On my soul, it's Silas Marner. Why does he stand like a madman staring at us?
Master Marner, what's lacking to you? What's your business here?
Robbed? Huh? I've been robbed. Huh? I want the constable and the justice and Squire Cass and Mr. Crackenthorpe.
He's off his head, no doubt. He's wet through.
Come, Master Marner. If you got any information to lay, speak it out sensible.
Aye, man.
I have been given a piece of pork by Miss Priscilla Lammeter when I took her some linen today, and I used the string which fastens the latch on my door to tie the meat to the spit. Then, as I waited for it to cook, I recollected that I needed a bit of fine twine to set up a new piece on my loom for work the next morning. I decided I'd fetch it right off while my supper cooked. I didn't lock my door on account of using the latch string on the meat, and I was gone such a little time, but a thief come and took my gold, all my beautiful gold. I don't accuse anybody. I only want my gold back.
How much money might there be, Master Marner?
£272, 12 and 6pence. Last night when I counted it.
What I vote is that 2 of us should go with Master Marner to Master Kench, the constable. He's ill abed, and get him to appoint one of us his deputy, for that's the law. And then we'll start investigating this matter.
But I don't want to jail anybody. I don't want to bring charges. I just wanted back my gold. Get me back my gold.
By the next morning, the whole village was talking about the robbery. But not a trace of the thief was to be found. And no one connected the disappearance of Dunsey Cass with the theft, for he was away as much as he was at home anyhow. But when a week passed without a sign of Dunsey, and the carcass of Wildfire had been found, Godfrey realized he had again been tricked by his brother. He waited for his father in the dining room one morning.
What, sir? Haven't you had your breakfast yet?
Yes, sir. But I was waiting to speak to you.
Well, get to it while I'm waiting for my ale.
Well, sir, there has been a cursed piece of ill luck with Wildfire.
What? What happened?
He's been staked and killed.
What?
But I wasn't thinking of asking you to buy me another horse.
Oh.
I was only thinking I had lost the means of paying you with the price of Wildfire, as I'd meant to do.
Huh?
Dunsey took him to the hunt to sell him for me. But after he'd made a bargain for £120 with Bryce, he went after the hounds and took some fool's leap that did for the horse at once.
I don't... What? Will you kindly tell me what all this is about, sir?
The truth is, sir... Well, you see, Fowler did pay that £100 rent.
Oh?
He paid it to me when I was over there one day last month.
Oh?
And Dunsey bothered me for the money, and I let him have it.
You let Dunsey have it, sir?
Yes.
Why should you let him have it? There's some lie at the bottom of this. Where is Dunsey?
Dunsey hasn't come back, sir.
What? Did he break his own neck, then?
No, I don't think he was hurt. For the horse was found dead, and Dunsey must have walked off.
I've been too good a father to you all, that's what it is. But I shall pull up, sir.
I've often offered, sir, to take the management of things. But you know you've taken it ill always, and seem to think I wanted to push you out of your place.
I know nothing of that, but I know one thing. While you were thinking of marrying, I didn't put any obstacles in your way, as some fathers would. No, I'd as lief you married Lammerter's daughter as anybody. The lass hasn't said downright she won't have you, has she?
No, but I don't think she will.
Think? Ha! Why haven't you the courage to ask her? Stick to it if you want to have her.
There's no other woman I want to marry.
Well, then, I know Lammerter well. Let me make the offer for you.
I'd rather let it be, please, sir, at present.
Eh?
I hope you won't try to hurry it on by saying anything.
You can't let this matter ride on like this forever. I'll expect you to ask her. When we have our annual New Year's Eve ball here. Yes. There couldn't be a better occasion.
It was now New Year's Eve. Silas Marner sat desolate and alone in his cottage, working feverishly at his loom to keep from thinking of his great loss. No one could have been less interested in the holiday party that was then beginning in the Red House. As the young ladies of the village arrived, they went directly to an upstairs room to remove their flowing capes and freshen up their toilets before descending to the ballroom. At this moment, the Misses Priscilla and Nancy Lammerter were viewing themselves in a polished mirror.
Lord, Nancy, look at me in a silver silk. I look as yellow as a daffodil. Folks think I'm 10 years older than you instead of 5. I told you how it'd be.
But, Prissy, I begged and prayed of you not to let me have this silk if you'd like another better.
Nonsense, child. You know you'd take your heart in this. What I find fault with is that notion of yours as I must dress myself just like you.
Prissy, I'm sure I'm willing to give way as far as is right. But who shouldn't dress alike if it isn't sisters? Now, I'd do what was right if I dressed in a gown dyed of cheese colouring. And I'd rather you'd choose and let me wear what pleases you.
There you go again. You'd come round to the same thing if one talked to you from Saturday night till Saturday morning. Oh, it'll be fine fun to see how you'll master your husband and never raise your voice above the singing of the kettle all the while.
Look, don't talk so, Prissy. You know I don't mean ever to be married.
Oh, you never mean a fiddlestick's end. Why, who shall I have to work for when Father's gone? If you're to go and take notions in your head and be an old maid, because some folks are no better than they should be.
All people should be good.
All people can't be as good as you, my pet. Particularly a man like Mr. Godfrey Cass.
Why bring his name up?
Oh, you can't pretend. Oh, come on, let's go down now. I'm as ready as a mocking can be. And there's nothing I wanting to frighten the crows. Now I've got my earbobs in.
Poor Godfrey was a pitiable mixture of fear, elation, and despair that night. He remembered his father's wish that this party would bring about an understanding between Nancy Lammerter and him. And though he knew this was impossible, the sight of the beautiful girl in her silver satin set his head spinning.
Good evening, Dr. Kimball.
Oh, Miss Nancy, what a picture you look tonight. You won't forget your promise. You're to save a dance for me, you know. Come, Kimball. Don't you be too forward. Give the young ones fair play. There's my son, Godfrey. He's bespoken for the first dance, I'll be bound, eh, sir?
Well, no, I've not asked her yet, but I hope she'll consent if somebody else hasn't been before me. Miss Nancy?
No, I've not engaged myself.
Then I hope you've no objections to dancing with me.
No objection.
Well, you're a lucky fellow, Godfrey. But you're my godson, so I won't stand in your way.
Oh, Dr. Kimball.
Well, go ahead, sir. The music will have ended before you've begun.
Oh, yes, Miss Nancy. My arm.
Thank you.
There's the back.
There's Godfrey dancing with Miss Nancy, Dallas. Fine couple they make.
That they do, Mr. Macy. Yet I think that Godfrey's got a soft place in his head. Else why should he be turned round the finger by that awful Dancy nobody's seen of late? And let him kill that fine auntie nose, eh?
True. And another queer thing is how once he was always hanging after Miss Nancy, and then it'd come off again. Like a smell of hot porridge, as you might say. That wasn't my way when I went to courting.
Aye, but mayhap Miss Nancy hung off like. And your lass didn't, eh?
I should say she didn't. Afore I said sniff, I took care as to know she'd say snap. And pretty quick, too. I wasn't going to open my mouth like a dog at a fly and snap it to again with nothing to swallow.
I think mayhap Miss Nancy's coming round again. For Master Godfrey doesn't look so downhearted tonight. And I see he's for taking her away to sit down. That looks like sweethearting, that does.
Oh, I'm very sorry to interrupt our dance, Mr. Godfrey, but the hem seems to have come out of my skirts in the back, and I shall have to go sit down till my sister comes to mend it for me. I'm sorry to make myself troublesome. I'm sorry you've had such an unlucky partner.
That's very ill-natured of you. To be sorry you've danced with me.
Oh, no, sir, I don't mean to say what's ill-natured at all. When gentlemen have so many pleasures, one dance can make but very little difference.
You know that isn't true. You know one dance with you matters more to me than all the other pleasures of the world.
No, indeed, Mr. Godfrey. That's not known to me. And I have very good reasons for thinking different.
Would you never forgive me then, Nancy? Never think well of me? Would you never think the present made amends for the past? Not if I turned a good fellow and gave up everything you didn't like?
I should be glad to see a good change in anybody, Mr. Godfrey. But it'd be better if no change was wanted. Oh, here comes my sister now.
Then I suppose I must go? You want me to go?
I do like Mr. Godfrey.
Then I like to stay. And of the next dance.
While Godfrey Cass was letting the presence of Nancy erase everything else from his mind for the moment, Godfrey's wife was walking with slow, uncertain steps through the snow-covered Ravelo lanes toward the Red House, carrying her child in her arms.
Silas Marner by George Eliot is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the final episode of Silas Marner, and remember that there is a world of entertainment and instruction to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Silas Marner is adapted for radio by Agnes Eckhart. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Jack Lester is the narrator. Silas Marner is played by Arthur Peterson, Nancy by Geraldine Kay, Dunsey by Jim Hummelin, Godfrey by Everett Clark, Priscilla by Ruth Shames, Squire Cass by Sherman Marks, Macy by Jess Pugh, Dowless by Cliff Norton, Winthrop by George Kluge, and Dr. Kimball by Les Spears. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company, the world's great novel. The National Broadcasting Company presents the second in a two-part version of George Eliot's Silas Marner, another in our series of books that live the world's great novels.
The scene of our story is the English village of Rovolo, nestled in a well-wooded hollow, quite an hour's journey on horseback from any turnpike. Our story concerns certain people of this village, whose lives, though far removed from each other in the beginning, became closely linked through the strange forces of destiny. There was Silas Marner, the weaver of Rovolo, who for 15 years had lived as a miserly recluse in his small cottage near the stone pits. And though he had always been a subject of curiosity and speculation to the townspeople, he had of late become a favorite topic of conversation.
Still no trace of the thief that ran off with old Marner's gold, eh?
Not hide nor hair of it. And being over a month since it was stolen, I have a doubt it'll ever be found.
Little did I think when he'd be bringing some linen he'd woven that skin and bones of a man dressed in rags had such a fortune hidden by.
Ah, is the way with misers, you know. Old Marner saved his money for the sake of having it, not spending it. Was his only pleasure in life.
Aye. Never shall I forget the night he burst into the rainbow like a madman. First time he'd ever set foot in the place, yelling and moaning that his precious gold was stolen.
Coming down the street toward us now. Look how bent and shriveled he is. You'd think him 80 instead of 40. I can't help but feel pity for him.
I pity a man whose heart knows no love but that of gold.
Good morrow, Master Marner.
Huh?
May I say I trust the new year when it comes will bring you happiness?
What's that?
Oh, come on. Don't tell us you forgot this is New Year's Eve.
How could I forget? I did not know it to begin with.
Aye, New Year's Eve, to be sure. And you must be certain to sit up and hear the old year rung out and the new rung in.
Why should I?
Because, man, that will bring you good luck. Good fortune.
Fortune? Good fortune?
Aye.
You mean perhaps I shall get my gold back?
Yeah, I'm no prophet, but who knows? That is the saying.
That is the saying?
Aye.
Good fortune? Aye, perhaps my gold will be returned. I shall sit up tonight. I shall sit up and wait for it. Wait for it.
A lost soul.
Lost? Crazy, I say.
Now let us leave Silas Marner for a time and turn our attention to the big red house on the hill where lives Squire Cass and his 4 sons. Though Dunsey, the second son, has been absent since the night Marner's gold was stolen. Because the irresponsible Dunsey's disappearances were nothing unusual, no one in the town suspected the truth, that it was he who took the money. And indeed, to Godfrey, the eldest son, the absence of his brother has made life somewhat easier. For only Dunsey knew the real reason why Godfrey did not propose to the fair Miss Nancy Lammeter. Only he knew that some years before, Godfrey had married a barmaid named Molly Farren, whom, with his child, he has been able to keep hidden away in a distant village by supplying her with the money needed to quench her thirst for drink. But on this New Year's Eve at the Red House, where a festive ball is in progress, Godfrey finds it hard to remember the tragedy of his life as he dances with the beautiful Nancy.
I've so looked forward to this evening, Miss Nancy.
I'm sure we all look forward to greeting our friends on New Year's Day.
But I look forward to the honor of dancing with you.
Indeed, sir. I should imagine when gentlemen have so many pleasures, one dance can make but very little difference.
Oh, you know that isn't true. You know one dance with you matters more to me than all the other pleasures in the world.
No, indeed, I don't know that. And I have very good reason for thinking differently.
Oh, I know I've acted a bit queerly at times toward you.
Really, sir, you may save explanations as I'm not in the least interested in hearing them.
You're very hard-hearted, Nancy. You might encourage me to be a better fellow. I'm very miserable. But you have no feeling.
I think those have the least feeling that act wrong to begin with.
Oh, there seems to be some sort of commotion.
Look, it's the hermit waver, Silas Marner.
Whatever is he doing here?
Carrying something in his... Why, it's a baby.
A baby? Great heavens.
My Godfrey, what is it? You're as white as the snow in the window panes. Do you feel ill?
No, It is... Excuse me, Nancy. I must find out what it is all about. Father, what is this about?
That's it I want to know. What do you mean coming in here this way, man?
I've come for the doctor. I want the doctor. I figured him here.
Yes, I'm here, Marner. But say quietly what you want me for. Where did you get that child?
It came to me through the snow right into my cottage. I was sitting up waiting for my gold. Suddenly I looked across my room and saw something bright shining by the fire. I thought it was my gold, and then I went closer, and it was these golden curls I saw.
But whose baby is it?
Hers. The one I want the doctor for. She's dead, I think. Dead in the snow at the stone pit, not far from my door.
Dead, you say?
Aye.
And the child crawled into your cottage, eh? Well, I'll go with you and see the woman. And let somebody run and fetch Dolly Winthrop. She's the best woman to get when someone's ailing or dead.
I'll go and fetch Mrs. Winthrop.
Stay, Godfrey. There is no cause for you to run out in this weather, because some woman you never heard of is thought to be dead.
Please, Father, I really want to go. No matter what, I should accept the consequences and own that she's my wife. But I haven't the courage. I'd lose Nancy altogether, and if she's dead, I may marry Nancy. And I shall be a good fellow in the future and have no secrets. Well, I can see that the child is taken care of some way. But if she lives, well then...
Godfrey, you still there?
I waited for you as I'd come so far. Is she?
She's dead, all right. And from the looks of her, I'd say she fell down in the snow from too much drink. They must fetch her away to the workhouse tomorrow for burial. Come inside Marner's cottage. You'll be freezing your feet off.
Don't make noise. The child is sleeping.
I suppose you'll take the child to the parish tomorrow.
Who says so? Will they make me take her?
Why, you wouldn't want to keep her, would you? An old bachelor like you?
Till anybody shows they've a right to take her away from me. The mother's dead, and I reckon it's got no father. It's a lone thing, and I'm a lone thing. My money went, and this come to take its place. I won't give it up unless you make me.
Why should I?
He means any of us, Godfrey. I don't reckon there'll be interference, man.
No, of course not. Here.
Huh?
Take this money and buy that little thing some clothes.
Good morning, Master Marner.
Good morning, Miss Winthrop.
I was here last night, you remember, with Dr. Kimball, looking at the poor woman. And I said to myself then that the first thing I do this morning was to bring you the little petticoats my son Aaron wore 5 years ago. For if it be ill you spending the money on baby clothes, for the child will grow like grass. And here's the bundle, all of them clean fresh.
Thank you kindly.
I think you're in the right on it to keep the little in Master Marner, seeing as it's been sent to you. It'll be a bit troublesome to you while it's so little, but I'll come and welcome and help you care for it.
Thank you. I'll be glad if you'll tell me things, but I want to do things for it myself. Else it may get fond of somebody else and not fond of me. I've been used to fending for myself in the house. I can learn.
Oh, to be sure. I've seen men as are wonderful handy with children.
And she'll be my little one. She'll be nobody else's.
No, to be sure. You'll have a right to her if you're a father to her, and bring her up according. But,
Aye?
Well, you must bring her up like Christian folks' children and take her to church. And I never saw you in the church of a Sunday, Master Marner.
I want to do everything as can be done for a child.
whatever's right for it, and you think will do it good, I'll act according, if you'll tell me.
Well, then, Master Marner, I'll speak to the parson about the christening, and you must fix on a name for it.
My mother's name was Hepzibah, and my little sister who died was named after her.
Hepzibah?
Aye.
But wasn't it awkward calling your little sister by such a hard name when you'd got nothing big to say, Master Marner?
We called her Eppie.
Well, that'd be a deal handier. And so I'll go, Master Marner, and speak about the christening afore dark. And I'll bring my little Erin one of these days to play with her. They can become good friends.
The baby was christened, and on this occasion, Silas, as clean and tidy as could be, appeared for the first time in the church and shared in the observances held sacred by his neighbors. And a great change came over Silas Marner. Where once he had delivered his linen to the housewives without a word of greeting, he now stopped a while and talked with each of them, always on the same subject.
Master Marner, you'll well appear she takes the measles soon and easy.
I suppose it would be best at that.
Oh, she's of sturdy build even now, Marner. Aye, a healthy loss she'll be.
I made these sweetmeats for Effie, and do bring her to see me soon.
There is as many a lone man that have been wishing to take up with a little un like that, Master Marner. It just shows what a warm heart you have.
It was a bright autumn Sunday, 16 years after Silas Marner had found his new treasure on the hearth. The bells of the old Ravelo church told the morning service was ended. Among the first to leave was a tall, blond man of 40, not much changed in feature from the Godfrey Cass of 26. He was now the master of the Red House, and by his side walked his wife, even lovelier in maturity than when she was the youthful Nancy Lammeter.
Godfrey, let us wait here on the steps for Priscilla and Father. They're coming to dinner with us today.
Certainly, my dear.
Though not even Nancy noticed a shadow crossed Godfrey's face at that moment, as a simply clad old man with bent shoulders and white hair and a blossoming girl of 18 come into the sunlight. But Silas Marner and his Effie give little thought to the wealthy Cass family, except for a courteous nod of their heads. And following Effie from the church is a good-looking young fellow of 24, trying to muster up the courage to come to her side as soon as they are out in the lane.
See how pretty the red mountain ash is over the rectory wall, Father.
Aye, it is a lovely sight, my Effie.
I wish we had a little garden, Father, with double daisies in like Mrs. Winthrop. Only they say to take a deal of digging and bring in fresh soil, and well, you couldn't do that, could you, Father?
Aye, I could do it, child. If you want a bit of garden, I could work at it the morning before I sat down to my loom.
Oh.
Why didn't you tell me before as you wanted a bit of garden?
I can dig it for you, Master Marner.
Aaron?
Good morning, Aaron.
Morning, Eppie. Master Marner, it'll be play for me to dig it for you after I've done my day's gardening for Mr. Cass.
Well, if you could help me with the digging, we might get Effie her bit of garden all the sooner.
But not if you don't promise me not to work at the hard digging, Father.
Eh?
Well, I shouldn't have said anything about it, only Mrs. Winthrop said as Aaron would be
And you might have known that without mother telling. And Master Marner knows too, I hope, because I'm able and willing to do a ton of work for him. But he won't do me the unkindness to refuse it.
Oh, it'll be a dear lad there for a stone pit. We've got some flowers.
Hey?
And I'll have a bit of rosemary and bergamot and thyme because they're so sweet smelling. Oh, but there's no lavender, only in the gentlefolk's garden, I think.
Well, that's no reason why you shouldn't have some. I can bring you slips, but I'm forced to cut no end of them when I'm gardening and throw them away most. There's a big bed of lavender up at the Red House.
Oh, well, so long as you don't make free for us or ask anything is worth much at the Red House. For Mr. Cass has been so good to us and built us up the new end of the cottage and given us beds and things just out of the goodness of his heart, so that I couldn't be imposing for garden stuff.
Nah, there is no imposing. But I must go back now. Else Mother will be in trouble, as I aren't there.
After Silas and Eppie had returned to the little cottage, so different looking now than in the old days, and had eaten their simple dinner, they went out into the sun and again fell to talking of the garden.
Child, it's just come into my head. What are we to do for a fence? Mayhap Aaron can help us to a thought. But a fence we must have, else the donkeys and things will come and trample everything down.
I'll tell you, Daddy, there's lots of loose stone about the pits. Some of them not too big, and we might lay 'em atop one another and make a wall. Oh, Father, just come and look here.
What is it, child?
Well, come and see how the water's come down in the pit since yesterday. Why, yesterday the pit was ever so full.
Oh, well, to be sure, that's the draining they've begun on since harvest, I reckon. Mr. Godfrey Cass has begun the draining since he's been taking these fields of Mr. Osgood.
How odd it'll seem to have the old... See, Daddy, I can carry this stone quite too heavy.
Oh, you're fine and strong, are you? Oh, come, let us sit down on the bank here and have no more lifting. Might hurt yourself, child.
No.
You'd need to have somebody to work for you, and my arm isn't over strong.
Father, do you think it's time I got married?
Why, Eppie, have you been thinking on it?
Only since last week, Father, since Aaron talked to me about it.
And what did he say?
Well, he said that he should like to be married because he was going in 24 and had got a good deal of gardening work and...
And who is it as he's wanting to marry?
Why, me, to be sure, Daddy. As if he'd want to marry anybody else.
And you mean to have him, do you?
Yes. Sometime. No, I don't know when. Everybody's married sometime, Aaron says. But I told him that wasn't true, for I said, well, look at Father. He's never been married.
No, child. Your father was a lone man till you were sent to him.
But you'll never be lone again, Father. Aaron said, I could never think of taking you away from Master Marner, Eppie. And I said, it'd be no use if you did, Aaron. He wants us all to live together, and he'd be as good as a son to you, and he always does behave pretty to you, doesn't he, Father?
Aye, child, aye. Nobody could behave better. He's his mother's lad.
Oh, then you would like me to be married, Father?
I'll not be the man to say no, Eppie. But we'll ask your godmother. We'll ask Mrs. Winthrop. She'll wish the right thing by you and her son, too.
And on this same Sunday afternoon, in the garden of the Red House, Mrs. Godfrey Cass is walking with her sister, Miss Priscilla Lammeter.
I'm glad as anything that your husband's making that exchange of land with Cousin Osgood and beginning the dairying. My dear, you'll never be low in spirits when you've got a dairy to look after.
Ah, Priscilla, but it won't make up to Godfrey. I'm contented with the blessings we have, if only he could be contented.
Oh, it drives me past patience, that way of the men. Always wanting, and never satisfied with what they've got.
Oh, don't say so, Priscilla. It's natural he should be disappointed at not having any child. Every man likes to have somebody to work for and lay by for.
He once told me he had his heart set on adopting that Eppie child the Weaver Marner has raised.
Aye, he did some years ago, and that worries me to this day, for I was against it. I felt that to adopt a child because children of your own had been denied you was to try and choose your lot in spite of Providence.
I agree.
But now I wonder if maybe it wasn't wrong to deprive Godfrey of that pleasure. He never tried to persuade me against my will, but I can look in his eyes and know how lonely he is.
Pardon, Mum.
Yes, Jane?
Will Miss and Master Lammeter be here for tea?
No, Jane. They went home.
It's fine, Mum. Shall I serve you tea?
Has your master come into the yard, Jane?
No, he hasn't.
Then we shall wait for him.
I don't know whether you've seen him, Mum, but there's folks making haste all one way down the lane. I figure something's happened. I hope nobody's hurt.
Oh, no, I dare say there's nothing much the matter. It's perhaps Mr. Snell's bull got out again, as he did before.
Yes, Ma, I hope that's all. But the way folks is running...
Oh, Jane.
If you've no need for me, I think I'll go back to the window and watch for what I can see.
Godfrey, dear, I'm so thankful you've come. I began to
Sit down, Nancy. Sit here.
Godfrey, what is...
I came back as soon as I could to hinder anybody's telling you but me. I've had a great shock, but I care most about the shock it'll be to you.
It isn't Father or Priscilla.
No, it's nobody living. It's Dunstan. My brother Dunstan that we lost sight of 16 years ago. We found him. Found his body, his skeleton.
Where?
The stone pit has gone dry suddenly. From the draining, I suppose. And there he lies. Has lain for 16 years, wedged between two great stones. His watch and seals are still there.
Do you suppose he drowned himself?
No, he fell in. And that's it. Dunstan was the man that robbed Silas Marner.
Oh, no, Godfrey.
All the weaver's money was in the pit, too. Everything comes to light, Nancy, sooner or later. When God Almighty wills it, our secrets are found out. I've lived with a secret on my mind, but I'll keep it from you no longer. I wouldn't have you find it out after I'm dead, so I'll tell you now.
Aye, Eppie, you see, the money was taken away from me and you were sent. And the money's been kept till it was wanted for you. It takes no hold on me now. The money doesn't. I wonder if it ever could again. You did not know, Eppie, when you were such a little one. You did not know what your old father, Silas, felt for you.
But I know now, Father. If it hadn't been for you, there'd have been nobody to love me.
Ah, my precious child. The blessing was mine.
I'll go, Father.
Aye?
I wonder who it might be. Oh, what? Mrs. Cass. Master Cass.
We're disturbing you very late, my dear.
Oh, well, not at all. Please come in. Would you sit down?
Thank you, Eppie.
Oh, here, you take this chair, Mrs. Cass.
My dear.
Well, Marner, it's a great comfort to me to see you with your money again that you've been deprived of so many years. It was one of my family did you the wrong, and I feel bound to make it up to you in every way.
Well, sir, I have a deal to thank you for already. As for the robbery, I counted no loss to me, and if I did, you are not answerable for it.
You may look at it that way, Marner, but I never can. You've done a good part by Eppie, Marner, for 16 years. It'd be a great comfort to you to see her well provided for, wouldn't it? You'd like to see her taken care of by those who can make a lady of her and leave her well off?
I don't take your meaning, sir.
Well, my meaning is this, Marner. Mrs. Cass and I, you know, have no children. Nobody to benefit by our good home and everything else we have. And we should like to have somebody in the place of a daughter to us. We should like to have Eppie and treat her in every way as our own child. And Eppie, I'm sure, will always love you and be grateful to you and come to see you very often. And we should be on the lookout to do everything we could to make you comfortable.
Eppie, my child, speak. I won't stand in your way. Thank Mr. and Mrs. Cass.
Thank you, Mum. Thank you, sir. Oh, but I can't leave my father, nor own anybody nearer than him. I don't want to be a lady. Oh, thank you all the same, but I couldn't give up the folks I've been used to.
But I have a claim on you, Eppie. The strongest of all claims. It is my duty, Marner, to own Eppie as my child and provide for her. Yes, she is my own child. Her mother was my wife. I have a natural claim on her that must stand before every other.
Then, sir, why did you not say so 16 years ago and claim her before I'd come to love her? Instead of now, when you might as well take the hat out of my body.
But I think you might look at the thing more reasonably, Marner. It isn't as if you'd never see her again. And I should have thought your affection for Eppie would have made you rejoice in what was for her good, even if it did call upon you to give up something.
I'll say no more. Let it be as you will.
Speak to the child. I'll hinder nothing.
Eppie, my dear, it'll always be our wish that you'll show love and gratitude to one who's been a father to you so many years. But we hope you'll come to love us as well, and you'll have the best of mothers in my wife.
My dear, you'll be a treasure to me. We shall want for nothing when we have our daughter.
Thank you, Ma'am. Thank you, sir, for your offers. They're very great and far above my wish. But I should have no delight in life any more if I was forced to go away from my father. Know that he was sitting at home thinking of me and feeling lonely. And I'll cleave to him as long as he lives. And nobody shall ever come between him and me.
What you say is natural, my dear. Natural you should cling to those who brought you up. But there's a duty to your own lawful father.
I can't feel as I've got any father but one. I wasn't brought up to be a lady. I can't turn my mind to it. I like working folks and their houses and their ways. And I'm promised to marry a working man as'll live with father and help me to take care of him.
Godfrey.
Yes, Nancy. We had better go.
There was one time of the year which was held in Rovelo to be especially suitable for a wedding, the season of the lilacs. And on by far the sunniest of these days, the villagers of Rovelo lined the lanes to watch and admire the beauty of Eppie as she walked toward the church. She was attired in white, and her hair looked like the dash of gold on a lily. As she clasped her father's arm, she leaned toward him and said,
You won't be giving me away, Father. You'll only be taking Aaron as a son to you.
Silas Marner by George Eliot is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the National Broadcasting Company. Listen next week to the first episode in a three-part version of The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. And remember that there's a world of entertainment to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Silas Marner was adapted for radio by Agnes Eckhart. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Jack Lester is the narrator. Silas Marner is played by Arthur Peterson, Nancy by Geraldine Kay, Eppie by Martha McCain, Godfrey by Everett Clark, Priscilla by Ruth Shames, Dolly Winthrop by Mignon Schreiber, and Aaron by Charles Mountain. Others were Lucille Laurel, Cliff Norton, Sherman Marks, and Les Spears. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. The schools are yours. Whether they are good or bad depends on you. So take an alert and active interest in improving educational conditions in your community. This is American Education Week. Begin your campaign for better education by visiting a school in your community. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels.
a literary work rich in the romantic tradition of the Elizabethan period. Our novelist, Sir Walter Scott. The title, Kenilworth, a colorful tapestry woven by a master's hand. The first of 3 episodes in our series of books that live, the world's great novel.
Kenilworth, a tale of pageantry and pomp, of daring-do and chivalry, of romance and villainy, from the genius that was Sir Walter Scott's. His characters still live and breathe, and even now are waiting to be heard. Elizabeth, the Queen of England.
No, my lord, no. I must be the mother of my people. Were I as others, free to seek my own happiness, then perhaps. But it cannot be. No, I live only for my people.
And gentle Amy Robsart, lovely daughter of an English knight. Unhappy Amy, whose only love was Dudley, Earl of Leicester. She desires much, yet asks for so little.
My lord, let me sit upon this footstool at your feet. Let me look upon my love and be happy in my love.
So did Amy Robsart speak to Dudley, Earl of Leicester. But he, the ranking lord of all the realm, is most ambitious. England's queen is unmarried, and the man who won her hand would share her throne. Is it too much to hope to be a king? The Earl of Leicester seeks his answer from the stars.
Oh, distant stars, give me something of your wisdom. I would be King of England. Should I press on?
Edmund Tressilian has sworn his love for Amy Robsart. He is a soldier, and yet a man of learning. Gentle by instinct and adverse to violence, he still cannot compromise with principle.
Draw, Richard Varney. Draw your sword if you would know the vengeance of an honest man. Draw, you dog, and for a bone I'll feed you steel.
And what of Richard Varney? He is master of horse to the noble of Lord Leicester. A man of dark ambitions, Varney, well suited to serve that lord, and yet, by the very nature of his ambitions, ill suited to serve any man. So Richard Varney rides through the night and shouts to the wind.
Forward, good horse! Ambition is the spur, a kingdom's the prize. Let him stand in our way, and we'll ride down the devil himself. On to Cumnor Place! Ha-ha! There's work to be done!
So Richard Varney of dark design rides through the night on a coal-black charger. Ahead of him are the twinkling lights of the Black Bear Inn. But the captain of horse has no time for leisure. He rushes past, turns off to the left, and continues on toward the old mansion house called Cumnor Place, and the duties which await him. Inside the Black Bear Inn, there's warmth and cheer. Landlord of the inn, round-faced, beaming Giles Gosling, is entertaining his guest of the evening.
You'll have more wine, Master Tressilian?
Oh, thank you, but I've had enough.
My best Madeira. Drake's bully sailor lads took it from a ship of Spain.
Aye, they're good at that.
You don't approve?
I made no judgment. I only said they're good at taking.
They are at that. But tell me, have you heard the latest gossip of the court?
Oh, there's always gossip of the court.
But sometimes in gossip there is truth.
It still is gossip.
I agree. And when you have 2 such powerful nobles as your lords of Sussex and Leicester,
yes,
they'll talk of the rivalry which exists between them, how both contend for the hand of our good queen. Now, which one do you think she favors the most? Some think Sir Glance warms Sussex. Others swear it's Leicester she likes the better.
I know one thing.
Yes, yes.
It's England she loves the most of all.
Oh. God bless our gracious queen.
And give her happy reign.
Amen to that.
Tell me, good landlord, you have many travelers stopping at your inn?
No, my trade is mostly with the local gentry.
Oh, and I presume you know them well, their comings and goings?
Aye. Also a little knowledge of what they do between.
A birth, a wedding,
Courting they'd be known to you, eh?
Of course, of course. But why do you ask?
Oh, why not? I'm interested in county folk as much as lords and ladies. For example, the coming of a stranger in these parts would cause some comment, and you would be among the first to know it.
That's true?
Let us say, a pretty maid settled hereabouts. You'd know it?
Aha! I have you now, Master Tressilian. A gallant come a-wooing.
You could be right. You could be wrong. You might even know the answer to my question.
No. I do not think... But wait. I have a thought.
Yes?
You know the manor house called Cumnor Place, a league to the west on the left fork?
Yes, I've heard of it.
There has been talk that recently they furnished it most lavishly with Spanish footcloth, draperies from France, and fripperies, the kind that please a woman's heart.
Ah, and has a new lady arrived there?
So they say, though none can give a good description of her.
Ah. And who owns this manor house called Cumnor Place?
A fellow by the name of Tony Foster.
Ah, a man of means?
Somewhat, but stingy in purse as he is in spirit. Certainly not one to spend on fancy draperies and furnishings.
Perhaps this new tenant, this mysterious lady, has paid for them herself.
Either that, or some noble lords involved, one with pounds to spend for pretties.
Giles, have my horse saddled quickly.
But, Master Tressilian, it's late. A time only for bats and witches.
Perhaps I'll meet them where I'm going.
Cumnor Place is well guarded, and they make short work of poachers.
Perhaps. Good night, my host.
Cumnor Place, an ancient mansion house by a churchyard. Situated in the middle of a wooded park, it has a melancholy look. Fantastic turrets make their appearance along the rambling one-story structure, consisting of a number of connected wings, one of which has been converted into a lavish apartment. In the vestibule, two men are talking. One is Tony Foster, the proprietor of Cumnor Place. The other is Richard Varney, master of horse to the Earl of Leicester. But curiously, it seems to be Varney that gives the orders.
Keep a sharp watch for intruders, Foster. Many a rogue would enter this park if he had the chance.
No need for worry, Master Varney. The sentries are well posted.
Good.
When comes the Earl of Leicester?
He's been delayed by matters at the court.
The Earl of Sussex, I presume.
That's no concern of yours.
I meant no harm.
Then curb your wagging tongue. How goes it with her ladyship?
She grows resty for the Earl.
The way of all women in love. She's within her apartment now.
Indeed, she rarely leaves it, only sometimes to stroll in the garden with my daughter Janet.
Have they retired for the night?
No, still up, I think.
Then I'll speak with my high and mighty lady, although I know she has little relish for my company.
She'll receive you quickly enough if you have news of her lord.
Yes, I know her whims. I'll knock most delicately.
Who is it?
It's Master Varney, Janet. He would speak with your mistress.
Good evening, Father. And good evening to you, sir. My lady has been impatiently waiting your arrival.
Have him come in, Janet.
Wait outside, Foster, and keep sharp watch.
Aye, Master Varney.
Enter, sir.
I would talk with you, Richard Varney. Come sit here by the window.
Madam is radiant this evening. Her presence warms me.
It is not so intended.
Sometimes the first gray cloud of morning is welcome, as it precedes the coming of the sun.
You mean my lord, the Earl of Leicester, comes soon?
As fast as horse can carry him.
Oh.
In the meantime, he sends this letter to the queen of his affections.
Oh.
He also sends you this.
A gift. Oh, how sweet. I can hardly wait to find out what it is.
If Madam will let me cut the cord with my poniard.
Indeed not. No dagger for this lover's knot. Oh, dear, my fingers tremble so.
Quite naturally.
What's this?
A pearl necklace, I'd say.
Oh, they must be from the Orient. Oh, how beautiful they are.
Fit for a queen.
And now to read his letter. One word of his is worth 1,000 pearls.
You will have me wait a moment.
Yes. Stay until I've finished. His deepest love, he sends. Moments that seem like centuries. Oh, my dearest, sweetest love. My Earl of Leicester comes tonight, Master Varney.
Ah, that's good. And now, if my lady will permit me, I'll withdraw. Command me if you need me.
You may rely on that. A wonderful letter. And how beautifully he writes. And yet, strange. For he says all the lovely things I say to him. And stranger still, he tells me of his love exactly as I tell him.
An hour goes by. The old mansion crouches in the brooding darkness. Here and there a slender patch of moonlight filters through the branches of the gaunt oaks which surround the dwelling place of Tony Foster. Then, from a nearby forest, a figure suddenly emerges. The man in the black cloak pauses for a moment to look around him, then breaks into a swift run for the mansion house. Running easily and gracefully, one hand held on the silvered handle of his sword. He reaches the house, stops, glances into the lighted window just above him. A figure inside the room catches his attention. Quickly he reaches up and taps on the window. Then again.
Who's there?
It's Edmund. Edmund Tresillian, Amy. I'm coming in.
Is this your customary entrance, Edmund? Climbing up through the window and into a lady's apartment?
Close the window quickly.
Oh, yes, it is.
And now come away from it. We stand too great a risk.
It is you who takes the risk, Edmund.
I'd risk much more than this if it would win your love.
Oh, it's too late for that. Why have you come?
What? You, Amy Robesart, abducted by this vicious Richard Varney and held captive here? You'd ask me that?
I'm here by choice. This place is mine.
Oh, then I have further news for you. Your father is ill, broken-hearted with the shame you've brought upon him.
Yes. Oh, poor father. If only I'd known.
You'll come, then?
But, Edmund, it is difficult for me to leave this house. You see, I am the...
Don't say it, Amy. No need for self-reproaches. The damage has been done.
But you don't understand, Edmund. Circumstances are not exactly as they seem.
Oh, never mind. Will you go to your father with me?
I will obtain permission to leave this house. Tell my father I shall return within 12 hours. And now, dear friend, go quickly through the window as you came.
Very well.
Shh, go softly, Edmund.
And if you don't come home, I'll cook the goose of Richard Varney.
Please go.
Ah, sir. This is indeed a pleasure.
So, it's you, Richard Varney. We are well met.
No fault of yours, I'm certain. And yet I am amused. The virtuous Tresillian visiting in stealth, calling on a property belonging to another.
You'll hold your tongue, Varney.
You'll make me?
I will by my blood. You've turned the head of a foolish maid, and still you gloat and smirk. Reach for your sword, or have you no appetite for steel?
Hold a minute, Tresillian. I'll take my sacred oath Mistress Amy Robesart has received no injury from me.
You'll take your sacred oath. I'd rather see you take your sword. Draw, Varney, draw.
You have your wish. On guard.
Ho! God! Ho! Dribble! Back! Berry! Ho! Oh, what's this? Sword play in the moonlight.
Ah, the ever-alert Michael Lambourne. A fine sergeant of the guard you are. Here's a fellow slipped by your very nose.
Enough of that, good Master Varney. The Lord of Leicester's arrived.
And what of that? Come, Varney. Our business is unfinished.
Not so fast, old gamecock. Oh, Ben O'Miles, escort this fellow to the gate.
We'll rendezvous another time, Tresillian.
And next time there'll be no interference, Richard Varney.
Patience, patience, mistress. My Lord of Leicester said he'd come directly.
Am I pale, or have I too much color? Perhaps another daub or two. Oh, quickly, hand me the mirror.
Stop bobbing like a jack-in-the-box.
You must have dignity and greet your lord in grace.
Oh, I shall. I'll curtsy, so. And then I'll rise and extend my hand like this, in exquisite languor. He'll bend to kiss it, and then demurely, but quite formally, I shall say, "My lord, I bid you welcome." And he will say,
Amy, my own sweet Amy.
"My love, my sweetest love.
Ah.
Thought you'd never come."
I chafed it every hour that stood between us.
You did really? Oh, dear.
Is something wrong?
My manners. I'd practiced how I'd greet you. A sweeping curtsy, a formal speech of welcome. But I forgot.
I like you better this way.
You do.
Yes.
I love your pearls and also you.
You do?
Oh, yes. So much.
How much?
This much.
Oh, Amy. Amy, my dearest one.
Oh, but come. Where are my manners? To keep you standing at the door. I'll sit here on this chair of state as befits a noble earl.
Sit beside me, Amy.
Oh, no. No, I would admire you from this footstool at your feet. Let me look upon your ribbons, your decorations. What is this one called?
The Order of the Golden Fleece from the House of Burgundy.
And this?
The Order of St. Andrew.
And that?
Oh, come. Let's talk of other things. Suddenly there are more important topics of conversation. Eh, my sweet?
Perhaps there are.
Oh, so serious now. Such a heavy frown. I'd rather have a smile.
The news I heard today gives me little cause for smiling.
Oh? What news is this?
My father's ill.
Oh.
I beg your leave to visit him.
But, Amy, you know my position?
But he is old. He's sick. I am his only daughter. Oh, please let me go to him.
My sweet, I sympathize with you. I know you grieve. I understand, I do. But you must understand the difficulties of my circumstances. Such a visit would be a threat to my security.
But if only I could briefly visit with my father, tell him the simple truth that I'm your own true wife and no dishonored maid, he'd soon get well. Oh, please, please let me go.
I cannot, Amy.
But why?
It would be my ruin. I've told you many times that Elizabeth the Queen looks well upon me. I've gained high favor in her eyes. The stratagems of court and statecraft are most peculiar.
You'll not acknowledge me as your wife, Amy, Countess of Leicester?
In time, Amy. But to do so now would tear down everything I've built. Oh, be patient, child. Your season will come.
You don't love me.
You know I do. How can you say I don't?
You do?
How can you doubt?
Then let me go and see my father.
Oh, you ask the impossible. I cannot grant it.
I know why you refuse.
If you do, madam, you have a strange way of showing it.
An unmarried queen sits on the throne. The man who weds her would take his place as king of England. You are ambitious, sir, not one to shrink from the offer of a crown.
This is high-flown nonsense. You are my wife. How could I then accept the offer of a crown?
Oh, you reproach me now. I stand between you and your aspirations.
I'll leave you, madam. I trust you'll be in a more gracious humor when I return.
Where are you going?
To court.
To Elizabeth. Then go and cozen her with pretty speeches. Bow gracefully and kiss her hand. Keep up this hollow masquerade. The handsome and most eligible Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. A catch for any queen. Go, sir. Go and catch your queen.
The scene takes us to Lidcote Hall, the ancestral home of Sir Hugh Robsart, bordering on the wild forest of Exmoor. The ivy-clad mansion presents a peaceful look to the outside world, but inside there is no peace. Only a worried father who has given up all hope of his daughter's return.
Oh, it's no use, Edmund. Amy will not come back, I know. The hour for her return's long past. Oh, if I could see her once again.
Take heart, Sir Hugh.
Perhaps she'll come tomorrow.
No. Amy is lost to us forever.
I have it.
Yes?
I'll go to court, beseech the Queen, petition her in honor's name to right this wrong.
Perhaps that's best.
Well, the best could only be the ebbing tide of Richard Varney's life. But still, I'll take the other course and seek an audience with the Queen. Goodbye, Sir Hugh.
Goodbye, my son. God speed you on your way.
It was the year of 1576, the 18th year of the glorious reign of Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen of England. The great, the near great, and those who aspired to be great thronged the court. Conjecture, gossip, intrigue ran like a swift current through the crowd. Small wonder, then, the courtroom guards exchanged the rumors of the day.
The court's a beehive, buzzing over.
They seek the queen bee.
You mean they seek the queen because she's sweet?
She is the queen.
You mean she's sweet because she's queen, or queen because she's sweet?
Oh, devil take you and your questions. I wish our watch were over,
They say the Earl of Leicester's just arrived.
Yes, with Devil Varney at his heels.
They also say the Earl was in black humor.
No wonder. Look at Sussex over there. See how eagerly he waits the Queen?
She seems to find him most amusing. Look how she laughs.
Upon my word, my Lord of Sussex, you turn a phrase most cleverly. Leicester could have done no better were he here.
Yes, the worthy Earl does well with words.
And what do you mean by that, sir?
I mean that he's a handsome man, and from handsome men much is expected.
By whom?
By ladies.
What ladies? Yes, Boyer, what is it?
Your Majesty, a gentleman, one Edmund Tressilian, would petition you with a grievance.
We have no time for petitions. Send him No. It is my obligation as a queen to hear him out. Bring him to me, Boyer.
Yes, Your Grace.
You know this Tressilian, my Lord of Sussex?
A man of honor and a scholar, Your Grace. Recently he aided me in the recovery from a serious illness.
Ah, then he is your good friend.
Your Majesty, Edmund Tressilian.
Master Tressilian, the Earl of Sussex recommends you. I hope I find you worthy of his praise.
My royal sovereign.
Rise, Tressilian. Now, what is this petition? Speak up.
My queen, a grave injury has been done the daughter of Sir Hugh Robsart. Amy Robsart was taken by force from her father's house by Richard Varney, transported secretly to Cumnor Place, and imprisoned there. Even now, she is the captive of this Varney.
You speak the truth?
I swear it on my sacred oath.
Ah, we'll see. Boyer.
Your Majesty.
Inform the Earl of Leicester and his captain, Richard Varney, we would see them. Immediately.
Immediately, Your Grace.
I warn you, Master Tressilian, grave consequences impend if you mislead us.
My liege, the man who seeks the justice of Elizabeth knows no fear. I'll await the consequences.
The Earl of Leicester and Richard Varney.
Here he comes.
The Earl of Leicester and Richard Varney. The Earl of Leicester and Richard Varney.
And now we'll get to the bottom of this. I'll waste no time in niggling talk, but proceed straightway into the matter. First you, my Lord of Leicester.
Your Grace.
You know the maid called Amy Robsart?
Your Grace said Amy Robsart.
I did, sir. A question has been asked. You'll answer.
Yes. I know this maid.
My Lord of Leicester, are you ill? You're deadly pale.
Perhaps an indisposition come suddenly upon me.
Perhaps. Much more than perhaps.
Quiet, Sussex. Lord Leicester's had a sudden chill, no doubt. I'll call the surgeon of the court.
Nay, gracious lady, a trivial thing. It soon will pass.
Very well, sir. You know this man who stands here in your presence?
If it's Tressilian that you mean, I know him well. But I'll wager Sussex knows him even better. The two of them take camp against me.
I am not like others I know, my lord. Gracious smilers who clutch daggers beneath their cloaks.
Sir, if you
Silence! We'll have no brawling here. Contain yourselves until I've spoken. Now, Lester, this man Tressilian has lodged a serious complaint against you. Richard Varney is your man, is he not?
Yes, Majesty.
And though you yourself are not the culprit, I'll hold you to account if the accusation's true.
I await the charge.
You shall hear it. Now, you, Master Varney, is it a true statement that you've seduced to infamy the maiden Amy Robesart?
Gracious Queen, I cannot honestly deny there's been some passage of love between us.
What's this you name?
Keep out, my lord. Now, Varney, tell me, as a man of gentle breeding, could you not have asked the father for the wench's hand?
My queen, when a man loves madly, he loses all sense of reason. Besides, it was not the father's hand he sought. It was the daughter's.
My blood, you're an impudent scoundrel.
I admit the charge. It was I that abducted Amy Robesart.
Are you married to the girl?
Yes.
Varney, you're a lying dog.
I don't believe it. My Lord of Leicester is upset, Your Grace. Perhaps I should have told him what I tell you now, that Amy Robesart is my wife.
Inwardly, the Earl of Leicester burns with indignation that Richard Varney should dare thus to speak of Amy Robesart. But policy requires that he hold his tongue. Queen Elizabeth would recoil with rage from the knowledge that her favorite, he whom the world considered first suitor for her hand, is a married man. Thus the Earl stands silent, torn between love and ambition, but finding ambition the stronger. Leicester, by Richard Varney's deception, remains the reigning favorite. But only he and Varney know how unsteady is the pedestal on which he stands.
Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the second episode of Kenilworth. And don't forget that your local public library can be the source of countless hours of entertainment and instruction. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kenilworth is adapted for radio by Robert Saxton. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berkeley. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Queen Elizabeth is played by Geraldine Kay, Amy Robesart by Jane Elliott, Varney by Charles Mountain, Tressilian by Larry Alexander, the Earl of Leicester by Arthur Peterson, Janet by Joyce McCluskey, Tony Foster by Stanley Gordon, the Earl of Sussex by Donald Gallagher, Giles Gosling by Maurice Copeland, Robesart by Sidney Ostrom, and the narration by George Kluge. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Unusually severe weather conditions have created a critical fuel oil situation which may become more acute in the next 60 days. If you use fuel oil, you can help by keeping daytime house temperatures at 68 degrees, by turning off heat in unused rooms, keeping doors and windows closed, and by making sure your heating system is in good
The world's great novels.
Few authors of the early 19th century received greater acclaim than Sir Walter Scott. And now, more than 100 years later, his works are still favorites for their rich variety of character, background, and incident. The National Broadcasting Company presents the second episode in its three-part dramatization of Sir Walter Scott's Kenilworth, another in our series of books that live the world's great novels.
It is England in the year 1576, and Elizabeth is queen. She governs her kingdom wisely. Instinctively a ruler, she is at all times equal to the demands of her throne. Now, as she holds audience, she hears a serious charge, an accusation made by Edmund Tressilian.
It was Richard Varney who by force took Amy Robsart from her father's house. Even at this very moment, Amy Robsart is Richard Varney's prisoner at Cumnor Place.
This is choice scandal, scandal with deep implications. For Richard Varney is captain of horse to the Earl of Leicester, and Leicester is the favorite of Queen Elizabeth. More than once it has been rumored.
They say the Queen will marry the Earl. If so, we'll have a handsome king. You know, I've even heard it said that...
And many things have been said of the Queen's fondness for the Earl of Leicester. The court wonders how Elizabeth will react to this charge against Richard Varney.
I'll waste no time in niggling talk. Richard Varney, is it true that you've seduced to infamy the maiden Amy Robsart?
The Earl stands in guilty confusion, but Varney answers smoothly.
Gracious Queen, I cannot deny there's been some passage of love between us.
Are you married to the girl?
Yes.
The court revels in this new sensation, but they do not know that Richard Varney has lied to save his master, that Amy Robsart is actually the secret bride of Leicester himself. Thus, they misunderstand the jealous bridegroom's outbreak.
Varney, you're a lying dog.
Nor does the Earl of Leicester understand at first that Varney has usurped the role of husband only to maintain his master as an eligible suitor for the hand of Queen Elizabeth. For Richard Varney will stop at nothing to crown the Earl of Leicester King of England. But there are two men who are not so easily convinced. One is the Earl of Sussex, powerful rival to the Earl of Leicester. He wonders at the reason behind the anger and confusion of his antagonist. The other, the accuser of Richard Varney and the man who loves Amy Robsart, Edmund Tressilian. And now, Tressilian quietly withdraws from the crowd, saying in his secret thoughts,
Richard Varney lies, but I'll concede he wins the first hand of the game. Who knows? Perhaps he'll lose the next.
Elizabeth has been Queen of England for 18 years. In that time, she has become expert in the affairs of politics and state. Anxious to put an end to the hostility existing between the lords of Sussex and Leicester, she quickly summons both to a private audience.
My lord, I will be brief. You are the two most powerful nobles in my kingdom, and always at each other's throats. Such conflict creates dissension in the ranks, and this is bad for England. I dislike what's bad for England. Therefore I bid you stop this feuding. I bid you be friends. My Lord of Sussex?
Gracious Queen, I'm not the instigator of what you choose to call feuding.
Sussex, you'll put no blame on me for that. I meet good with good. And when ill is done me, I return it quickly.
Now hold! I said I'd stop this brawling, and I will. You'll break off your quarrel this moment. And now, clasp hands in friendship. Come, Sussex. And you, Leicester.
And then, here's my hand.
And mine.
Ah, that's good. And what I like to see. One hand on another in faith and fellowship. Much better than hands which press against a sword hilt. And now, good gentlemen, the occasion demands a fitting celebration.
A celebration, gracious lady?
Indeed. A revel, blithe and gay, jugglers and dancers, maskers and pretty maids. A revel worthy of the name of Leicester.
Of me, your grace.
There's no better host in all of England than Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester. Or, so they tell me.
Fair lady, I bid you to come to my castle at Kenilworth. I'll do my best to entertain, but I fear me I'll do no justice to the name of Leicester.
How so?
I speak as host to a beautiful lady, and in the circumstance no rebel can fittingly express the sentiments of Leicester, your servant.
If my lady will permit, I'll leave certain matters which require my attention.
Stay, good Sussex. We'll talk of the good times we'll have at Kenilworth.
I'll not be able to enjoy the hospitality of Leicester.
What? But why? What is the reason?
My health, your grace. Recently, in my own house, I was stricken by a most mysterious illness, whose strange nature baffled the physician who attended me. Fortunately, I was in time able to produce the proper remedy.
Does Sussex mean he anticipates a recurrence of this ailment if he comes to Kenilworth?
I must be careful, my lord.
Nonsense, Sussex. A little gaiety will do you good. I'll be displeased if you're not among the company.
I yield to the wishes of my gracious queen.
And now, my Lord of Leicester, when shall we hold these revels?
A week from now would please your grace?
It would. And, Leicester, one more request.
You have only to name it.
See to it that Richard Varney attends this function.
Richard Varney?
And have him bring this wife of his, the creature who was Amy Robesart. I've a curiosity to meet and talk with her.
But, gracious queen, I am not sure.
You will make sure, my Lord of Leicester. I charge you directly with the responsibility for her appearance. I look forward to a meeting with this baggage, this light of love whom Richard Varney stole for his bride.
A day goes by. The Earl of Leicester has left the court and is now at Kenilworth Castle. It is morning, and the Earl, who has spent a sleepless night, is in no happy frame of mind when Richard Varney enters his private apartment.
Your lordship rested well, I hope.
I could not sleep. The devil plagued my thoughts the whole night through.
He plagues us all at times.
Oh. Not you, I'm sure.
Come, my lord, you should feel in high spirits.
And why?
You've gained a triumph over Sussex. It's plain the Queen's more fond of you. Who knows what crowning glory waits?
Varney, you've involved me in a web of lies. You've led me on, raised my ambitions. Now these same ambitions are traitor to my love.
Perhaps it's better said your love has been a traitor to your ambitions. In taking Mistress Amy as your wife, you may have missed the chance of being...
Of being what? Say it, Varney.
I'll say it then. Of being king. You could be. What is not for.
You rave. And yet, you could be right. For the coming of Elizabeth and her company. And I suggest you leave immediately for Cumnor Place. And, in your dealings with the Countess, I hope for your discretion.
Trust me, my lord. And if you have no further use for Olasco, I'll take him with me.
If he has some connection with your plans, then take him. Goodbye.
Goodbye, my lord. Olasco, you bungling fool!
Let me go, you devil!
Fine spices indeed you sold the cook of Sussex. You swore to me the spices contained a rare and powerful poison.
Let me go.
Poison enough to kill Sussex and 20 more.
Lads, I tell you, let me go. Oh, my arm. I did as you commanded. The poison was administered to Sussex. That I know.
But he still lives.
Then there is but one answer. An antidote. An efficacious remedy was given the Earl. It saved his life.
But how? You told me the nature of this remedy was only known to you.
To me? And only one other man. The fellow who once served me.
And who's that?
His name is Wayland Smith. He disappeared. If I could get my hands on him...
And so say I. And now, Alasco, we're off to Cumnor Place.
But why should I come with you?
Because I have need of your services. Perhaps this time you'll have more luck with your poison.
And whom will I give it to?
The Mistress Amy shall be the recipient.
No, I'll do no harm to her.
Who said anything of harm? I only mean a drug. One which will lull her senses and make her sleep a long, long time. Come, Alasco. We leave for Cumnor Place at once.
Richard Varney and Alasco, his man of many talents, leave for Cumnor Place. But unknown to them, another plan is taking shape not far away. In the palatial manor house of the Earl of Sussex, two men are talking. One is Edmund Tressilian, the antagonist of Richard Varney. The other is the man whom the sorcerer Alasco would like to meet. He's the little-known but trusted lieutenant to Edmund Tressilian, Wayland Smith.
Master Tressilian, I saw the devil himself today.
The devil? What are you talking about, Wayland Smith?
I speak of my former master, the evil one of many names. In the old days, he called himself Dr. Dobuby, and sometimes Demetrius. But now I think his name is Alasco.
And where did you see this Alasco?
At Kenilworth. I chanced to be passing through the courtyard. I looked up and saw him gazing out the window.
Did he see you?
I hope he didn't. I'm sure he didn't, Master Tressilian.
Good.
And now I'm certain it was Alasco that mixed the draught which poisoned the good Earl of Sussex.
It's fortunate you knew the remedy.
I should. I learned it from the evil one.
Then Alasco's in the pay of Leicester.
There's Varney, too.
I've not forgotten him.
What next, Tressilian? The game is fast. The cards are falling.
I know. And Mistress Amy is in danger.
But if she is really Richard Varney's wife...
I don't believe it. But still, that's not important. Amy is a good, sweet girl. She must be protected.
So, Master Tressilian?
Wayland, saddle your horse immediately. Ride fast to Cumnor Place.
But once I'm there, what will I do?
Oh, I cannot tell you. Look around, listen, and observe.
I will.
You're sharp and keen. You have a facility for disguise.
You're right. Disguise would be in order.
Then you leave immediately.
I will. I've a good fast horse and should arrive at Cumnor Place in the morning.
The scene is Cumnor Place in the apartment of the Countess Amy, wife of the Earl of Leicester. The young girl angrily faces Richard Varney.
You lie. The Earl of Leicester would never give his consent to such deception.
But he has, milady. You are to accompany me to Kenilworth as my wife. My lord commands it.
I'll not believe it. My husband is a man of honor. This is your doing, Richard Varney.
But this masquerade will be of short duration. Only long enough to satisfy the curiosity of Queen Elizabeth, who has insisted you come.
I'll come, but only as the wife of Leicester. I'd die before I'd go as yours.
Madam refuses, then?
I do. I married with the Earl in love and tenderness. I wanted nothing. Only him. His happiness was my dearest wish. And even should he do me false, I'll go on loving him until I die. And I'd rather die in the fullness of my love than live in mockery as the wife of one I hate.
I'll have a final answer, madam. Once more, will you come with me to Kenilworth and appear there as my wife?
No. Never.
Alasco! Alasco! Come here at once.
What is it, Richard Varney?
The Countess Amy is not well. Prepare the potion now. I'll bring it to her myself. And now, milady, I've an elixir for your nerves. Drink. Drink, I tell you.
Come,
Madam, come. I'll take you into the garden. The air will do you good.
Oh, leave me be, Varney. I drank the cup. Isn't that enough?
Dearest lady, this is not Richard Varney. It's Janet Foster. Janet, your maid.
Janet.
Now walk faster. It will circulate the blood.
Oh, Janet. Oh, his eyes were horrible. He made me drink a poison cup.
Oh, it was not poison. It was a potion to induce long sleep. I know. I heard him speaking with Alasko. Here. Now sit on this garden bench. The air will soon revive you.
Oh, I think I feel a little better now.
White as driven snow, cypress black as any crow, loves as sweet as dainty roses, powders made for face and noses.
Janet, who's that?
It's the peddler, milady. He chants his wares.
Let us see what he carries in his pack. Call him.
Peddler, come here.
Ah, good day to you, ladies. I've an abundance of wares. Fine fabrics, poplin, cambrics, damask, cypress. Or perhaps you'd like a fancy trinket, no?
Oh, Janet, I feel quite ill again.
Tell me, are you called Amy Ropesart?
Why, yes, that was my name.
You drank a potion of some kind, and now you're ill.
Yes, but...
Then take this quickly. It will cure you.
Oh,
No. You've no cause to fear me. I'm a friend.
Are you?
Friend.
Who are you?
My name is Wayland Smith. Edmund Tressilian sent me.
Tressilian.
You are in danger, my lady. I've come to take you away.
Oh, Mistress Amy, go with him. You are in danger here. Go now. Go quickly. Please.
I have 2 horses hidden behind the hedgerow. You understand?
Yes.
Then in half an hour, meet me there. Will you risk it?
I will. Even half an hour more is too long to spend at Cumnor Place.
I'll be waiting for you.
Linens white as driven snow, cypress black as any crow.
Ho, Lamborn, on the double.
What is it, Barney? What's amiss?
See nothing more, Michael Lamborn. Mistress Amy is gone. Our little wren has flown the nest. Rouse the men. I'll teach this bird song.
But Wayland Smith is a fox that's run too many times from the hounds. With the Countess Amy, he doubles back on his pursuers, and for several days the two take refuge in a farmer's cottage. Then, knowing that the grand celebrations are to begin next day at Kenilworth, Smith conducts Amy there by night. They wait outside the castle gates, and the next morning they enter the great courtyard. Maskers, dancers, jugglers, yeomen, and other revelers prance and caper around them.
But Wayland, this is madness. If we should meet with Richard Varney...
There's safety in a crowd like this, my lady. Enjoy yourself. Listen to the minstrel and the other
once I loved a pretty maid.
Pretty maid, did she love you?
I'm the king of all the jugglers.
He's a jiggler.
He's a juggler.
No, I am a juggler.
Where are you taking me, Master Smith?
To a room in the South Tower. I will hide you there.
Once I kissed a pretty maid.
This pretty maid, did she kiss you?
I even juggle in my sleep.
Sleeps and juggles.
Sleep?
No, I juggle.
What is it, Mistress Amy?
Look out. Here comes that bully, Michael Lamborn.
Draw your mantle over your face. You're not so fast, me pretty wench. Brave Mike here will have a kiss from you. She's the kind that doesn't take the kissing. Come on, I'll teach you how.
Take your hands off the girl, or I'll give you a buffet over the ear.
Come, he'll bother you no more.
I couldn't see her face, but somehow she seemed familiar.
He's one of Varney's men at Cumnor Place. I'm afraid.
Now stop the worrying. He's far too gone on drink to recognize you. Here's the entrance to the tower. I'll take you up, and then I'll send Tressilian in to see you.
But, Amy, why this mystery? Is there nothing you can tell me? I wish to help you.
Tressilian, I can only tell you that I am not the wife of Varney, that things aren't what they seem. There is one I must protect.
Oh, it's you that need protection. I'm going to have this matter out. The Queen will soon arrive. I'll tell her.
No, please don't.
What then?
Give me a day to seek the intervention of one who can help me.
And if this person fail you?
Then you can go and tell the Queen. And Tressilian.
Yes?
You are my friend. So good and sweet. You're very dear to me. And now it's dangerous for you to stay. Please go.
Very well, Amy. But remember, if conditions are unchanged after 24 hours, I'll seek Elizabeth and tell her all I know.
Now to the Earl of Leicester's private apartment at Kenilworth. Michael Lambourne has brought news. News which Richard Varney eagerly presents to the white-faced Earl of Leicester.
Lord, I tell you, it is so. The Countess Amy is here in this very castle.
I can't believe it.
Then hear it from this fellow's lips. I'll bring him in. Lambourne.
Amy here. Impossible.
Yes, sir, Captain Varney.
Tell the Earl what you told me.
Sir, your lady is at this moment hidden in the South Tower.
The South Tower accommodates the company of the Earl of Sussex.
Yes, and she occupies the room of one of his men, Edmund Tressilian.
It can't be so. It can't be.
Oh, but it's true, your lordship. I observed them. I listened at the keyhole. I know what's going on.
Then tell me.
I heard your mistress say, you're good, you're sweet, you're very dear to me.
Go on.
And then she said, it's dangerous for you to stay. Now go.
You see, my lord?
And then I heard a man's voice say, I'll seek the Queen and tell her all about it.
You unspeakable lying dog. Get out of here.
But, sir, I...
Go on, go, or I'll cut out your tongue myself.
She's deceived you. Tressilian is her lover, there is no doubt.
But Amy has no faculty for deception.
Yet she is in the lodging of this Tressilian, and he, you'll not forget, is in camp with Sussex.
That's true.
Not only has she deceived you, betrayed you, she's in league with your enemies.
Yes, but Amy may be fickle and impatient, true. Misguided, yes, but never false in love.
This fellow Lambourne heard them. Heard their whispered words.
I say lies. He's a braggart. He loves sensation.
And then there was that time I told you of at Cumnor Place, when I surprised him stealing from her window.
As if you had only told me then.
I wish to spare you pain.
But why? Why, if she's guilty, does she come here to Kenilworth? She'd be much safer at her father's house.
Is not such bravado the very proof of her infatuation? Can't you see it? Or are you like any devoted husband, blind to a wife's deceits?
Perhaps you're right at that. Perhaps she hid from me a character I never knew existed.
And would you put your trust in such a woman? When her presence here is a deadly threat to your security?
Let me think.
Soon Elizabeth arrives. She'll go to her. Then the fat falls in the fire, and you will burn in the Queen's displeasure.
That's so. That's so. I'll be undone. Ruined forever.
You will be. You will fall from favor. And why? When you can climb even higher. When you can climb to the very heights and take the crown of England for your own. Huh? The Queen is coming. How will you greet her? As the most eligible Earl of Leicester? Or as the foolish husband of the woman who stained his honor?
Husband. She's no wife of mine. I'm done with her. Done, do you hear me?
And what will you do with her?
I do not care.
Then if she dies, it will not matter.
What are you talking about?
Well, she must die. It's the only way.
But not murder.
And, my Lord of Leicester, I must take leave of you. I have served you in love, in faith, in devotion, but I will not serve a man who's careless with his honor. A man who lets a woman ruin his life. A man too cowardly to cap a brave ambition. Goodbye, my lord.
Varney, don't leave. If you desert me, there's no one else. I'll be alone. Stay. What will you have me do?
She deserves to die.
Then let her die.
And now my lord's regained his senses. I knew he would.
What will you do, Varney?
I'll take the wench to Cumnor Place and put an end to her. And now, before I leave, just one thing more.
Yes?
Give me your signet ring as a token of your authority.
Here. Why do you need it?
Because I'll need help for what I have to do.
Richard Varney's triumph is complete. He has overcome the Earl of Leicester's last objection and obtained from him his signet ring, a ring which is the death warrant of the Countess Amy. Yet Elizabeth the Queen has commanded that the young woman appear before her. Nevertheless, Varney stands ready to defy the royal authority. And now, as Queen Elizabeth approaches Kenilworth Castle, Richard Varney prepares to leave for Cumnor Place with his intended victim.
Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the final episode of Kenilworth. And let us remind you that your local public library can be the source of great entertainment. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kenilworth is adapted for radio by Robert Saxon. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Queen Elizabeth is played by Geraldine Kay, Amy Robsart by Jane Elliott, the Earl of Leicester by Arthur Peterson, Richard Varney by Charles Mountain, and the narration by George Kluge. Edmund Tressilian is played by Larry Alexander, Michael Lambourne by Donald Gallagher, Alasco by Sherman Marks, Wayland Smith by Harry Elders, and Janet by Joyce McCluskey. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the third and final episode of Kenilworth. The turbulent days of Queen Elizabeth return in another of the series of books that live, the world's great novels.
Richard Varney has used the black thread of deception in his scheme to make a king of his master, the Earl of Leicester. And now these threads of evil have spun a web of danger as Varney forces Leicester into a terrible decision, that the Countess Amy, wife of Leicester, must die, because the Earl believes Varney's false accusation that his wife has been unfaithful to him. By removing Amy, Varney seeks to overcome the only obstacle in Leicester's campaign to win the crown by marrying Queen Elizabeth. And now, at Kenilworth Castle, the jubilee in honor of Queen Elizabeth has begun. The Earl of Leicester assumes a gaiety he does not feel and graciously entertains his sovereign, unaware that in another part of the castle, his despairing wife has written him a letter, one which offers full proof of her innocence.
And because I was afraid that Richard Varney would kill me, I escaped from Cumnor Place and came here to Kenilworth. In that, I was aided by Wayland Smith, servant to Edmund Tressilian. I've taken refuge in the apartment of Tressilian, who has been nothing more than my good friend. Occupied as you are with many things, I realize you have little time for me. But if I could see you, look upon you, love you, I would be happy. Forever yours, Amy. And now, Master Smith, if you'll promptly deliver this letter to my Lord of Leicester.
Depend on it, Mistress Amy.
I promised my master, Edmund Tressilian, I'd serve you faithfully.
This letter means so much to me. My safety, my happiness depend on its delivery.
I understand, my lady.
Oh, if only I could see him for a moment. But my Lord of Leicester entertains the Queen.
In another part of the castle, Richard Varney finds the Earl of Leicester somewhat wanting in enthusiasm.
Varney, I've little stomach for these revels. I wish...
If you're thinking of the woman who betrayed you, forget her. I'll be leaving soon for Cumnor Place, and there I'll put an end to her.
She deserves to die. And yet...
No weakening, my lord. The time has come to play your cards. Play them right, and you'll take the queen. And you'll be king.
One thing at a time, Varney. First, I must talk with Elizabeth. Under the proper circumstances, mind you.
She's in the garden now. Fine romantic setting for a courtship. And in the meantime, I'll be looking in on the Countess Amy. I must prepare her for the journey.
But Richard Varney discovers upon reaching Amy's room that she has escaped. Immediately, he begins a feverish search of the castle. At the same time, Wayland Smith discovers he has lost the letter which Amy had entrusted him to deliver to the Earl of Leicester. The Earl himself is in the garden with Queen Elizabeth.
Sit here, my lady.
My lord.
You are comfortable?
How could I be otherwise, when the gracious Earl of Leicester is my host?
It is not a man of title who is your host. It's Robert Dudley.
But a generous host, all the same. Oh, by the way, my lord, I haven't seen your captain, Richard Varney. Is he about?
Why, yes, he is.
I hope he's not forgotten I wish to meet this Amy, the wench he married.
Varney's not one to ignore the wishes of his queen, nor am I one to be oblivious to her beauty.
Dudley.
You are my queen, and I your subject. As such, you command a deep affection. But now the time has come to tell you how I feel. That to me you're both queen and woman. Elizabeth, I wish...
Dudley, please.
But, dearest lady...
No, Dudley. The ties that make the ordinary woman happy are denied to me. Were I as others, free to seek my own happiness, then indeed... But no, it cannot be. Give me time to think. Please, leave me.
As my lady wishes. I'll await your answer.
In her agitation, Elizabeth walks restlessly from the garden into an adjoining grotto. For a moment, she contemplates the sparkling fountain. Rising above it is an alabaster column and a figure half hidden behind it.
So cunningly fashioned, this piece of statuary. It needs only a magician's wand to make it... But it moves. Ah, fair nymph. Are you spellbound? Speak, we command you.
Gracious Queen.
Child, what's wrong? Stand up and tell me, what is it you want?
Your protection, madam.
Every daughter of England has that, if she's worthy of it. Now, tell me why you ask protection.
I don't know.
This is foolish. You must answer our question. Come.
I beg your protection against Richard Varney.
Ah. And now we know you. You're his wife. Amy.
My lady, I'm not his wife, I swear it. I'd rather be the bride of death itself.
What are you then, maid, wife, or paramour? Speak up, we command you.
The Earl of Leicester knows.
What? You'd slander him, the noblest lord in all of England? Come, we'll find him. We'll have this out at once. And now, my lord of Leicester, you know this young woman here?
I do, my lady.
You've deceived me, Leicester. Your head is in peril.
Madam,
If it falls, it will be by sentence of my peers to whom I'll plead, not to a princess who repudiates my faithful service.
My lords, you hear that? We are defied. Marshal, take this man. Attach him for high treason.
Oh, but gracious lady, he's done no wrong, I swear it.
Now, what's this, you baggage? You told me the Earl of Leicester was witness to your injustice.
Your Grace.
And what's this intrusion, Barney?
Your pardon, my liege. But if there's a punishment to be inflicted, let it fall on me, not on my Lord of Leicester. He is innocent.
Oh, madam, do anything you wish to me. Put me in a dungeon. Oh, but please, I beg you, with the little reason I have left, remove me from the presence of this unspeakable Barney.
Catch her. The child seems faint. Call our court physician. Have him attend her. In the meantime, we will wait for his report.
And none awaits the report more eagerly than Richard Varney, who, when it is available, hurries to his master, the Earl of Leicester.
Ah, my lord, I bring good news.
Yes? The physician has examined her?
He has, but he can make no progress with her. She refuses to answer any questions. What's more, she refuses to give any reason for her silence. And so he'll testify she's afflicted with a mental disorder and should be committed to the custody of her friend.
Good. And what of Tressilian? He's still to be reckoned with.
He'll not know of her departure. I'll remove the lady at daybreak and take her with me to Cumnor Place. I promise that Master Tressilian will receive his just deserts tomorrow, just as I promised that the Mistress Amy will hold her tongue forever.
Richard Varney has departed for Cumnor Place with Amy. And now the jubilee in honor of Queen Elizabeth is in full swing. Many of the revelers still wear their masks. At the moment, the Earl of Leicester has wandered restlessly to the rear of the banquet room. And when a man wearing a black mask suddenly speaks to him, he is startled.
My lord. My lord, I would like to speak with you.
Who are you? And what do you want?
I've come in honor, you may be sure of that. But I must talk with you privately.
I demand your name.
I am Edmund Tressilian.
What?
Because I made a promise, I've kept silent. But now the time is up, and I can speak with you.
And what does Master Edmund Tressilian wish?
Justice, my lord.
And you, sir, are most deserving of it. Rest assured that you shall have it.
Then I may meet you in your private chamber?
No, not under any roof of mine. Meet me in the garden after the Queen has retired.
I will be waiting for you.
Not as anxiously as I'll wait for you.
My lord.
Oh. Yes, boy, what is it?
The Queen wishes you to join her.
Oh. I'll come immediately.
Oh, Leicester, you come in time to settle a dispute between us ladies. Now, Richard Varney has asked our permission to depart from Kenilworth with his lady, but the Duchess of Rutland swears he'll carry his poor insane wife no further than the lake, to plunge her in and return a jolly widower. What do you say, my lord? You think him capable of such a scoundrel's trick?
It's my opinion the ladies think too lightly of their own sex and too ill of ours. Certainly no such punishment would be inflicted on an innocent girl.
Hear him now. Like all men, he'd excuse male cruelty while accusing us of fickleness. But come, the hour is late and time to call an end to our gay evening.
The Earl of Leicester hurried straight to his apartment, his mind a turmoil of doubt and misgivings. Perhaps the voice of Elizabeth still rang in his ears.
The Duchess of Rutland swears he'll carry his poor insane wife no further than the lake, that he'll plunge her in and return a jolly widower.
And perhaps Leicester could not forget how Amy saved him from the anger of the Queen. At any rate, he commanded his valet to send Richard Varney to him immediately.
But your lordship, Richard Varney has already left the castle.
I see. Did he leave any of his men behind?
Michael Lambourne, I believe.
Send him to me.
Yes, my lord.
Amy must be punished. But somehow, the thought of murder... No.
No. I'll write Barney a letter. I've decided to postpone the matter and trust it to your care. I strictly command you proceed no further with the Countess until you hear from me. I also command you to return my signet ring by speedy messenger. Come in, Lamont. Now, how soon can you overtake your master?
If men and horse so loud, my lord, I'll do it in an hour.
Then do it, and make certain you deliver this letter to Varney himself.
I'll spare neither time nor horse, sir.
I'll expect it of you, and now be off. I have an engagement of my own that I must keep in the garden.
And so, at the time appointed, the Earl of Leicester and Edmund Tressilian face each other in the moonlight.
And now, Master Tressilian, why all this secrecy?
My lord believes I am his enemy.
Have I not cause?
I speak for Amy Robesart, who's recently escaped from unjust confinement. She exacted a promise from me that I'd not interfere until she'd made every effort to have her rights acknowledged.
Rights acknowledged? By whom?
By whom? Whom else but her unworthy husband? It concerns no one's honor as much as it does your own. Therefore, I make these demands on you.
Honor? You talk of me of honor? You? I'll teach you honor with my sword. Come, Tressilian, defend yourself.
But why are you angry?
Draw your sword.
Oh, and here it is.
Oh, what's that? Is this horse play going on? What is it?
Oh, quickly, in here behind this bush.
It doesn't matter where it came from. There'll be no dueling near the quarters of the Queen. Come, our gamecocks must be spawning in some other place.
We'll meet at noon tomorrow in the grove of oaks 1 mile from here. It will afford a greater privacy to settle our dispute.
I'll await your pleasure.
Meanwhile, Richard Varney and his party are traveling by night for Cumnor Place. Kenilworth is only a few miles behind them when the leader of the group signals a halt.
What is it, Barney?
There's someone coming. Listen.
A horseman. Who can it be?
I'll soon find out. Foster, go on ahead with the Countess Amy. I'll deal with this fellow, whoever he is, and then catch up with you.
Be careful.
Ah, it's Michael Lambourne. I looked for you when I left Kenilworth, but likely you were guzzling in the wine shop.
None of your insolence, Varney.
The rooster crows, does he?
Look here, Richard Varney. I've got a message for you. A most important one.
From his lordship?
Yes.
And what is it?
Varney, his lordship says, is to pay the utmost respect to my Lady Amy. I trust you to be looking to it, his lordship says. And Lambert, me lad, he says, you're to take my signet ring from Varney and bring it back with you. There.
Ah, he did indeed. You know all, then?
All there is to know.
Tell me, was anyone present when my lord gave you these instructions?
Oh, not a living soul. You think the Earl would entrust such matters to anybody but me?
That's true enough, good Michael.
Don't Michael me. I've had enough of you, Richard Varney. From now on, I look out for myself.
Ah, you fool. Then I have a present for you.
What's this? Pistol?
Yes. Poor Michael Lambourne. Help!
In the grove of oaks a mile from Kenilworth, the grim-faced Leicester once more faces his hated adversary, Edmund Tressilian.
You're punctual, sir.
It is my custom.
Most commendable, I'm sure. But in this case, likely to be fatal.
Perhaps for you.
Now, sir, we'll resume where we left off. Ready?
Ready.
No, I have you! You've lost your sword. Confess your treachery before you die.
I've done no wrong. Still, I'm not afraid to die. Although God knows I've given you no cause.
No cause. Hear him. Sir, you're a liar, and you'll die a liar. Now then...
Hold down, my lord. Don't kill him.
But boy, let go my arm. I warn you, let go, I'll run you through.
Wait, sir. I have a letter for you. See?
What?
So you have. And in Amy's hand. Where did you get this letter?
I found it. I should have brought it to you promptly. Forgive me.
I'll vouch for him, my lord. He's Dickie Sludge. Sometimes mischievous, but always honest.
Yes. It is from Amy.
I realize you have little time for me, but if I could only see you, look upon you, love you, I would be happy. Forever yours, Amy.
Amy. Tressilian, I've done her a great wrong. And now that devil Varney has her.
Varney? Then she's in great danger.
I know.
Then I'll take the matter up with Varney, her betrayer.
Varney, her betrayer. No, it is I. Amy Robesart is my wife.
Your wife? Oh, this is news indeed. News which concerns Queen Elizabeth. I'll go straight to her and demand that Amy be publicly acknowledged as your wife.
Oh, no, this is my affair, sir. I'm the one who will tell Elizabeth. I'll go to her now.
And then?
And then I'll ride to Cumnor Place, praying I come in time.
Elizabeth the Queen is temperate in judgment, forthright in decision, but in anger, devastating. In the Queen's private apartment at Kenilworth, the white-faced Earl of Leicester kneels at his sovereign's feet. His sword, unbuckled, lies before him on the floor. Beside him stands Lord Shrewsbury, Earl Marshal of England, holding his baton of office. Tressilian enters, and Queen Elizabeth lashes out at him.
Arthur! And now you've come! You knew of this deception?
Gracious madam, I did not know the Mistress Amy was Leicester's wife.
My lady, Tressilian's been no party to my crime.
And let me tell you, my Lord of Leicester, he'll be no better for your saying so. Ha! Elizabeth, the laughing stock of her court! I could tear my eyes out for their blindness!
Your Grace.
Yes, Burley.
Madam, remember you're a queen. Don't give way to this passion.
Burley, you're a statesman. As such, you wouldn't understand the scorn, the misery this man has heaped upon me.
Dear lady, I am a statesman, but also a man. One grown old in your counsels. I have but one wish on earth, your glory and happiness. I beg you to be composed, or you will cause others to guess what they know not.
Oh, you're right, Burley. Anything but disgrace, anything but to seem slighted. My Lord of Leicester, rise. Take up your sword. Your quarter hour in custody is no great punishment for the falsehood you've inflicted on us. Yes, you've been a brave and noble gentleman, a gallant knight, a handsome courtier, skilled in flattery and compliments, a good protecting husband.
Your Grace has pardoned so much. She should forgive certain sentiments of my own, expressions which I made yesterday, which she received with no offense.
By heaven, your boldness passes all belief! Hear this, my lords! The Earl of Leicester's secret marriage has cost me a husband and England a king! Ha!
Madam, I beg you, take my head if you will, but spare me this ridicule.
And what would you have me do, my lord?
Grant me permission to travel to Cumnor Place.
And fetch home your bride? Ah, no. You've forgotten you're our host at Kenilworth. It would be small courtesy to leave us without a landlord. Ah, no. I'll send another in your place. Tressilian, you shall go to Cumnor Place. But first, secure a warrant for the bodies of Richard Varney and the astrologer who calls himself Velasco. Bring back the Mistress Amy in honor and health. And now, gentlemen, God be with you. Be off to Cumnor Place.
And meanwhile, at Cumnor Place, Varney, Foster, and Amy have just arrived. Varney has been on a tour of inspection.
Foster! Foster, where are you?
Yeah, Varney.
As soon as we arrived, I went directly to Alasko's laboratory.
Yes?
Our friend has gone, exhaled.
What?
Yes, he's dead. Apparently he'd been mixing some devil's brew. The glass mask he'd used must have slipped and fallen from his face. Inhaled his own poison and so exhaled.
Alasko dead.
Yes, he is. We'll miss both him and his prescriptions. And Michael Lambourne, too.
Where is Lambourne?
Ask no questions. If you're true to yourself, someday you'll meet him. And now, the Mistress Amy is still in her apartment?
She is.
And you've sent your daughter Janet away?
I have, Master Varney.
Good. Then let's go upstairs to that little vestibule just outside your room. We've work to do. And stop cringing like a dog.
I'll not harm the girl. I'll have no part of it.
That won't be necessary. I have a plan. Ah, here we are. The vestibule. Mm-hmm. I think this will do it, Master Foster.
I don't understand.
You will. Now, in there's your room?
Yes.
And if the Countess were confined there, her only means of exit would be across this vestibule?
You mean the trapdoor?
I do. The entire floor of this small vestibule is the trapdoor. If it were open, and a person were suddenly to leave your room...
From the doorway, they'd step off into yawning space and plunge 40 feet to the lowest level of Cumnor Place.
Good. And now let's try the lever in your room, which manipulates the trap.
Careful, Master Varney. Stand clear of the vestibule.
Have no fear of that. And now this little lever. So. Ah. It's the pit of Hades. Yes, the drop is every bit of 40 feet. Will do very nicely for the Countess Amy. And now another test. But first I'll close the trap. And now if I turn the little lever in the opposite direction... What happens then, Master Foster?
The flooring of the vestibule still looks the same, but the supports underneath have withdrawn,
and it yields to the slightest pressure. The innocent-appearing floor becomes a trap of death. Am I right, friend Foster?
You are, Richard Varney.
And so you'll have the old woman conduct the Countess Amy to this room. You understand?
Yes.
Our lady will tire of her confinement. The lever will be properly arranged. She'll try to escape, and then the trapdoor you contrive to guard the gold you hide in your room will catch not a thief, but a countess. And now do as you're directed. See to it that the Mistress Amy is conducted to your room. Immediately. What's the matter with that woman?
She makes no opportunity to escape.
I know. My patience wearing thin.
Perhaps she waits the Earl's return.
That's it. I hadn't thought of it before. She'll come out of her room when she hears his lordship's whistle. It goes like this.
No, Varney. No, it's too late. Look out the window. Edmund Tressilian comes across the meadow with a company of horsemen.
What?
Run, Varney, run for your life.
Run? That's a game I never played. And I'm too old to learn a new one. No, I'll play the old game out.
And upstairs in Foster's room, the Countess Amy, waiting for her lord, also hears the company of horsemen headed by Tressilian racing to her rescue.
What's that? Someone's coming. Quick, the window. It's a company of horsemen. I don't see my lord. Where is he? Oh, it's he. That's our signal. Oh, I'll run to him. I cannot wait.
And so death comes to Amy Robsart at Cumnor Place. Gentle Amy, of whom only men said, true and tender in love, gay in leisure, and proudly defiant in the face of danger and dishonor. And now the death who had come in mercy changes his guise, waits in retribution as Richard Varney contemptuously defies his captors, and within a few hours kills himself with a poison believed to have been prepared for him by the astrologer Alasko. Blighted was the life of the grief-stricken Edmund Tressilian, who disposed of the rich inheritance left him by Amy's father and went to Virginia with Sir Walter Raleigh, where he died young in years, but old in sorrow. The gay life of the coaster, he renounced the gay life of the court, went into a brooding retirement, though later, when restored to favor by Queen Elizabeth, he too was to know the poisoned cup, a cup intended for another, but which he drank himself. Thus ends Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott, a tragic tale of intrigue, unhappy love, and ambition so unbridled as to claim death's epitaph.
Kenilworth by Sir Walter Scott is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to a special radio treatment of The Man Without a Country by Edward Everett Hale. And meanwhile, let us urge you to make frequent use of your local public library. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kenilworth was adapted for radio by Robert Saxon. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Queen Elizabeth was played by Geraldine Kay, the Earl of Leicester by Arthur Peterson, Amy Robsart by Jane Elliott, Richard Varney by Charles Mountain, and Edmund Tressilian by Larry Alexander. The narrator was George Kluge. Others were Harry Elders, Donald Gallagher, Stanley Gordon, William Green, and Howard Phillips. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. These words are part of our American heritage. We can translate them into positive action by making sure we recognize the dignity and rights of every man, whatever his race, creed, or national background. This is your heritage and your responsibility. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The world's great novel. This is the story of a man of character, strong and yet weak, turbulent and yet calm, hard and yet sentimental. And against his pastoral English background, he lived by his deeds and died by them, and was judged for them. The NBC University of the Air brings you the first of a 5-part radio edition of Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novel.
One evening of late summer, some 100 years ago, a young man and a woman carrying a child trudged along a dusty road in Upper Wessex. They were clad shabbily and powdered with the thick dust of a long and weary journey. The man was of fine figure, swarthy and stern of aspect, and his measured walk was the walk of the skilled countryman. The woman was pretty, even handsome, but weariness had made her face apathetic as she plodded along by the side of her husband. Now, as they walked along the dusty, hedge-bordered road, they met a turnip hoer and hailed him.
Oh, there.
Aye. What be ye?
Can't tell my wife and me what be yon town ahead.
Why, it be waiting for us. Everyone hereabouts knows that.
We be not from hereabouts. Be any trade doing there?
What kind of trade?
He see me a knife and basket, don't he? I mean, be anything in hay-trussing line.
What, no. How could there be now, this time of year?
Then, be there any house to let? Small cottage or like?
No. No, there's no as much as a thatched girdle to take shelter under. Waiting pliers be full to haystacks. What with traders going in for fare and all.
Michael, where'll we lay our heads? Look at Elizabeth Jane, all tired out, poor child. She be needing bed, and so be we.
You let me manage that when I come to it, Susan.
But, Michael...
I've had naught from you but complaints since we began. We've slept in fields afore this, and we can again. Come, we'd best be moving along.
The hay trusser and his family entered the town and soon came to the fairgrounds. The place was dense with village folk, frivolous journeymen out for a holiday, a stray soldier or two on furlough, shopkeepers, corn merchants, and all manner of country traders. They moved about in a restless flood through the peep shows, toy stands, waxworks, and booths, as traveling medicine doctors, thimble riggers, knick-knack vendors, and readers of fate plied their wares. But Michael Henchard and his wife had little interest in these things. They were looking for a place of refreshment.
Come into the tent and fill your stomach. Try me Burgundy, hot and nourishing Burgundy, the best ever brewed in Wade Friars. Hot Burgundy.
Susan, I've throat full of dust. Huh. Now, yon be booth I'd like to stop by. Good home-brewed beer, ale, and cider reads yon sign.
Oh, no, Michael. Yon old woman's firmity were better.
Huh?
'Twere good and nourishing after long hard day.
What be this firmity? I've never tasted of it.
Why, it be kind of pudding, Michael, with grains of wheat in. You'd like it. It'd be good for Elizabeth Jane.
Still a spot of ale be thing for dry throat, and that's what we'll have.
Try me Burgundy, you rigger, you and your good wife and weary child. Come into me tent and try me Burgundy. There's corn in the grain of me Burgundy, and flour and milk and raisins and currants. And if you wish it, rum.
Rum? Do you say rum, old woman?
Aye. I've rum aplenty to mix with. It makes a noble dish, it does, with me Burgundy.
Well, now, Susan, might be we ought to try a little of this vermity after all. As you say, just no doubt good and nourishing after a long, hard day.
They had a steaming pot of furmity and then another, and Michael Henchard saw that his was strongly laced with rum. At the end of the first basin, he was calm and serene. At the second, he was jovial. At the third, he began to argue. And at the fourth, his mouth clenched, his eyes sparked, and he beat his fist on the table as he addressed the company in the tent.
No, take me, Michael Henchard here. I have no more than 15 shillings to my name. And yet I'd challenge England to beat me in other business. Aye, were I man free of family, I'd have £1,000 before I was done. And what be ye, sir?
Me, I'm a horse auctioneer.
Aye, and a shady brood it be, selling mares with hollows to their backs, and lacking one eye.
I didn't ask you for your opinion of my profession.
Nay, but I give it thee free and
Michael,
clear.
please.
Now, what do ye want? Cannot ye see I be talking to yon gentleman?
Michael, thou'st had enough. Thou'rt becoming quarrelsome. What about our lodging? It'll be not looking through.
Be still, Susan. We'll go when I say we'll go. You see, sirs. You see what I've done to myself. I were married at 18, fool I were. And this be consequence to it.
Well, now, Hencher, there's nothing amiss with matrimony properly balanced.
Aye. But for my part, I see not why men who have got wives and want them not shouldn't get rid of them like this auctioneer sells his horses.
Michael!
Why not,
Well, now, I've heard of it being done, though not lately.
Aye, and so have I. Why, begad, I'd sell mine this minute. Would anybody buy her?
Michael, I don't know what they're saying.
I do, and I be saying it again. I'd sell it if it was a buyer right here and now.
Well, now, Hencher, I've had my breedings in as good circles as any man. And I know, through cultivation or nobody, that she's got it. In the boat as any female at this fair.
Hey, Hawk, you'll be right, Hunter. She be a fair woman, and you're a fool to even jest to this.
Jest? Did he say jest? Well, then, now be your chance. I'm open to any offer for this gem of creation. Come, another bowl of affirmative.
Henchard had another bowl, and the crowd in the tent laughed at him and told him to drop the subject. But now, along with the rum, it became an obsession.
No, here. I be waiting. This woman be no good to me. Who'll have her? Who'll buy her, I say?
Oh, Michael, be getting dark. Come, let us go. We must find lodging.
Be still, woman. See, not I be in middle of business transaction, huh? Can you not see?
That don't come along. I'll go without me.
No. I asked this question and nobody answered to it. Well, any Jack Rag or Tom Straw among you buy me good.
Oh, Michael, please, for shame. Please stop.
Who'll buy her, I say? Come. Who'll name me a price?
Who'll have me? Will somebody buy me? And I've done with this rockery.
Susan, what did he say?
I want someone to buy me since I want it. If I want to be rid of me, I want to be rid of thee. Only I've done with this shame.
Well, no. We both be agreed about that, eh? Very well. Gentlemen, do ye hear? There's an agreement to part. She shall take little girl if she wants, and go her ways. I'll take me tools, and I go my ways. Tis simple as scripture history. Now then, Susan, come, stand up. Show yourself.
I'll do that the quicker to be rid of thee.
Hey, don't you, me child. Your good man don't know what he be about. He's befuddled by rum.
And he wants to sell me, old woman. I want to be bought.
I be even me own auctioneer. How much be I offered for this lady?
5 shillings.
No insults. Who'll say a guinea?
I will. Behave yourself, immoral man, for heaven's love.
Get away from me, old woman. Go back to cooking your infirmity. Now then, who'll give 2 guineas for my woman?
2 guineas.
That's it. Now, who'll say 3? Who'll give 3? No be they. Good Lord, she have cost me 50 times the money if she cost me a penny. Come now, speak up, or 'twill cost you 4 guineas.
That's a lot of money, Henchard.
Aye, enough to buy a good Jersey cow.
No. 'Tis settled. I won't sell her for less than 5. I'll sell her for 5 guineas to any man who'll pay me the money and treat her well. But she shan't go for less. No, not for less. Now then, for last time, 5 guineas. Does anybody give it? Last time, aye or nay?
Aye.
You there in yon doorway. We say you do?
I say I do.
A sailor, eh?
I am. And a man of few words. You say 5 guineas, and I say aye.
Saying is one thing, and paying is another. Where's the money?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the money. Well, Lenchard, if that be your name, are you serious or are you not?
The bargain's a bargain.
Michael,
Aye, Susan.
thou can still name it joke and I'll listen. But touch on gold, and I and Elizabeth Jane go with the man.
I said 'twas a bargain, and a bargain it be. Look, I take the money. This sailor takes you. It's plain enough, huh?
I take the lady only if she is willing. I would not hurt her feelings for the world.
I'll be willing.
That you swear?
I do swear.
Come along, then, and bring the child. The more, the merrier.
Here, Michael, I'll leave you this.
Huh?
The wedding ring. Mayhap it'll bring us still another guinea.
Be she gone? Be she really gone, then?
Ah, you fool, she's gone. You've had your devil's play, and now she's gone. And may those 5 guineas burn like fire in your hands.
The crowd left the furmity tent, looking at Michael Henchard as though he were a pariah. Dimly, he realized that he had done something awful and final. But then the rum took hold, and he fell asleep at the table, his head in his arms. When he awoke, it was morning, and the old hag was setting up her furmity bowls.
You, there, old woman.
So you come awake.
Awake, and with splitting headache. Where be me wife?
Gone.
Eh? Gone? Gone where?
As devil burned your brain. You sold her to a sailor last night. Her and little one. He took 'em both away.
I remember now. Where does the sailor live?
I don't know. I'm a stranger hereabouts.
But I've got to find him. He's got me wife. He's got Susan.
And you've got 5 guineas.
Devil take her. Did she not know better than to walk out with a stranger? Did she not know I wasn't in my senses? It was only a joke. She's just like Susan to be so simple and so meek. Aye, that meekness has brought me disgrace.
Aye, it has. And I own the woman would be better off rid of you. I glory in her spirit. I'd quit you myself had I been she, and I'd never come back, even though you split your gullet.
Enough of your prattle, hag. What be the sailor's name?
I know it not. I know it not, and I know not where they went.
But I've got to find her, hag. I cannot lose her. I do not want to lose her. Whatever the woman be, she be my wife. Oh, there, teamster. Will you stop for a moment?
Oh, there, miss. Oh.
Have you seen a sailor, and with him a woman carrying a child, along the road?
No, I have not. Get along there, miss. Get along.
Aye?
Begging your pardon, ma'am, but have you seen a sailor and a woman with a little child hereabouts?
I have not, and have no time for dirty vagrants come asking foolish questions.
Well, now, mate, thank you for the grog. And who did you say you were looking for? I've been around these docks a long time, and I've seen a lot of lovers.
For a sailor.
Of us! This is a seaport town and full of sailors.
A sailor with a woman carrying a little girl.
Was the sailor thick-set now? And the woman pretty in a way? And the little girl wearing blue boots and knitted yarn?
Aye, man. Where are they? Where did you see them?
Well, no. I seen them go aboard a ship.
What ship? On for where?
Mate, I have a bad memory. I can't recall. But they are not in England anymore. Of that you may be sure.
was then that Michael Henchard, after weary weeks and months of searching, gave up his quest. And when he finally reached a town called Casterbridge, in a far distant part of Wessex, he entered a church and went straight to the sacrarium. There, kneeling on the footpace and dropping his head on the holy book clamped on the communion table, he spoke a vow.
I, Michael Henchard, on this morning of the 16th of September, do take an oath before God. I swear that I will avoid all drink for the space of 21 years to come, being a year for every year I have lived. And this I swear upon the book before me. And may I be struck dumb, blind, and helpless if I break this, my oath.
With the tolling of the bells, we go forward in time and turn the pages of this narrative to a later. 18 years have gone by since that day in Waden Priors when the Henchards went their separate ways. Now there'd been a change in the fairgrounds. Business had fallen on leaner days, and there were fewer stalls for tailors, hosiers, linen drapers, and coopers. 18 years, too, brought changes in the two women who now walked into the fairgrounds. One of them was Susan Henchard, dressed in the mourning clothes of a widow. The other was called Elizabeth Jane, a pretty girl of 18.
So this be where he first met father. Hi, Elizabeth Jane. 'Twere here an old day just like this. Oh, that Richard Newson and me were met. Oh, poor father. To mind he's gone from us now. Drowned to sea. Aye. But, mother, why be we come here now? 'Twere here that our last saw relation we be come to look for. Mr. Henchard? Aye. What be his exact kin to us, mother? He's never clearly told me. He be, or were, relation by marriage. Oh? What kind of relation? Oh, he be a distant relation. And did he never know me? No, Elizabeth Jane. He never really knew we. But, wimp over there. You mean where yon wrinkled woman stirs boiling pot? Aye. 'Tis her I wish to speak to. I recognize her even now. Do thou stay here, Elizabeth Jane. Oh, but why? I wish to speak with her alone.
Good night and hot vermity to suit the king's taste. Aye, with a spot of rum to make it slip down like cordial. And only a halfpenny a cup.
Good evening.
Eh? Oh, you speak to me?
Aye. We met before. You've seen better days.
Aye. I stood in the fairgrounds, maid, wife, and widow these 39 years. And I've known what it was to do business with the richest stomachs in the land. Ma'am, you'd hardly believe I was once the owner of a great pavilion tent.
Can he call to mind the sale of wife by husband in that tent 18 years ago today?
Oh, let me see, ma'am. I've seen so many things and remember 'em well. I can mind every serious fight of married parties, every murder, every pocket picking. You see, a man sold his wife.
Aye, he were a rigger, and there were a child with her.
Oh, I do remember now. And the only reason I can mind is the man come back to this fair the following year.
Did he so? What for?
Oh, looking for his lost wife, it seems. And he told me quite private-like that if a woman ever asked for him, I was to say he had gone to...
Aye, tell me where.
Oh, I'm an old one, I be, ma'am. And my memory is creaky.
Oh, here be shillings. Now, where did he say he could be found?
Now I mind. 'Twas Casterbridge. Aye, a place called Casterbridge.
Now, as Susan Henchard, or Susan Newson, as she is now known, and her daughter make their way to Casterbridge, let's recount briefly Susan's adventures. The sailor had taken her to Canada, where they lived indifferently for several years. Later, they had returned to Falmouth to live. As far as Elizabeth had known, she had always been the daughter of Richard Newson. But now that Newson had been lost at sea, Susan had felt that she must search out Henchard. And so, almost penniless, they traveled by foot and farmer's wagon until they drew near the town of Casterbridge.
Mother, what old-fashioned place be this town of Casterbridge. Aye. Look, 'tis huddled all together, and 'tis shut in by square wall of trees, like 'twere plot of garden ground.
I wonder if Michael be alive. And if a be, do we prosper or no?
Mother, be Mr. Henchard here. Think he as he'll really do somewhat for us?
I don't know, Elizabeth Jane. 'Tis hard to say. We must inquire discreetly. After all, Mr. Henchard, though he may live here, may be in disrepute, in his workhouse or in stocks for all we know.
Oh, dear me, I think he's at.
Oh, 'twere just something to say. 'Twere naught. But we must make private inquiries, child. Believe me, it were better that way.
And so it was that Susan and her daughter Elizabeth Jane entered the town of Casterbridge. It was an agricultural town, the center of the corn district. The sights would have been fascinating to the two women since they came from a seaport town, but now they were faint with hunger, and they inquired of a woman the way to the nearest baker's.
Well, nu, you'm strangers here, I suppose.
Aye, we be.
We don't see many strangers in Casterbridge. Is it someone you're looking for? Or someone special?
Well, there be relatives
As
to...
Wim said before, we'd thank you kindly if you could direct us to Baker's.
Up street and t'other side hostelry.
Thank you.
But they might well look for manna food as good bread in Casterbridge right now.
You mean there be no bread to be sold?
Aye, it's sold right enough. But t'ain't fit for eating. T'ain't one of us but wants for a decent crust right now.
How does it happen there be no good bread?
Oh, 'tis corn factor. He's man all our millers and bakers deal with. And he's old and bad wheat he has. Oh, why, in me own pans, dough runs over like quicksilver. And loaves be flat as toads. And like zuit pudding inside. Oh, why, wow, ye be real strangers from far away to know nothing of this.
Mother, and we be here thinking what we ought to ask.
No, I do not. Not yet. Come, Elizabeth. We'll thank this woman and go along to Baker.
Elizabeth, not knowing of Michael Henchard's relation to her mother, was mystified. And as for Susan, she was nervous and distraught. One great question ran through her mind. How would Michael Henchard, if he were really alive and here, receive her? It would take courage to face him now. If it weren't for Elizabeth Jane, for the long chance that Michael might help her daughter, she'd turn and go back. But now, after Elizabeth Jane and she had dulled their appetites with a few biscuits, she decided that the time had come.
Mother, there seems so much a celebration going on over by hotel. King's Arms. Look, you can see banquet through yon window on second floor.
Aye, but if you're not thinking on banquet right now.
Oh, Mother, what be it? You look so pale, so frightened.
Child, I think the time will come when we should inquire about our relative, Mr. Henchard.
Aye, Mother, and be to us.
That better ask yon old man sitting on doorstep. Aye, he'd better do us alone, Elizabeth Jane. I'll be too wore out to do aught.
All right, Mother.
I'll wait right here. And mind ye, child, do we find out how he stands in town. And don't you rush right into questions. People will be suspicious when they ask him direct.
Aye, Mother. I beg your pardon.
Well, no, lass, what be it?
Can you tell me what be going on over by hotel tonight?
Well, you must be stranger, sure. See, up there in window
Aye?
is a great public dinner of the gentlefolk, with the mayor in the chair.
Oh.
That is, the mayor and the corn factor both, since he be one and the same.
Oh, Mayor be handsome man, bean't he?
Aye, and rich in corn and gold. There be none richer in Casterbridge than he.
Still, he must be modest man, too. See, all others be drinking wine, and Mayor drinks only water.
True. He be abstainer, not only from drink, but from women, too. For, mind you, he be widower to boot. I've heard tell he swore gospel oath in bygone times, ne'er to touch a drop for many a year. A man of strong will and principle he be.
Be he Mayor long?
Aye, it is some time now, lass. But I knew him when he first came here. He was hairiger, mind you, with not a shilling in his pocket. And now look at him. He be Mr. Henchard, the mayor.
Mr. Henchard be mayor to Casterbridge?
Aye. But what's amiss, girl? Bedad, you've turned as pale as a sheet.
Elizabeth returned to her mother, only to find Susan staring through the banquet window at the richly dressed man seated at the head of the table. She had completely forgotten her daughter till a touch from Elizabeth Jane aroused her.
Mother, he seed him. Son, no, him be mayor. Aye, child. I have seed him. It is enough for me. Now I wish only to die. Mother, what be he saying? Think not he'll be friended? Why, he look to be generous man, and him gentleman, too, and rich. See his diamond studs shine. Elizabeth, how strange. He should have said he might be in stocks or in workhouse. And why do you feel somewhat afraid of him? I cannot face it, child. He be not what I thought he were. We must go away from here at once. No, Mother. We've come this far just to see him. And if you do not call on him, then I will.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you the first in a 5-part radio edition of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. Next week, we'll present the second episode. All the great novels you have heard and will hear on this series may be obtained from your local library. To those of you who have enjoyed this series and are eager to know more about the books we're opening for your pleasure, we suggest you get full value from them by reading Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. 25 cents will cover the cost of printing and mailing. Request for this handbook should be mailed to The World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. The script you have just heard was adapted for radio by Max Ehrlich. Members of the cast included Boris Aplon as Henchard, Alma Platts as Susan, Geraldine Kay as Elizabeth Jane, and Donald Gallagher as the narrator. Others included Hilda Graham, Hope Summers, Wilms Herbert, Kurt Kupfer, Cliff Norton, and Fred Sullivan. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom. The orchestra was conducted by Joseph Galicchio. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck.
You're listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
The World's Great Novels. This is the story of Michael Henchard, a man of character. He was strong and yet weak, turbulent and yet calm, hard and yet sentimental. And among the farming people of Wessex 100 years ago, he lived by his deeds and died by them and was judged for them. The NBC University of the Air brings you the third of a 5-part radio edition of Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels.
A long time ago, Michael Henchard had sold his wife and daughter to a sailor named Newson. Many years later, Newson was reported lost at sea, and Susan Henchard and her daughter sought Michael out at Casterbridge, where he was now a rich corn merchant and the mayor. Henchard, struck with remorse, remarried Susan and renounced his clandestine affection for Lucetta Templeton. Meanwhile, Henchard had hired a young Scotsman, Donald Farfrae, as his superintendent. For a while they were close friends, but as time went on, the able young Scot became immensely popular and highly respected in Casterbridge, and Henchard, wrongly suspecting Farfrae of trying to undermine his prestige, finally discharged him. Our story goes on now as Donald Farfrae prepared to leave Casterbridge. But then Elizabeth Henchard came to see him.
Donald,
Aye, Elizabeth?
be there no chance of reconciliation twixt thee and my stepfather?
None. I'm afraid we have broken for good.
What will thou do now?
Well, I've always wanted to go see the world, to travel.
No, Donald, do not go. Stay here in Casterbridge.
Stay here? Why?
Because I beg thee to.
Elizabeth, what do you mean?
I just do not want thee to go. Oh, Donald, what shameful talk be this. Have I been too bold?
No. I wish I could be bold and say what is in my heart. If I had not quarreled with your stepfather, if I were richer than I am, I would say it no. But I haven't the right. I cannot.
I know. But, Donald, it will not go away. Thou stay.
Aye, Elizabeth. If you so wish it, I'll stay in Casterbridge.
Thus, Donald Farfrae made his decision. And having made it, he bought out a small corn and hay business and set up a trade of his own on Durnover Hill. When Michael Henchard heard of it, his face became purple with anger, and he took it as a personal insult. He called in his daughter and spoke his mind to her.
The gall of that young whelp. Why, I befriended him, helped him to make a living, called him friend. And now he sets up business in competition to me.
Still, I think not he did it for any personal motive, Father. 'Tis the business he knows best.
Do you take me for a fool, Elizabeth? Do you not think I know what he's up to? He's out to harm me in any way he can. But I'll have a tussle with him, I will.
Father, I do not think you're giving Donald Mr. Farfrae fair chance.
You seem to take his side, Elizabeth.
No, it be not that, only...
Look here, child. I know you've been seeing that young stripling now and then. But you have not made him any promise, have you?
No, I promised him not.
Good. All's well that ends well. I particularly wish you not to see him again. Well?
If that be your wish, sir.
It is. I consider him my bitter enemy and yours.
Henchard wrote a note to Farfrae forbidding him to see Elizabeth. The young Scot, not wishing to get Elizabeth in trouble with her stepfather, took it at face value, and the incipient romance died down. But the rivalry of the two men flared higher than ever, and they closed in mortal commercial combat, and the whole town of Casterbridge talked about it.
I'll do my corn trading with Farfrae now. The young feller's sharp and fair alike. He's bound to come up, mark me.
Aye, perhaps young Donald be better man. But Mayor Henchard's got the capital and credit. He can outbid and outsell the Scot. I'll stick with Michael Henchard.
Them both be honest and fair when it comes to hay and wheat. But the knob of the difference be this. Farfrae deals smile along with his wheat, and Henchard sours grain with his scowl.
Little by little, Donald Farfrae began to give Henchard serious competition, and the town itself split into two camps. Henchard fought savagely with every trick he knew, trying to drive Donald into bankruptcy. But the young Scot took every blow and kept on coming. Then, suddenly, tragedy struck in the Henchard household. While Henchard himself was away on a business trip, Susan Henchard suffered a serious stroke. By morning, she was close to death, and she called for her daughter.
Elizabeth? Elizabeth? Aye, Mother, I'd be right by thee. Oh, my dearie, little daughter. I have only a little while longer. Mother, thou must not say it. You must try to sleep now.
Be not afeard to go, Elizabeth. But 'tis thee I be feared to leave as things be now. Child, listen.
Aye, Mother.
Under pillow, let her be for a stepfather.
Aye, Mother. Here I have it.
Read what is this on outside.
Mr. Michael Henchard, not to be opened until Elizabeth Jane's wedding day. Mother, what be it? What?
Give it to him. He will tell thee at proper time.
Mother?
And thus the woman whom Michael Henchard had once wronged passed into another world, leaving him free again. As for Elizabeth, she had always supposed herself to be the daughter of Richard Newson, the sailor, and while her mother had been alive, she had never been told her real parentage. But now, Michael Henchard felt that the time had come.
Elizabeth, do you think much of old times?
Aye, sir, often.
Who do you put in thy pictures of him?
My poor dead mother and my father, lost at sea.
I see. Thy father. Was Newson a kind parent to thee?
Aye, sir, very.
Elizabeth, child, suppose I had been thy real father.
Thee, sir?
Aye. Could he care for me as much as he cared for Richard Newson?
I do not know. Why do we ask?
Because, Elizabeth Jane, thy blood is my blood. I be thy real father.
It was then that Michael Henchard told Elizabeth the full story. She listened in stunned silence. Then she burst out in a fit of weeping.
No, child, do not cry. I cannot bear it. Why should he cry?
I cannot help it.
I be thy father, and I be here alive. Be this cause for sorrow, child? Be I so dreadful, so hateful to thee?
No.
Do not take against me, Elizabeth Jane. I'll be kinder to thee than Richard Newson ever was. I'll do anything if you will only look upon me as thy father. Do ye not see, daughter? You be all I have in the world now. Now that thy mother be dead, there be no need to keep the secret any longer. You'll change thy surname from Newson to Henchard, of course. My name belongs to thee now, right and proper.
If thou wish it.
I do. Thy mother was always against it, but it will be much more pleasant to me.
I wonder why Mother was against it.
Oh, some whim of the poor soul, no doubt. But now, child, go to bed. It's been a difficult day.
Good night, Father.
Good night, daughter.
That night, Henchard looked at the letter which Elizabeth had given him, the letter from his wife as she lay on her deathbed. The seal had cracked open, and although he was not supposed to open the letter until Elizabeth's wedding day, Henchard's curiosity was intrigued. He resisted for a while, but the broken seal caught his eye again. Finally, he unfolded the letter and began to read.
My dear Michael, when you read this, I shall be in my grave, and Elizabeth Jane will have a home of her own. This is a confession of a secret I have kept from you till now. Forgive me, Michael. I have done it for the best, and now I can hardly tell you. But here it is.
You see, Michael, Elizabeth Jane is not your Elizabeth Jane, the child who was in my arms when you told me. Nay, she died 3 months after that, and Elizabeth you now know is Richard Newson's daughter. I christened her by the same name as the other, and she filled up the ache of my loss. Michael, Michael, I am dying, and I might have held my tongue, but I could not. Please try to forgive if you can a woman thou once deeply wronged, as she forgives me. Susan Henchard.
For a while, Michael Henchard sat there like a graven image, staring at the letter as though it were a window pane through which he saw for miles. Now he understood why Susan had been against Elizabeth's changing her name from Newson to Henchard. Now he knew what suffering was. Henchard felt himself alone. His wife was dead, he had no children, and his best friend, Donald Farfrae, had become his mortal competitor. He was in the mood to snatch at any straw of human companionship, and suddenly he thought of Lucetta Templeton, the woman he had considered marrying before Susan had come back to him. Feverishly, he wrote her a letter informing Miss Templeton of his wife's death and begging her indulgence again if she was still interested in him. As for Elizabeth Jane, she was hurt and bewildered by Henchard's sudden coolness. Almost overnight, he had changed from a tender father to a hostile stranger. And as the days went on, it grew worse and worse.
Father, if it bide where he be a minute, I will get the breakfast.
Bide where you be. Good heavens, girl, what manner of speech is this? Are you only fit to carry wash to a pig trough, that you use such words as those?
I'm sorry, Father. I meant stay where you are.
Well, where have you been dawdling this time?
Why, I was just walking in the churchyard, Father.
Will you stop calling me father? Father. Begad, it's beginning to hurt my ears. And I'll thank you not to use it so free.
As life in Henchard's home grew more and more unbearable, Elizabeth, depressed and downhearted, took to visiting her mother's grave in the churchyard. She was standing there one afternoon, silently contemplating the tombstone, when a beautiful and fashionable lady, a stranger to Casterbridge, came up the walk.
Good afternoon. Oh, I did not see thee. Good afternoon.
I'm sorry if I startled you.
Oh, 'tis all right. This grave. Is it your mother's? Yes. Then you must be Elizabeth Jane Henchard, eh? Why, yes. How did they know? I knew your father a long time ago. Oh, I see. Has he made you unhappy, too? Why, I seem to read my mind. No, not exactly. You see, Mr. Henchard has a way of making the women he knows unhappy.
Still, he's not a bad man at heart.
Oh, no, certainly not bad.
Yet he had been unkind to you.
Yes, but not till lately. Until after Mother died. You'll be stranger hereabouts, aren't you?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I only arrived yesterday. My name is Lucetta Templeton.
Lucetta Templeton. It is a pretty name.
Your father, Mr. Henchard, never spoken of me?
No. He rarely speaks to me of anything nowadays.
Look here, Elizabeth Jane. It's plain you're not happy in this house. Would you like to come and live with me?
Live with you?
Yes, I know this is quite sudden, but you see, I've rented High Place Hall, and I shall be living in Casterbridge for a time, and I shall want somebody to live with me. Partly as housekeeper, partly as companion.
Oh, Miss Templeton.
It would give you a chance to be independent, you know.
Oh, yes. Yes, it would be wonderful, Miss Templeton. But I would have to ask my father.
Of course. I understand. Suppose you ask him tonight, and let me know in the morning.
At that very moment, when Elizabeth Jane and Lucetta Templeton met in the churchyard, Henchard was in his office reading a note from Lucetta in which she informed him she'd come to live in Casterbridge and was quite willing to resume their old friendship. She warmly invited him to visit her at High Place Hall. This news came as a pleasant surprise to Michael Henchard. He was a lonely man, and Lucetta could dispel that loneliness. There was only one fly in the ointment, Donald Farfree. He was the only man who knew of Henchard's relations with Lucetta, and the mayor cursed his brash folly in confiding the affair to the young Scot when they'd first met. That evening, Elizabeth Jane approached him.
Father.
Aye? What is it?
Have you any objections to my going away?
Going away? No, none whatever. Where are you going?
I have been offered chance in household where I can learn something of refined life.
I see. And I say take it and make the best of it. In fact, I'll help you along, give you a small annuity so you'll really be independent. Would that please you?
Yes, Father, if you so wish it.
I do. When shall you be leaving?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, Caesar, you take time by the forelock. Well, have your own way. By the way, where will your new position be?
High Place Hall.
High Place Hall?
Why, yes, Father. What is wrong?
Nothing. You just took me by surprise, that is all.
So Lucetta Templeton had taken Elizabeth Jane into her employment. The news made Henchard uneasy. To his masculine mind, this maneuver smacked of some kind of feminine trickery. And on his first visit to Lucetta, he broached his question.
Look here, Lucetta. There is something I do not understand. Why did you take in my daughter as your companion?
Well, you see, Michael, I met your daughter quite by accident in the churchyard.
Huh?
It seems that you've been unkind to her. And being a woman myself, and knowing what it is to be without love, I took compassion on her.
Now then, Lucetta, you don't need to play buff with me. I know you well, and I know that what you've done is to your own advantage. What is the real reason you took on Elizabeth, Jane?
Oh, Michael, you men are so simple. Can't you see? Your wife has only recently died, has she not?
Aye, but what is...
And as mayor of Casterbridge, it wouldn't look right and proper to visit a lady so soon after your good wife's decease. Would it?
No, to be sure it would not.
But can anyone object if a father comes to see his daughter, as a father should?
Huh?
Of course, she's at my house. And if I happen to be around every time you call, that's natural enough, isn't it?
By gad, Lucetta, you are a clever minx. Of course. What is more right and proper than for a man to pay a call on his own daughter as often as he pleases?
Now, it so happened that Henchard, after discovering that Elizabeth Jane was really the daughter of Richard Newson, had written a note to Donald Farfrae, giving the Scot permission to resume his courtship if he so wished. Vaguely, Henchard had hoped that if the romance could be resumed, with Donald marrying Elizabeth Jane as the end product, then he would thus be rid of her. For some time, Donald did not take advantage of this opportunity. But as his business grew, he thought of a wife, and Elizabeth Jane seemed to fill all his requirements. Moreover, marriage to her might bring about a reconciliation with Henchard, which the young Scot sincerely desired. And so it was that he came calling at High Place Hall. Elizabeth Jane was out, but Lucetta Templeton, who received him, found herself developing a warm interest in the handsome young business rival of Henchard.
You know, Mr. Farfrae, I find you a very interesting young man.
And I find you, Miss Templeton, a charming and beautiful lady.
You speak amenities, of course, but nevertheless it is pleasing to hear them.
I would not call them amenities. No, not exactly.
Well, what else could they be, sir? We've known each other for only such a little while.
True, Miss Templeton, but I'm a man of quick judgment and on the serious side. I put a good deal of store by first impressions. Still, I suppose I have not the right to say things like these.
And why not, Mr. Farfrae?
Let me put it this way. A struggling hay and corn merchant like myself should limit his thoughts to those in keeping with his station. And you, Miss Templeton, are a woman of wealth and good position.
But above all, I am a woman. Never forget that, Mr. Farfrae.
Miss Templeton, I cannot help but read a certain significance in what you just said.
I want you to. As I said, I find you very interesting.
Then I may come another time?
Of course. Come and see Elizabeth Jane any time you like.
I'm not referring to Elizabeth Jane, Miss Templeton. I am referring to you.
Mr. Farfrae, I cannot say any more than this now. The doors of High Place Hall are open to you whenever you choose to come.
The friendship between Lucetta and Donald Farfrae took root and ripened. Lucetta made judicious inquiries around Casterbridge and discovered that Donald was on his way up as a merchant and indeed was giving Henchard a serious struggle. This sharpened her interest in the young Scot even more. She remained affectionate with Elizabeth Jane, but the next time Henchard called, she quickly developed a headache and refused to see him. After a number of rebuffs from Lucetta, Michael Henchard realized that his romance was growing cool. He watched High Place Hall and saw Donald Farfrae admitted by Lucetta time and again. His face darkened in anger, and he realized that his rival once again was humiliating him and interfering with his life. First, he had tried to steal his, Henchard's, business. Now, Farfrae was trying to steal the woman he loved and hoped to marry. Grimly, Michael Henchard demanded to see Lucetta and forced the issue.
Look here, Lucetta. You came to Casterbridge to see me, to resume our old relationship, did you not? Did you or did you not?
Yes, Michael, I did.
Very well, then. I am ready, as soon as custom will permit, to give you my name, in return for your devotion.
Then this is a proposal of marriage?
It is. We have been close to each other, you and I, Lucetta. Perhaps unseemly close and open to gossiping tongues. Now, it is time that chapter was over. I leave it to you to fix the time and date.
Well, I don't know, Michael. It's still early. And marriage is such a serious affair. Perhaps for a time you ought to treat me as an acquaintance, and I'll treat you the same.
Oh? So that is the way the wind blows, is it?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, do you not?
Michael, what are you trying to say?
I am saying that there is another man. And his name is Donald Farfrae.
Michael, no, it is true that Donald's become my friend.
Enough,
but...
Lucetta. What manner of fool do you take me for? Now then, choose. Who will it be? Farfrae or myself?
Michael, you've no right.
Choose, Lucetta, and choose now. No, there is no need to say it. I see it in your eyes. You've thrown me over in favor of Farfrae.
You've no right to bind me. I'll not be a slave to the past. I'll love where I choose.
That may be difficult, my dear Lucetta.
What do you mean?
The people of Casterbridge are straight-laced and very proper. If they knew about you and me, what we were to each other, they might resent it.
You mean you'd tell them?
If you married Farfrae, I might.
How could you?
I could and I would. I'd rather see you dead than marry Donald Farfrae. Before I'd let him take you from me, I'd crush you both, like I'd crush two worms under my heavy shoe.
Michael, I can't believe you'd be capable.
Then you do not know me, Lucetta, my dear. You do not know what my hate is for Donald Farfrae. Marry him. Only marry him, I say, and you'll find out how Michael Henchard can hate. Think it over, Lucetta. Think it over very carefully, my dear.
Michael!
The NBC University of the Air has brought you the third in a 5-part radio edition of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. Next week, we'll present the 4th episode. To those of you who have enjoyed this series and are eager to know more about the books we're opening for your pleasure, we suggest you get full value from them by reading Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. 25 cents will cover the cost of printing and mailing. Requests for this handbook should be mailed to the World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. The script you've just heard was adapted for radio by Max Ehrlich. Members of the cast included Boris Aplon as Henchard, Alma Platz as Susan, Geraldine Kay as Elizabeth Jane, William Everett as Farfrae, Muriel Bremner as Lucetta, and Donald Gallagher as narrator. Others were Hope Summers, Wilms Herbert, and Fred Sullivan. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was conducted by Joseph Galicchio. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. The veteran learned many new skills while in the Army that can be put to excellent use in business and industry. Remember this when employing new men, and investigate those veterans now working for you to see if they're not capable of holding more important and useful positions. This is NBC,
Chesterton Radio,
the National
your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Great novels.
This is the story of Michael Henchard, a man of character. He was strong and yet weak, turbulent yet calm, hard and yet sentimental. And among the farming people of England's Wessex 100 years ago, he lived by his deeds and died by them and was judged for them. The NBC University of the Air brings you the 4th of a 5-part radio edition of Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels.
When Susan Henchard had died, she had revealed a secret. Her daughter, Elizabeth Jane, was not Michael Henchard's daughter, but really the child of Richard Newson, the sailor lost at sea. This discovery embittered Henchard, and he took his resentment out on Elizabeth Jane. It was then that Lucetta Templeton, an old flame of the mayor's, came to Casterbridge. They had been lovers before, and now Henchard, a very lonely man, planned to marry her. But Lucetta, who had hired Elizabeth Jane as her companion, became attracted to Henchard's bitter personal and business rival, Donald Farfrae. And Henchard swore to Lucetta that before he'd let her marry the young Scot, he'd blacken her reputation with scandal by revealing the close nature of their old friendship to the straight-laced people of Casterbridge. Now, Henchard, inflamed at Donald Farfrae, resolved to ruin him in the grain market. As the first step in that process, he hired a new foreman named Jop, a hard man not noted for his scruples.
Now, Jop, listen to me. There's one thing I want above all things.
Aye, Mr. Henchard?
I'm the biggest corn and hay dealer in these parts, and I'll brook no competition. Donald Farfrae must be cut out. You hear?
Aye?
Casterbridge is too small for both of us. If one has to go, it's going to be Farfrae.
That's all very well, sir, but how are you going to dislodge him? He's a shrewd trader.
He's not shrewder than Michael Henchard. I'm going to beat him by fair competition, Jop. I'm going to make such desperate bid for the farmer's custom as will grind him into the ground and starve him out.
But you're bound to lose revenue by bidding low, Mr. Henchard.
True. But I've more capital than he has, mind you. And I can do it.
Aye. But you seem uncommon set on ruining him, sir.
I've got other than just business reasons, Jop. I've got personal reasons, too. Mark me, the lad. This Farfrae's finished. I'm going to undersell him and overbuy him, and in the end, snuff him out.
Henchard and his foreman Jop went into the details of their scheme to ruin Farfrae, and the weather seemed to favor them. The weather was the big question mark in Wessex. Everything depended on it, and everything was the grain crop. A bad harvest would double the price of corn, and good prospects would lower it as much. Thus, the men of Casterbridge anxiously watched the weathercocks. As for Michael Henchard, he foresaw, and Jop agreed with him, that just to back his judgment, he visited a local forecaster called Wido.
Now then, Wido, answer me this. Can you forecast the weather?
Aye, with labor and time and for a consideration.
Then take this. 'Tis a crown piece.
Ah.
Now, what is the harvest fortnight to be? Will it be fair or foul?
You ask me, and now I will tell you. By the sun, moon, and stars, by the clouds, the winds, the trees, and the grass, the candle flame and swallows, the smell of the herbs, likewise by the cat's eyes, the ravens, the leeches, and the spiders. The last fortnight in August will be rain and tempest.
You are sure of this? You are certain?
Aye, as certain as anyone can be in a world where all's unsure.
The next day, Henchard bought grain to such an enormous extent that Casterbridge buzzed with excitement.
Why, Mrs. Coxon, Mayor's bought fortune in corn.
Aye, his bins be stuffed with it, and Rick stacked with it.
Which way do weathercocks point?
To southwest, and all fair. But Mr. Henchard speculates on rain.
Look here, Maggie. Another hot and fair day.
Aye, and Myers choked with corn.
And the market going down, and corn cheaper every day.
Poor Mr. Henchard. Having to sell him grain at many shillings a quarter cheaper as him bought it.
Aye, the weather be fair, and yet it's played him dirty.
Did you hear? Did you hear?
No, Christopher.
Why, Mrs.
What?
Coxon, it's all about the town. Sun keeps a-shining, and harvest good, and the mayor's lost a fortune.
And what about young Mr. Farfrae?
Yeah, there's a shrewd one, that young Scot. He must have magic glass to foretell the harvest. He bought little and saved his capital.
The sun mocked Henchard, burned him within. He shook his fist at it, cursed it. For weeks it had the hue of tin, and later assumed the color of topaz, and not a rain cloud appeared in the sky. He had backed bad weather and lost. The forecaster Wido had been wrong, and now he was forced to unload his grain at a staggering loss. Henchard, in a boiling frenzy, looked about for someone to blame, and Jop, who was with him in the marketplace, was convenient.
Well, it's another fine hot day, Mr. Henchard.
Aye, you can wipe your forehead and say a fine hot day. But if it hadn't been for your blasted advice, Jop, it might have been a fine day enough.
My advice, sir?
Your advice, Jop, blast you. Why, a word of doubt from you, a word of caution, and I'd have thought twice.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Henchard. I, not no man, can foretell the weather.
No, but you might have given me a word of restraint. And because you didn't, I've lost heavy. Been that Donald Farfrae over there cleaned up. Why, if this goes on, he'll be mayor of Casterbridge instead of me.
Let's look it in the eye, Mr. Henchard. He guessed the weather right, and we was wrong.
What? You're impertinent, Jop.
I tell the truth.
Begad, you're implying that Farfrae's a better man than I. I'll thank you to keep a cautious tongue in your head. You hear me, Jop?
It's you who are throwing coal on the fire, not I.
Enough! I'll take no more from you, Jop. You're discharged from my employ as of now. You hear me? You're sacked.
You'll be sorry for this, Mr. Henchard. Sorry as a man can be.
Aye, blast.
Oh, Mayor, Mr. Henchard.
What is it, Farfrae?
They tell me the market's put you in a tight corner.
Well, what have you come to do? Make a holiday of it?
No, Mr. Henchard. I come to express some sympathy. Believe me, I am sorry, and I hope you recoup.
You do?
With all my heart.
Why? Why do you express these sentiments to me?
Because once we were friends instead of rivals, and because I would renew that friendship if I could.
Well, now, listen to me, Farfrae. What we were never can be again. 'Tis true that I've had a little setback, but I've still capital left, and you'll feel the weight of it in time to come.
Almost on the eve of harvest, Farfrae suddenly switched into a buying mood and picked up grain at rock-bottom prices. Then, as if by a signal, the sun was blotted out and the heavens seemed to open in rainy tempest. The air felt as though watercress could grow in it. It rubbed people's cheeks like wet flannel. The price of grain shot up, and Farfrae made a great profit on the rise of the market. But Michael Henchard stood in the fields and stared up at the wet sky, dazed and heartsick.
Go on. Rain. Drown the earth. Forecaster was right. I should have held on to my wheat a little longer. I'd have made the profit, not Farfrae. Now I am ruined. Even the heavens are laughing at me. But Michael Henchard is not through yet. You hear? I'll fight as long as there's fight in me, to the bitter end.
Thus Michael Henchard spoke, but already his power and prestige were beginning to wane as the star of Donald Farfrae rose high in the heavens. He saw the young Scot walking through the fields, hand in hand with Lucetta Templeton, and his hatred flared to a white-hot heat. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he went to High Place Hall, resolved to come to a decision with Lucetta.
Look here, Lucetta. I have a little matter to remind you of which you seem to forget.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
You will hear it. You came to Casterbridge to marry me. Here I am. When shall we name the hour and date?
No, Michael, there can be no marriage between us.
Is it because I have lost my money?
No.
Then it's Donald Farfrae for sure.
Yes. For sure.
I see. I suspected it before and accused you of it.
But now I am certain, from your own lips. Be assured of this, Lucetta. I'll not let him have you.
How can you interfere? How can you say this?
Because I am as good a man as he is.
You were as good as he would leave me.
No, Lucetta. I want you myself, and I'll have you. You'll marry me, or I'll tell the people of the town that we were sweethearts long ago.
No, you couldn't.
But I could. In fairness to other men. In fairness to Farfrae himself, I certainly would. Well, Lucetta, will you marry me now?
Yes. It seems I have no choice.
Now you're being sensible. Here, I'll ring for Elizabeth Jane.
Why do you want her here?
As a witness. I am a stickler for what is right and proper.
Good evening, Father.
Well, Elizabeth Jane, you're looking well. Very well indeed.
Miss Templeton, you look so pale. Is something wrong?
No. No, nothing's wrong.
Elizabeth Jane, there is something I want you to hear.
Yes, Father?
The answer to a question. Now then, Lucetta, will you or will you not marry me?
If you wish it, then I must agree.
Then you say aye.
Now, Michael, will you go?
Very well. I'll bid good evening to you both.
Miss Templeton, what has happened? You called my father Michael, as if you knew him well.
Yes, I told you I knew him long ago.
But you do not want to marry him. I can see that in your face, in your eyes. What power does he have over you that he can force you to marry him against your will?
Someday, Elizabeth Jane, you'll find out. I can't tell you now. But one day you'll know everything.
Michael Henchard had scored a temporary victory. In his heart, he knew that he was marrying Lucetta Templeton not so much for the fact that he wanted her for himself, but rather to hurt the man he hated over all men, Donald Farfrae. But he did not know even then what fate was holding in store for him. The next morning, as mayor and town magistrate, he sat as judge in petty sessions. A filthy old woman was on trial for vagrancy and disturbing the peace. And just as Henchard was about to sentence her, the old hag spoke up.
You cannot sentence me. Ye up there in judge's seat. Ye've no right to sit in judgment on me.
I have not. And why not, old woman?
Because you know better than me. And I can be judged only by me betters. You laugh, do ye? Well, listen to me then. 20 years ago, I was a-selling the Bermondsey in a tent at Wayden Fair.
We don't care to hear your life's history, old woman.
Wait, Clark. Let her speak. Old woman, do you say you sold Bermondsey at Wayden Priors?
Aye, Judge. A man and a woman and a child came into me tent, and the man, being drunk, sold his wife and child for 5 guineas. A scandalous affair it was, and the man should be hung for it. Judge?
You know this man now?
I know him. It was ye, Judge. Ye were the man what done this foul deed, and you've no right to judge me now.
The news created a sensation in the courtroom. Without another word, Michael Henchard tore off his judicial robes and walked out. Like wildfire, the news spread through Casterbridge. Idlers in front of the town hall, the merchants along High Street, the toilers in the fields, they all buzzed with it. The great man, the mayor, Mr. Henchard, had fallen into disrepute. And then, finally,
by popular vote of the people of Casterbridge, counted in front of and by the commissioners of the town council, it has been ascertained that our new mayor is Mr. Donald Farfrae.
One by one, the blows drove Michael Henchard further and further down like a sledge hammering a spike into the earth. He was a man twisted and torn and stripped of everything that made life worthwhile to him. His back against the wall financially, his reputation blackened and ruined, his hated rival now mayor of Casterbridge, and the bitter gall of seeing Donald Farfrae's star rise as his went down. But he still had Lucetta Templeton, and now he needed her more than ever.
Lucetta, I need your help.
Do you want me to advance you some money, Michael?
No. I am not the man to sponge on a woman. But this is the way of it, Lucetta. My chief creditor is a man named Grower.
Grower?
Aye. He can ruin me if he decides to close in now. But if I have a fortnight, I can pull through.
What do you want me to do?
Go to Grower. Ask him to wait a fortnight. Tell him we are to be married. I know that you are quite friendly with him, Lucetta, and I am sure he will grant your request.
Michael, I can't.
No? Why not? It is such a little thing.
I just can't.
Suppose you tell me why you are so reluctant to do me this favor. Why, Lucetta?
Because Mr. Grower was a witness.
A witness? Of what?
Michael, please don't upbraid me, please.
What was Mr. Grower a witness of, Lucetta?
My marriage.
Marriage?
Yes. To Donald Farfrae. We were married at Port Brady a week ago. Mr. Grower was there at the time and served as a witness.
You were pledged to me. And you married him. The man I hate more than anything on earth. And you sneaked off and married him.
Michael, don't be cruel. I love him so much. I had to marry him at once before you told him of our past together. I knew I should lose him if he heard any scandal.
I see. You are a clever woman, Lucetta.
Michael, for the love of heaven, don't tell him about us now. I beg you, Michael, please listen to me.
You played me false. I should punish you the way you deserve. One word to this new husband of yours of how you courted me, and your precious happiness is blown to bits.
I'll do anything, Michael. I'll give you money. I'll help you pay off your debts.
You do not know me even yet, Lucetta. Me, a pensioner of Donald Farfrae's wife? No, not me. I'd see you and your money rot first.
Oh, Michael, have pity on me. This is the first happiness I've ever had. The first security. The first real chance. Don't ruin me now. Don't ruin me now. If you do, I shall kill myself.
Henchard, under the influence of Lucetta's tearful pleading, decided to remain silent a while. But further events conspired to send him spiraling downward, broken and beaten. As he walked, he looked more at the pavements and less into the eyes of men he once knew and stared down. Now he was a social pariah and practically a pauper. The creditors called for their money and he could not satisfy them. And so he went before the council commissioners in bankruptcy with Mayor Farfrae regretfully presiding and signed away his lands and house and furnishings to be sold at auction to pay his debts. Now he stood stripped of all that had symbolized his power and glory. Once more, he was nobody. And then, one day, he met Jock, the old foreman he had fired when fortune turned against him.
Well, Mr. Henchard, you're beginning to look a bit down at the heels, ain't you now?
My looks be me own business, and I'll thank you not to talk to me.
You can't be a chooser now, you know. I'm one of the few in Casterbridge who'll give you a word these days. I suppose you'll be leaving soon.
I keep my intentions to myself, and you might do the same.
Hoity-toity, Mr. Once-upon-a-time mayor. I suppose you haven't heard that Mayor Farfrae and his wife have gone into their new house today.
Huh? What new house?
Why, your old one, of course.
My house?
Aye. They bought it at auction, and your furniture, too.
My house? My furniture? Gad, how much can a man stand, Jop? How much? If I stay here any longer, he'll own me body and soul.
Ah, then you are going to leave after all.
Aye. Does not matter if anyone knows now. I'm leaving Casterbridge tomorrow.
The news spread through Casterbridge, as all news does, and finally it reached Donald Farfrae's ears. The young Scot hurried to the humble cottage where Henchard was now living and rapped on the door.
Come in. Farfrae.
Hi. I want to speak to you, Michael. I've heard you're leaving town.
Aye.
What will you do? Where will you go?
I came to Casterbridge as a hairdresser. I can leave it as one. I still have my knife and wimble and basket, and no man can take them away from me.
Michael, now listen to me. Stay here in Casterbridge.
Huh? And do what?
Michael, I must ask you a question, man to man. I ask you to forget your pride and what has gone before. I ask you to believe me when I say I do not speak out of pity.
Well, what is it, Farfrae?
Will you stay in Casterbridge and work for me?
Work? For you?
Aye. You'll do much better with me than for strangers. And you know grain in spite of your misfortunes.
No. No, it is kind of you, but I cannot.
You should, Michael. You know where you owe it to me.
Huh? I owe it to you.
Aye. Remember when I first came here? I wanted to leave. You persuaded me to stay and work for you.
I remember.
I stayed against my will, and later was happy. You can do the same. Now, Michael, I ask you again. Will you stay and work for me?
Very well, Donald. I'll stay, and thank you for it.
There's no thanks needed. And, oh, Michael, by the way.
Aye?
You heard I bought your furniture?
So I heard.
Well, I did not want it for myself. It's worth more to you than to me, for sentiment's sake. Come and pick out what you need.
Huh? Donald, sometimes I think I've wronged you.
Now the pendulum had swung its full, far course. Now Henchard was working as a hay-trusser, his occupation of long ago. Thus he had come to Casterbridge 20 years ago, and to this he had returned, working as a laborer in the barns and granaries, which once he had owned, but that now belonged to Donald Farfrae. He had felt a momentary gratitude to the Scot, but now the humility of his position preyed upon him, and his old hatred returned. He brooded on it, and spoke of it to Elizabeth Jane.
There he be, Elizabeth Jane. There he be, sitting in the old place, the mayor's chair, and living in the fine house, and laughing at me working in the hayricks.
No, Father. I'm quite sure Mr. Farfrae isn't laughing at you.
No? Then he pities me. That is even worse. Well, it'll only be 12 days more. Only 12 days more, and there'll be an escape.
Father, what do you mean, 12 days more? What escape?
You will see, Elizabeth Jane. You will see.
12 days later, the denizens at the Inn of the Three Mariners were startled to see Michael Henchard come into the door and advance to the bar. There was a grim, set look on his face, a wild flame in his eyes. He smashed his heavy fist upon the bar.
Whiskey, keeper! Whiskey! And be quick about it.
Whiskey for you, Mr. Henchard, but you've never taken a drink.
Aye, I be a man of my word. I swore an oath never to take a drink of spirits for 21 years. Now that time be over, and my oath be done. Well, keeper, what are you standing there for? You heard me, did you not? Whiskey.
Aye, sir.
That's it. That's what I've needed these 21 years. That's what I need to stand me up when I do him in.
Do who in, Mr. Henchard?
Donald Farfrae. Who else?
Oh, well, now.
Well, what are you staring at me for? Did you think I'd stand by and see him take everything away from me? Did you? By heaven, no. I be still a better man than he be. Aye, better than he be. I'll break him like I broke that glass upon the floor. Mark me. It's the words of Michael Henchard. I'll break Donald Farfrae if it's the last thing I do.
The NBC University of the Air has brought you the fourth in a 5-part radio edition of The Mayor of Casterbridge by Thomas Hardy. Next week, we'll bring you the final episode. All the great novels you've heard on this series may be obtained from your local library. To those of you who have enjoyed this series and are eager to know more about the books we're opening for your pleasure, we suggest that you get full value from them by reading Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. 25 cents will cover the cost of printing and mailing. Requests for this handbook should be mailed to the World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. The script you've just heard was adapted for radio by Max Ehrlich. Members of the cast included Boris Aplon as Henchard, Geraldine Kay as Elizabeth Jane, Muriel Bremner as Lucetta, William Everett as Farfrae, Wilms Herbert as Jop, and Donald Gallagher as the narrator. Others were Hilda Graham, Hope Summers, Kurt Kupfer, Cliff Norton, and Fred Sullivan. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and the orchestra conducted by Joseph Galicchio. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. This program came to you from
Chesterton
Chicago.
Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at ChestertonRadio.com.
The world's great novels. This is the story of Michael Henchard, a man of character. He was strong and yet weak, turbulent and yet calm, hard and yet sentimental. And among the farming people of England's Wessex 100 years ago, he lived by his deeds and died by them and was judged for them. The NBC University of the Air brings you the last of a 5-part radio edition of Thomas Hardy's The Mayor of Casterbridge, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels.
Last week, we saw Michael Henchard staggered by one disaster after another. First of all, he had lost all his money in the grain market, while his rival, Donald Farfrae, became rich. Then a black mark in his past became known to the town, and his reputation was ruined. He lost his high position as mayor, and Farfrae became mayor of Casterbridge in his place. His star spiraled still further downward when the woman he planned to marry, Lucetta Templeton, fell in love with his rival and finally eloped with Farfrae. And the final bitter blow came when he went to work for his hated rival as a common laborer. ago, Michael Henchard, in a drunken frenzy, had sold his wife and child. Then he had sworn an oath not to touch another drop for 21 years. Now, the time of the oath had expired, and again he took to strong drink. And as he drank at the Inn of the Three Mariners with his one-time foreman, Jop, Henchard's hatred of Donald Farfrey grew more and more inflamed, and he publicly vowed vengeance. And it was true, he still had an ace in the hole. He had been Lucetta Farfrey's lover long before Donald had known her. He had a bundle of Lucetta's love letters to prove it, and these he held over his rival's head like a club. If the town of Casterbridge came to know of it, it would ruin Lucetta, smash her marriage, and put Donald Farfrey in a difficult position. It was no wonder, then, that Lucetta seemed agitated when she spoke to her husband.
Donald, I heard the servants talking last night.
Well?
They saw Michael Henchard at the Inn of the Three Mariners. He was drinking heavily.
Well, that is a fair Lucetta. I cannot regulate the lives of my help in their off hours.
No, dear, you don't understand. He threatened to do you harm. He hates you, Donald. He hates you.
What would you have me do, Lucetta?
Donald, can't you discharge him? Perhaps then he would leave Casterbridge.
No, Lucetta. I cannot discharge a man who was once such a good friend to me. How can I forget that when I first came here, Henchard helped me establish a footing? No, as long as I've a day's work to offer, he's welcome to it.
Then, Donald, perhaps we'd better leave Casterbridge.
What? Lucetta, have you gone daft? Why should we leave? Why, we're well off here, and doing better each day. And I'm the mayor.
But there's no telling what Mr. Henchard might do. He might even kill you.
Oh, come now. You misjudge him, Lucetta. We used to be good friends, and I know they're still good in the mon.
Lucetta Farfrey lived in an agony of suspense, day by day waiting for Henchard to reveal the letters and ruin her. Then at last she could stand it no longer. She came to see him one night.
Well, Mrs. Farfrey, good evening. But is it not imprudent to visit an old friend at this hour?
Michael, I had to see you.
Bless you, my dear. What for?
Please don't jest with me now. I must have those letters.
Ah, those letters. I was reading them last night, Lucetta. How affectionate they were. How endearing.
Michael, I can't stand it any longer. I've almost gone mad. I beg of you, in the name of everything we were to each other, give me the letters.
You asked me in the name of everything we were to each other. And in this same name you threw me over for Farfrey.
Have pity on a distressed woman, Michael. My happiness would be secure enough but for your threats. Oh, Michael, don't ruin me. Give me those letters.
I don't know. I don't know why I should.
Because I'm helpless, Michael. And you've not been found wanting to the helpless. And because I was the woman you loved. And whom you still love.
I curse you, Lucetta. I do still love you.
Because you do, you really could not bring yourself to ruin me. Could you, Michael? Could you?
No, I could not.
Give me the letters. Let me destroy them now.
They are not here. I have them in a safe place. But I will send them to you tomorrow.
Oh, Michael, I've misjudged you. You are good. And you really will send the letters to me tomorrow?
I may have fallen in low estate in many ways, Lucetta. But the word of Michael Henchard is still good and true.
True to his word, Michael Henchard took the letters from their hiding place. He gave them to his old foreman, Jop, to deliver. And here he made a mistake. For Henchard once had discharged Jop unfairly, and although Henchard had forgotten it, Jop had not. he had thirsted for revenge and bided his time. A casual look at the letters showed Jopp how he could humiliate Henchard before the whole town by proving that he had been jilted by Lucetta. And so, instead of delivering them directly to Lucetta, he stopped at a nearby inn called Peter's Finger, a low place with a low clientele.
Well, now, Jopp, me boy, that's a real precious love letter, so it is. A fine minx, this Mrs. Farfrae.
Aye, Charles. With her a-loving and a-loving Mr. Henchard, and then throwing him over for Farf.
Come, Jopp. Read us another letter.
Aye, let's have another
For
letter.
shame! For shame!
Oh, what's the matter with
What,
Mrs.
Mother Cookson? You don't find these here epistles entertaining? These intimate affairs they are twixt Henchard and Mrs. Farfrae. And true besides.
It be humbling thing, aye, an insult for us as is respectable women, that one of our sex could do it. A shame and a scandal it be. I say it be good foundation for a skimity ride.
What skimity ride?
A skimity ride.
You're right, Mother Cookson.
Aye, 'tis as good a ground for a skimmity ride as ever I know.
True, Christopher. The last one in Casterbridge must have been 10 years ago, if a day. It was against the widow Hedges, I recall.
Well, then, a skimmity ride it is against Mrs. Farfrae. And I'll be glad to lead it on.
Thus, certain lower elements in Casterbridge prepared an old English method of public humiliation for a brazen woman. As they poured out of the Inn of Peter's Finger, none of them noticed a stranger coming in. He was a seafaring man by the looks of him, a rather unusual sight in the corn country, and he went straight to the bar and spoke to the landlady.
Ahoy there, Mom.
Good day, sir.
All these lubbers pouring from the inn almost swamped me. What's going on?
Oh, sir, they're cooking up a skimmity ride.
What's that?
Oh, an old foolish thing they do in these parts when a man's wife is, well, not too much his own.
Good thing to see, is it?
Oh, it is funny. Aye, and exciting too, sir.
Then I shall be sure to see it.
Oh, then you're going to be in Casterbridge?
2 or 3 weeks.
Seafaring man, ain't you?
Aye,
Got kith or kin in Casterbridge?
I might have. And then again, they may all be dead.
I know the town well. Who may you be looking for?
A man named Henchard, Mom.
The strangers stayed the night at the Inn of Peter's Finger. Meanwhile, the next morning, Casterbridge became a holiday town, festooned and decorated and busy with preparations. For a great event was to take place, a surprise visit of a royal personage. The council, under Donald Farfrae's urgent summons, met in emergency session to consider how best to receive the royal celebrity. The council was deep in discussion when the door to the council chamber opened.
Now, gentlemen, for the business of...
Good morning, gentlemen.
Michael Henchard, what are you doing here?
Well, I thought I'd like to join you in this reception of our illustrious visitor.
I hardly see that it would be proper, Michael.
And why not Mr. Farfrae? Why not Mr. Mayor?
The consul are the consul, and the only body with authority to meet royalty in an official way. And you are not a member of the consul.
Look here, Farfrae. I was mayor of this town long before you came here, and I'm going to greet His Highness with the rest of you. You hear, Farfrae?
Look here, Henchard. You've been drinking. You don't know what you're saying.
I know what I am saying, you young jackanapes. You've done me in enough without humiliating me now. I said I'm going to meet His Highness, and I'm not going to be sat on by you, Farfrae, or the rest of this paltry crew.
Henchard, I ask you to leave this council chamber.
And I'll not leave, you hear? I'll not leave.
Then I regret to say we'll have to put you out forcefully. Bailiff?
Aye, Mayor.
show Mr. Henchard to the door and see that he does not come in again. Aye, Mr. Farfrey. Come along, Henchard.
You'll not get away with this, Farfrey. Mark me. You've done your last blow to me. I'll see you repaid for this. I'll see you repaid for this.
The reception took place, and Henchard saw it with the rest of the unprivileged onlookers. Then, in the early evening, as Donald Farfrey was preparing to go to Budmouth on a business trip, he received a message saying that someone wanted to see him at the North Granary. Since this barn was on the road to Budmouth, Farfrey decided that he would make the stop. Accordingly, he entered the semi-gloom of the big barn to find Henchard awaiting him in the high loft, to which he quickly climbed.
Now then, Henchard, what are you doing up here?
You and me are going to square accounts, Farfrey.
What do you mean by that?
You should have thought twice before making me eat humble pie before the council. I've stood your rivalry, which ruined me, and your stealing of Lucetta, which left me alone. But you're disgracing me and making me a laughingstock. I will not stand.
But you had no business at the council meeting.
As much as any among you. I was mayor for many years. The gall of a stripling like you, telling me what I might or might not do.
'Twas my duty as chief magistrate to stop you. But I'm not here to argue.
No? Well, I am.
In what way?
You see this loft, Farfrey? It's 4 square, and about the size of a wrestling ring. There be the open door, and it be 40 feet down to the barn floor. One of us two is going to throw the other out that door. The master, the better man, stays inside.
Henchard, you're daft.
Aye. Daft to hear your bones crack when I toss you through that door. Put up your hands, Farfrey.
The two men fought silently like animals. Farfrey was faster and more supple, but Henchard had the strength of a bull made twofold by his rage. They rocked and writhed like trees in a gale, first one having the advantage, then the other. Then, finally, Henchard slammed Farfrey to the floor so that his head hung over space through the open door.
No. No, Farfrey, I've got you. One little push, and down you go.
Aye, here's the advantage.
This is the end of what you did to me this morning. I have your life in my hands.
Then take it. Take it, Henchard. You've wished to long enough.
No, Donald. No. Be not true. Once I loved you as my own son. No man ever loved another as I loved thee.
Enough of words. Throw me down and be cursed to you.
No, Donald, I cannot. I came here to kill you. I thought I could, but now I cannot. Go. Have me arrested. Do what you will. I care nothing for what comes of me now.
Henchard let Farfrey up, and in shame and remorse flung himself on some grain sacks in a corner. Farfrey regarded him in silence, then climbed down the ladder and left for Budmouth. And there Henchard stayed till darkness came, like an animal afraid to face the light. Meanwhile, at Donald Farfrey's home, his wife Lucetta was alone, and Elizabeth Jane, Henchard's stepdaughter, had come over to keep her company. As they sat there sewing, they suddenly heard a disturbance on the street outside.
Elizabeth Jane, listen. What is it? I don't know, Mrs. Farfrey. It seems to be coming from up Corn Street. What an awful din. Wait, I will open the window. Elizabeth Jane, what is it? It's a skimmity ride. They use it to publicly disgrace an unfaithful woman. What? Elizabeth Jane, are they coming to this house? Yes. Yes, they've stopped in front of it. Oh, Mrs. Farfrey, don't look out of the window. I must. Elizabeth, they mean me. See that effigy riding on the donkey? It's me. Mrs. Farfrey, why doesn't somebody stop this cruel affair? Why doesn't somebody stop it? Oh, Mrs. Farfrey, let me shut the window, please. Don't look. Now, they mean me.
That effigy riding there is me, even my green parasol. They found out I know about Mr. Henchard and me, and now they're blackening my name.
Farfrey, in the name of heaven.
Mother mustn't say it. Mother mustn't say it. Elizabeth Jane, if we see them, we're both ruined. Will we? Oh, Mrs. Farfrey! Mrs. Farfrey!
Lucetta Farfrey fell heavily to the floor in a dead faint, and as she fell away from the window, the din stopped like the rustle of a spent wind, and the crowd dispersed. It was apparent now that she had suffered a serious stroke, and Elizabeth ran out in Corn Street to fetch the doctor. It was then that she met her stepfather, Michael Henchard, coming back from the barn. She told him what happened, and Henchard raced towards Farfrey's stable to pick up a horse and summon Farfrey back to his home. Finally, Henchard caught up to the young Scot almost on the outskirts of Butler.
Donald! Donald, wait!
Oh, so it's you, Henchard. What do you want to know?
You've got to return to Casterbridge at once, Donald. There's something wrong at your house.
Aye, I can believe that. What you want is a chance for another set to in some dark wood.
Farfrey, listen, I tell you the truth. Your wife, she's ill. She needs you.
Indeed. I don't believe you.
But, man, for the love of heaven, you've got to believe me. I know 'tis true. I have treated you badly. But now I come on your account, and your wife's. She needs you.
I have business in Budmouth, Mr. Henchard. Good night.
Henchard returned to report his failure. Meanwhile, Lucetta Farfrey sank lower and lower, calling vainly for her husband. Another man was dispatched and brought Farfrey home post-haste, the young Scot cursing himself for not believing Henchard. And then, early the next morning, Michael Henchard came to the Farfrey home to see how Lucetta was faring. As he approached the door, he saw a servant come out and begin to untie the piece of cloth that muffled the door knocker.
I beg your pardon, Mum.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Henchard.
Aye. But why are you taking off that cloth from the knocker? Someone may come and knock for entrance and thus disturb Mrs. Farfrey.
No, Mr. Henchard. They may knock as loud as they will, but Mrs. Farfrey will never hear it any more.
With dragging footsteps, Michael Henchard went back to his cottage. There was a cold, empty void within him. Lucetta Farfrey had meant much to him. She had come closer to his heart than any other woman. Now he was alone except for Elizabeth Jane, and even she was not of his own blood. An hour later, as Henchard sat before the fire, there was a knock at his door.
Come in.
Good morning. Is it Mr. Henchard I'm talking to?
Aye. My name be Henchard.
Ah. Then may I have a few words with you?
Come in, come in.
You may remember me?
No, I cannot recall as I do.
Well, no wonder. It was a long time ago. My name is Newson.
Newson? Richard Newson?
Aye. You know me now, eh?
I remember now. You are the sailor to whom I sold my wife Susan and Elizabeth Jane.
Aye.
But they said you were dead. Lost at sea.
They thought I were, but I've come back, as you see. Tell me, how is Susan?
Susan? She be dead.
I feared it. And my daughter, Elizabeth Jane, where is she?
She be dead too.
Poor little thing. Then the journey here has been for nothing.
I might as well go back from whence I came. You mean you are not staying here in Casterbridge any longer? No. No, what would be the use of it? Well, thank you, Mr. Enchard. I'll not trouble you any further.
When Newson had gone, Henchard sat there amazed at what he had done. Elizabeth Jane, although not his real daughter, was all he had left in the world, and he had spoken mad lies to keep her near him. Someday, Newson would find the truth and return to Casterbridge. As the weeks went by, Henchard became thin and gaunt. He took to staring up the Budmouth Road, expecting any moment to see the figure of a merchant sailor coming down. His health failed, and his once powerful strength began to ebb from him. And then, one day, his door opened.
Elizabeth Jane.
Hi, Father.
Come in, Elizabeth. What brings you here?
Father, I want to stay here with you.
With me?
If you want me. If you need me.
If I need... Oh, Elizabeth, do not mock me.
Father.
I have been so lonesome. But my dear, I have so little to offer.
Oh, Father, I don't mind your being poor. I'll live with you and take care of you and love you like I used to do.
But listen, Jane. What can I say? I thought he in heaven above had forsaken me. Yet I seem to be in somebody's hand after all.
For a time, Michael Henchard lived in some semblance of happiness. He was like a man lifted up. He shaved every day, put on clean linen, and combed his hair. And the people of Casterbridge even began to look upon him with some of their old respect. But then, the evil shadow that had haunted him clouded his star again. On a visit to the neighboring town of Budmouth, he passed by the inn and saw inside a man in the uniform of a merchant captain. It was Richard Newson, and Henchard knew the game was up. Newson had discovered the fraud and was coming back to claim Elizabeth Jane. From that time on, Michael Henchard was dead inside. He hurried back to Casterbridge and sought out his stepdaughter.
I am going to leave Casterbridge, Elizabeth Jane.
Leave Casterbridge? And leave me?
There is nothing left for me here. I would rather get out into the country and follow my own ways.
But, Father...
It is no use, my dear. My mind's made up.
I'm sorry you decided on this. For then, Father, you will not be here for the wedding.
Wedding? What wedding?
Mr. Farfrae has asked me to marry him. And I have said yes.
I see.
Father, I know how much you blame him for all that's happened to you. But I ask you now, I beg of you now, will you give us your blessing?
Elizabeth Jane. It was meant by some higher power that Donald Farfrae should take everything I had. I am only a man and a fool to fight destiny. Aye, daughter, I'll give him a blessing. Marry him. And be happy.
Father. Father.
Goodbye, Elizabeth Jane. Goodbye, my dear. And God bless you.
And so it was that Michael Henchard walked out of the town of Casterbridge carrying the tools of a hay trusser, just as he had come into it many years ago. Down the same dusty road he walked, with a heavy weight on his heart, and with half-muttered words on his lips.
Everywhere folks be dying afore their time, though wanted by their loved ones. While I, Michael Henschel, who was once mayor of Casterbridge, I, who am an outcast, wanted by none, despised by all, live on, against your will.
They found him, later, dead upon the road, and buried him at its side. And inscribed upon the stone were the words of the last will and testament written by Michael Henschel as he was dying. And there, standing on the Wessex earth, which Michael Henschel had loved so well, Elizabeth Jane, with her husband at her side, read the inscription.
This be my last testament and will, that none be made to grieve on account of me, that I be not buried in consecrated ground, that no sexton be asked to toll the bell, that nobody is asked to see my dead
body, that no mourners walk behind me at my funeral, that no flowers be planted on my grave, and that no man remember me. To this I put my name, Michael Henschel.
With this concluding chapter of The Mayor of Casterbridge, we come to an end of our second season of the world's great novels, an NBC University of the Air feature. We leave the air for the summer with the hope that you've enjoyed these dramatizations and that you'll again be with us when our literary series is resumed in the fall. In the meantime, we invite you to listen during the summer to the program which will occupy this half hour over many of these same stations. Based on material from the files of the State Department, it will be entitled Tales of the Foreign Service, and will bring you true stories of the men who serve our nation abroad. The Mayor of Casterbridge was adapted for radio by Max Ehrlich. Members of the cast included Boris Aplon as Henchard, Geraldine Kay as Elizabeth Jane, Muriel Bremner as Lucetta, William Everett as Farfrae, and Donald Gallagher as the narrator. Others were Hilda Graham, Hope Summers, Wilms Herbert, Kurt Cooper, Cliff Norton, and Fred Sullivan. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom and the orchestra conducted by Joseph Galicchio. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. This program came to you from Chicago. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels. Tonight, the NBC University of the Air presents the first of 4 episodes in its dramatization of Fyodor Dostoevsky's greatest portrait of life, The Brothers Karamazov, another in its series of books that lived, the world's great novels.
The monastery lay a quarter of a mile outside the town, and beyond it was the hermitage, a lowly 2-room cell. This, for many years, had been the home of the great elder, Father Zosima, the holy man to whom so many turned for guidance. On the day that our story begins, a young man wearing the long, dark gown of a novice monk is walking slowly back and forth along the portico outside the hermitage. Preoccupied, he does not hear the click of military boots on the flagstone path. He looks up startled as a tall, dark, uniformed man stops beside him.
Alexei.
Dmitri. You startled me.
Yes, I can see that. But why? You were expecting me, weren't you? This is the day for our great family meeting with your elders, Zosima.
Yes. Yes, this is the day.
Come, then. From the look on your face, one would think you'd just seen a miracle.
That's just it, brother. I have seen a miracle.
One of your precious elders' little tricks, I suppose.
Oh, don't talk like that, Dmitri. If only you could have seen... Brother, there was a peasant woman. She was ill with a fever and delirium. They brought her to Father Zosima this morning. He blessed her, and she was healed completely. Oh, Dmitri, Father Zosima is the greatest, the holiest man alive.
Bah, come down to earth, Alexei. Who ever heard of a Karamazov daydreaming over such stuff?
Oh, Dmitri,
Listen, Alexei. There's a favor you can do for me. Meet me later today in the garden in back of Father's house, and I'll tell you all about it.
But why in the garden? Why not...
In the house? I am not welcome there, and I don't want to be.
All right, brother. But now there's a favor you can do for me.
Oh? What's that?
Will you try not to lose your temper today? I don't want Father Zosima to be offended.
I'll do my best. But I can't answer for myself if our dear father starts his lying and ranting as usual.
This meeting was Father's idea.
So you think he's in good faith, eh? You know he's only looking for a chance to play the buffoon and to trap me. If he really wanted this thing settled, he could pay me the money he's cheated me out of without coming to Father Zosima and to talk it over there.
Dmitri, nothing like that in front of Father Zosima, please.
All right. Alexei, how did you happen to turn into a monk anyway?
I don't know, brother. It seemed to be something I had to do. With so much darkness in the world, this was where I found the light.
You're looking for answers, then. Ivan is looking for them, too. But not in your way.
Yes, Ivan. It's an odd thing, Dmitri, but I seem to know you so much better. Even though Ivan is my real brother and you're only my half-brother.
Thank you for that, Alexei. Because I love you better than anyone in the world. This is too bad of Ivan and Father. Where can they be? What the deuce can be keeping them so long?
Seated in a carriage on the way to the monastery, Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov. The insolent little eyes in the vicious, bloated face dart continually from the window to his companion, his third son.
Ivan, how much farther is it? Aren't we getting close?
We're almost there. Why didn't you start on time?
Oh, well, no matter. This monk should be glad to see me. I've just given the monastery 1,000 rubles to pray for the souls of my 2 wives. Good enough for them, huh?
You'd have done better to treat them decently while they were alive, instead of keeping a disorderly house with your drinking and your low women.
Ivan, you talk like that to me, your poor old father.
You're not poor from giving too much to your sons. Why, you never looked at me or Dmitri or Alexei either, from the day we were born.
Ivan.
And if it hadn't been for Grigory, a mere servant, and the relations who saw to our education, what would have happened to us?
My son...
Oh, you're no father. You're a drunken old fake.
Ivan! Alexei doesn't abuse me like that.
Alexei is a monk. He thinks it's not right to pass judgment.
Oh, you, with your learning and your atheistic ideas. At least the monks are honest. Some of them.
And I'm not honest, I suppose.
Well, I know something you'd like to steal. You've got your eye on Dmitri's beautiful fiancée.
Why?
And 60,000 rubles.
You old liar. Katerina Ivanovna's an honorable girl, and I'll have none of your filthy talk about her.
Inside the hermitage, Father Zosima made a sign for Alexei to stand at his side, and for the others to sit down on a row of shabby chairs against the wall. The small, faded room had a look of hardware, like Father Zosima himself, though his eyes were bright and his lips smiled frequently. Alexei watched his father and was ashamed. His fears were coming true.
You are welcome here, gentlemen.
Oh, Thank you, sacred elder. You must forgive us for being late. You will forgive us, blessed Father.
There's nothing to forgive.
Oh, you're too kind. I try to be punctual. After all, punctuality is the courtesy of kings, is it not?
You're scarcely a king, Father.
Listen to him. I'm not a king. Don't you think I know that, Ivan? Oh, I'm saying the wrong thing. I always do. But believe me, Your Reverence, I only do it to make people laugh. Great elder, say you're not annoyed with me.
Please don't distress yourself. And stop being ashamed.
You hear, Ivan, you hear? Father Zosima understands me. Father Zosima, look, I'll even go down on my knees. Tell me how to be good. Tell me how to find eternal life.
Get up, Fyodor Pavlovich. This is all sham and pretending.
Oh, I can't stand any more of this. Get up off your knees, Father. What right have you to pray?
Dmitri, you promised me...
I can't help what I promised. This whole thing's a farce.
A farce? And whose fault is that? Oh, Holy Elder, I want justice. My son Dmitri is a robber.
You cheated me out of my mother's estate.
I owe you nothing. Oh, I know why you want money. I know. Listen, Holy Father, this robber, my son, he's betrothed to a good, honorable girl, Katerina Ivanovna, and what does he do?
I warn you, no more.
He runs after the enchantress Grushenka. Yes, she's the one he wants. He wants money to get her.
Why, you shameless hypocrite.
Yes.
This enchantress you speak of, Grushenka. You're jealous of me because you want her for yourself.
Oh,
Dmitri, this is shameful.
It is, Alexei. Oh, why is this man alive? Why is he allowed to defile the earth?
Kill me, then. Parricide! Ah, you hear, sacred elder? He wants to kill his own father.
God have mercy on you, Karamazov. God bring peace to your heart. Dmitri Fyodorovich, let me bow down before you.
Oh, Reverend Father, no, you must not do this.
I bow down to you, Dmitri, to the suffering in store for you.
Lie down here, Father Zosima. Lie down on the bed.
Oh,
you're ill. They've made you ill.
You must pray for your brother, Alexei. There will be sorrow in your house.
Forgive Dmitri, dear Father.
Forgive? I knelt at his feet that he might forgive me, that I cannot bear his suffering for him. Oh, Alexei, the sins of the fathers are visited upon the sons, and I pray God they may not touch you. For Dmitri, I understand him. He is good, he is honest, but he is passionate, and from his passion comes his torment.
But what have he done?
He has a black heart, Alexei. He will destroy himself. He believes not in man, nor in God, nor in himself. And in that way of life there is death. Go now, my Alexei. Go to your father's house.
Let me stay here with you.
You are more needed there. And remember, my son, this is not the place for you. When it is God's will to call me, leave the monastery. Live in the world. Work unceasingly. And remember my words, for my hours are numbered.
No, dear Father, no.
Do not cry. Rejoice and pray for me. Now go. Be near your brothers, or there will be tragedy in your house. Go, dear son.
Alexei's heart was heavy with anxiety as he left the dim cell and came out into the sunlight. He hurried toward the big Karamazov house where Ivan and his father lived alone. As Alexei reached the garden of his father's house, he heard Dmitri calling to him.
Alexei.
Dmitri.
In here, Alexei. In the summer house. Good boy. I thought you'd forgotten to come.
I got here as fast as I could. Why are you hiding in here?
I'm watching for someone. Alexei,
I want you to go and see Katerina Ivanovna for me.
Katerina Ivanovna?
Yes. And tell her I can never see her again.
Dmitri, has it anything to do with that woman?
Grushenka? So you're ashamed to mention her name. And I should be even more ashamed. She's ruined me, Alexei. And yet I can't get away. I don't want to get away. When I was in the regiment, I led a wild life, Alexei. I loved wickedness. And yet, everyone liked me. I was a hero in the little town. They thought I had money.
And that was when you met Katerina?
She was the colonel's beautiful daughter, the belle of the town. And she wouldn't speak to me. She wouldn't even notice me. And for that, I wanted my revenge. I paid her back, Alexei. I took the pride out of her. I made her come crawling to me for money when her father was sorting his accounts with the government. The inspectors were coming to town. They'd have caught him. She came to me late one afternoon and asked me for the money. She was terribly frightened. I let her stand there, and I looked at her. Then I took out a note for 5,000 rubles. I folded it up very carefully and handed it to her without a word. She turned as white as a sheet. And then she ran away. I started singing for joy.
But when were you betrothed?
Not right away. She went to Moscow and sent back the money with a letter, saying she loved me and wanted to be my wife. And then I did a really stupid thing. I sent Ivan to see her.
What was so stupid about that?
You don't know that Ivan is in love with her? And how can she love me when she looks at him?
But she must love you. She asked you to marry her.
She's giving me her life out of gratitude. Don't I know she's 1,000,000 times better than I am? I'll drown in the back alley and she'll marry Ivan. Go to her, Alexei. Tell her.
What do you want me to say?
Say I'm never going to see her again. Tell her I sent her my compliments.
But where are you going?
To the back alley, little brother.
To Grushenka.
I can't help it, Alexei. I'm plague-stricken, I tell you. I've given up everything for Grushenka. My honor. Everything.
There's more, then?
Yes, there's more. Katerina gave me 3,000 rubles to send to her sister in Moscow. And what did I do with the money? I took it, and I drove to the next town with Grushenka. I spent it on a banquet. I'm a thief, you hear? But I don't care. I'm going to Grushenka. I'm going to marry her if she'll have me.
Katerina will forgive you. Ivan and I will give you the money, and you can pay her back.
And when would I pay you back?
Why don't you ask Father for 3,000?
Would he give me money to help me marry Grushenka when he wants her for himself?
But he's an old man.
He's an old satyr. He'd do anything to get her. Why, he's got 3,000 rubles in his room right now in a big envelope. And he wrote on it, for my angel Grushenka when she will come to me.
How do you know it's there?
Smedyakov told me. He's the only person the old fool trusts. So now Father's hoping Grushenka will come for the money. That's why I'm watching here. To keep her away from him.
Do you think she'll be here today?
I don't know. I'm taking no chances. Smedyakov's going to let me know if he sees her coming. I'll stop her, Alexei. I've got to.
But Father will see her, too. What if he...
If there's an if, Alexei, it will be murder. I'll kill him.
Brother, what are you saying?
Oh, I don't know. I'm afraid at that moment I may loathe him so much I won't be able to endure it.
As Alexei and Dmitri sat talking in the summer house, Fyodor Pavlovich, in his large, old-fashioned drawing room, was finishing his dinner, attended, as always, by the aged Grigory and the dark-faced, contemplative lackey, Smedyakov. He was starting on his brandy and was in great good spirits, so he listened with delight to Grigory telling a story he had heard that day in the village.
And this honorable soldier refused to give up his faith. He was tortured by the heathens and died, glorifying the name of the Lord.
Wonderful, Grigory, wonderful. They ought to make a saint out of him. They'd make a lot of money out of his bones,
You're making fun of me, Fyodor Pavlovich.
Fun? Yes, I'll make fun if I please. Look, even Smirtikov is grinning. What do you think of it, my Balaam's ass?
I think he should have given up his faith and saved his life. There's no sin in that.
Why isn't it a sin, you rascal? For that you'll go to the devil and roast like a mutton.
Well, I've roasted many a mutton in my time. Turn about as fair, as they say.
Pentecost, you ought to be whipped.
Don't scold him, Grigory. Oh, you're in a bad temper. Why don't you go to bed?
As you please, Fyodor Pavlovich. But I still believe...
Never mind what you still believe, you.
Faithless rascal. Nothing to do but...
Go. He's gone. Now, tell me, Smirtikov. You saw my Grushenka. You told her about the present I have for her, the 3,000 rubles, huh?
I told her, Fyodor Pavlovich.
Huh?
She seemed interested.
She'll come then, will she, my angel? When will she come? Will it be today?
Oh, that I could not say. But I'm quite sure she'll be here.
Good boy. You shall have a gold piece. Oh, now there's Ivan. How am I going to get rid of him if she comes? Where is Ivan, by the way?
Ivan Fedorovitch is in his room. He's packing his clothes.
Packing? Then he'll go, after all. He'll go to Chamashnya to sell my land. I'll make 8,000 rubles.
And Grushenka can come while he's gone.
Perfect! Everything's perfect. Quiet, I hear him coming.
Well, Father, I see you're at the brandy as usual.
Oh, a glass or two, Ivan. It does me good. Ivan, Smirtikov tells me you've been packing. Is that right?
Smerdyakov talks too much, as always.
But you will go. You'll go to Chermashny to sell the land.
I haven't said so. I may go to Moscow.
Oh.
Or I may not go at all.
Oh, what have I done to be cursed with such undutiful sons?
Don't be cross with Ivan, Father.
Leave him alone. There's my good boy, my Alexei. Come in, boy. Come in. Sit down. Oh, you should have been here a while ago, Alexei. We were on your subject. We were talking about a man who saved his soul. Ivan, you know everything. Tell me. Is there a God?
There is no God.
Alexei, is there a God?
There is a God.
Oh, you two can't agree. Well, Ivan, is there immortality?
No immortality either.
Then if there's no immortality, there is no good and no evil, eh?
There is no good and no evil. There is nothing.
Brother, how can you talk this way?
Let him talk, Alexei. Perhaps he's right. There is nothing. Nothing but liquor and money. And women.
And you've had too much of the liquor.
Liquor and money and women. Especially women.
Father, you're drunk.
I'm drunk? I'm drunk. Women, did I ever tell you? Did I ever tell you about the idiot girl, Elizabethan Smirdyakov? Huh?
Father!
Smerdyakov, you may go.
At once, Ivan Fedorovitch. At once.
Huh? What's the matter? What did I say?
Oh, I didn't know you were so stupid.
Oh, yes, you despise me. Alexei, you must not love Ivan. You're a good boy, Alexei. You're my good boy.
What is that? What's happening?
Where is he?
Dimitri!
Where is Grushenka, you old fool?
Dimitri, he'll kill me. Ivan, don't let him get at me.
Smerdyakov, why did you let him in?
I tried to keep him out. I tried.
He's here somewhere.
No.
Smerdyakov told me.
No.
Where is he? Tell me! Tell me!
Save me! Save me!
There's how much I'll save you there!
Madman, you killed him!
Serve him right. If I haven't killed him, I'll come again and kill him. You can't stop me.
Dimitri, will you get out of here?
Oh, Alex, you tell me. Was she here or not?
I swear she's not been here. No one expected her.
All right. Don't say anything about the money, Alexei. Just go to Katerina. Compliments and farewell. Remember,
I've got to find Grushenka.
Father, here. Pick him up.
Nizikov. Nizikov.
Yes, I'm here.
What was Dmitri talking about? What did you tell him?
I told him nothing. He came in, but I didn't speak to him. He was lying.
Oh, stop mumbling, you old lunatic. Smerdyakov, get him to bed.
Come along with me, Fedor Pavlovich. Come along.
If I hadn't pulled Dmitri off, well, it wouldn't take too much to do for the old man, would it?
Heaven forbid.
Why should heaven forbid? Serve them both right. Oh, don't worry. I won't let him be murdered. Why don't you stay and keep watch with me?
I've got to go to Katerina Ivanovna. I promised Dmitri.
For that compliments and farewell? Dmitri has asked you to go and say that he takes his leave of her?
Yes, brother. How will this end?
Who knows?
Dejected in spirit, almost afraid to think of the day's events, Alexei left his father's house and turned toward the high street where Katerina Ivanovna lived. When he was shown into Katerina's drawing room, he saw that he had interrupted visitors, for there were empty teacups on the table. In a moment, Katerina Ivanovna came in.
At last you are here, Alexei. I've been praying for you to come all day. Sit down, please.
I've come to... He sent me.
I knew he would. What did he say?
He told me to give you his compliments and to say he would never come again.
His compliments? He used that word?
Yes.
Then he was excited. He hadn't made up his mind.
Well, that might be it.
Then I can still save him. But tell me, did he say anything about money? About 3,000 rubles?
He said he was a thief, that he'd lost his honor.
But that's not true. I'm his friend. Oh, Alexei, why is he ashamed to be open with me?
It's because of that woman, that Grushenka.
But I can forgive that.
He wants to marry her.
He won't, because she won't marry him. That girl is an angel. Do you know that?
Oh.
You don't believe me, but I'll show you. Grushenka, my angel, come in here.
You called me angel, lady.
This is a friend, Grushenka. This is Alexei.
I have waited a long time
to meet Alexei. Oh, see, Alexei, isn't she lovely?
I didn't realize that you knew each other.
This is the first time we've met. I wanted to know her. And when I sent for her, she flew here like an angel and brought us peace and joy.
You're too kind to me, dearest young lady. I'm not worthy.
Not worthy. Oh, people are so wrong about her. Only think of it. She loved a man 5 years ago. She sacrificed everything to him and he deserted her. But now he's coming back and Grushenka will be happy again. Oh, Angel, give me your hand. Let me kiss it. There, again.
You don't understand me, dear lady. I have a willful heart. I assassinated your Dmitri only for fun.
But now you'll save him. You gave me your word. You'll go back to that other man.
Oh, no, I didn't give my word. I may go back to Dmitri. You see, I'm so changeable.
But you said something quite different. I never expected...
Ah, young lady, and do you still like me so much? Give me your hand. I'll kiss it, as you did mine.
Why do you only hold my hand like that?
You know, perhaps after all, I won't kiss your hand.
As you please. But why not?
So that you may be left to remember that you kissed my hand, but I didn't kiss yours.
Oh, insolent creature.
And I shall tell Dmitri, and how he will laugh.
Oh, you vile woman. You're a creature for sale.
For shame, young lady. For sale, indeed. You visited Dmitri for money. You took money from Dmitri once. He told me.
I'll kill you.
Katerina, that's not a word. She'll go away.
Let me go, Alexei. Let me beat her. Dmitri told her.
Oh, good
So she wouldn't kiss her hand, eh, Alexei? Oh, that's her all over.
Don't laugh, Dmitri. It was terrible.
That she-devil. She's magnificent.
But Katerina...
Oh, I see right through her. She thought she could bewitch Grushenka, did she?
But, brother, think how you've insulted Katerina. Grushenka flung it in her face.
Ah, you're right, Alexei. I am a scoundrel. Come, that's enough. You go your way and I mine. I don't want to see you again.
Not see me?
No. But, wait a minute. One more confession. To you alone. Look at me, little brother. Look at me well. Here. Here on my breast. There's terrible disgrace in store for me. The greatest dishonor of all.
What is it?
Never mind. Only listen. I can stop this disgrace. I can get my honor back tomorrow. Only I'm not going to do it. It's the back alley and the she-devil for me, little brother. And don't pray for me. I'm not worth it. Goodbye, Alex.
And Alexei lay that night on his cot in the monastery, wondering in his heart why Father Zosima had bade him go forth from the peace of that holy place. For in the interweaving lives of his family, of the world outside, there was confusion and darkness in which one lost the way.
The Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University Theater. Listen next week to the second episode of The Brothers Karamazov, and remember that this and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Brothers Karamazov was adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Grushenka was played by Patricia Dunlap, Katerina by Jean Murray, Dostoevsky by Donald Gallagher, Alexei by Charles Flynn, Ivan by Larry Alexander, Dmitri by Boris Aplin, Fyodor Pavlovich by Sherman Marks, Father Zosima by Arthur Peterson, Shmerchikov by Cliff Norton, and Grigory by Philip Lord. And this is Dave Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. The world's great novels. Tonight, the NBC University of the Air presents the second of 4 episodes in its dramatization of Fyodor Dostoevsky's masterpiece, The Brothers Karamazov, another in its series of books that live, the world's great novels. Alexei Karamazov, the young and gentle novice monk, feels himself powerless to avert the terrible conflict growing in the lives of his brothers, Ivan and Dmitri, and their selfish and vicious old father. He feels the gathering force of tragedy in his family and faces yet another great sorrow in the approaching death of his beloved teacher, the elder of the monastery, Father Zosima. Thus, his loyalty is divided as Dostoevsky takes up the thread of our story.
Alexei rose from his cot in the monastery before daybreak. He thought immediately of his brother Dimitri's strange farewell to him the night before, and of the terrible disgrace Dimitri had hinted at and refused to explain. He resolved to look for Dimitri at once and to solve the mystery. But first, he approached a venerable monk, the friend and confidant of Father Zosima.
Father Paisi, how is Father Zosima?
He is worse, my dear boy. He is very weak.
When, Father? How long?
When it is God's will. But he may not live through the day. Go to him, Alexei. He needs you.
Yes, I will go.
Come closer, Alexei. It seems dark. I can see you.
Father Zosima.
No tears, my dear son. Tell me, are your people expecting you? Do they need you?
I promised myself I'd see them today. But now I don't want to leave you.
But you must go, Alexei. You shall be here when I die. I will say my last words to you. That will be my last gift to you, because you love me. Go now, my son. Go and keep your promise.
Alexei obeyed, happy with the elder's promise that he should hear his last word on earth. He hurried toward his father's house, anxious to finish what he had to do and return quickly. He found the old man sitting alone over his breakfast, the brandy bottle already on the table.
What are you doing here, Alexei?
I just came to find out how you're feeling.
Don't trouble yourself. You'd do better to go after your brother Ivan.
Why? Where's he gone?
Why, to Katerina Ivanovna, of course. He still thinks he's going to get her for himself, his brother's fiancée.
He didn't tell you so.
He didn't. What do you think he's doing around here? He didn't come to murder me like Dimitri. He doesn't ask for money. He must have come for something.
Oh, you're still in a bad mood from yesterday.
You'd be in a bad mood, too. I ought to have that ruffian Dimitri locked up. A man can't beat up his old father. The law's got something to say about that.
You wouldn't put Dimitri in prison. He's your own son.
Wouldn't I? But, Alexei, if I sent him to prison, Grushenka would feel sorry for him. This way, she'll feel sorry for me because he beat me. Your father's a clever man, Alexei. A very clever man. I'll marry Grushenka, and I'll crush Dimitri.
Don't talk like that.
I'll crush him, I will, like a beetle. You'll never get Grushenka. And you can go and tell Ivan to leave Katerina alone. Let her look out for Dmitri. Let her keep him away from my Grushenka. Now, get out. Get out. Go to Katerina's and find out what's going on. Yes. Alexei, and come back and tell me. You hear?
Goodbye, Father.
God be with you.
God be with me, indeed. I need a drink. That's what I need.
Alexei made his way toward Katerina Ivanovna's house with new doubts besetting his mind. Until now, it had seemed impossible to him that Ivan should be in love with Dimitri's betrothed. He wanted to believe that Katerina was truly in love with Dimitri. But now he remembered his brother's words of the day before. She's giving me her life out of gratitude. And as he entered Katerina's drawing room, he looked anxiously into Ivan's pale face, trying to find the answer.
I'm just leaving, Alexei. Come along with me.
No, Ivan, please. I want to know what Alexei thinks. I want him to tell me I'm right.
If I can help you, Katerina?
You're my friend, Alexei. And you saw what happened yesterday, when that woman was here.
Grushenka, you mean?
Yes. I've decided something, Alexei, and Ivan thinks I'm right.
Oh, yes. You're right. It has to be this way.
And I want you to tell me so, too, Alexei.
What is it, Katerina?
It's only this. If Dmitri marries that woman, I'll never forgive him. But I'll never leave him. I'll watch over him all my life.
Dmitri will appreciate that.
He'll be unhappy with her, Ivan. He's
Ah.
sure to be. And then he can come to me. I'll give up my whole life for his happiness. I want him to see me doing it all his life.
But you only feel this way for a moment, Katerina.
Oh, you don't know her, Alexei. This moment will last all her life. She thinks it's her duty.
A duty, Alexei. That's what will help me bear it.
Yes, Katerina. You'll spend your life thinking about your own heroism, about how brave you are in your suffering.
Alexei, tell me. I want to know what you'll say. I know you're both my friends. I know you won't desert me.
I'm going back to Moscow tomorrow.
To Moscow? Why, how fortunate. I don't mean I'm glad you're going, such a good friend. I'm sorry to lose you. But you can deliver some letters for me. Yes, that's it, some letters. I'll go and write them right away.
And what about Alexei's opinion? I thought you were so anxious to hear it.
I haven't forgotten. I want his decision. I'll do whatever he says.
You'd better not hear what I've got to say.
What's the matter, Alexei?
He's going to Moscow, and you say you're glad. You're playing a part as if this were a theater.
What are you talking about?
You don't love Dmitri at all. You never have, and Dmitri never loved you. You're torturing Ivan because you love him, and you're torturing yourself trying to believe you love Dmitri. It's got to stop.
Why, you're a little religious idiot. That's what you are.
You're a good boy, Alexei. You made a mistake.
What mistake?
Katerina's not in love with me. She's kept me around so she could take out a spite on someone when Dmitri insulted her.
Is this what you think of me?
You're enjoying all of this, Katerina. It gives you a chance to be faithful and heroic.
Ivan, forgive me.
I can't not right now. I've loved you too much. I shouldn't say that. But it doesn't matter because I'm never coming back. Goodbye, Katerina. Be happy with your duty.
Ivan!
Katerina, it was my fault. I began it. Oh, what do I know about these things?
No, it was not your fault. Run after him, Alexei. Tell him.
Tell him what?
Tell him. No. Only go. Oh, Alexei. What kind of woman am I?
Ivan! Wait, Ivan!
Alexei. You should have come with me in the first place.
Ivan, you shouldn't have left Katerina like that. She's terribly unhappy.
Don't worry about her, little brother. She's stronger than you think. Come, walk along with me. Where are you going, Alexei?
I have to get back to the monastery soon. Father Zosima's dying.
Tell me, have you seen Dmitri today?
No.
Oh, I wanted to see him before I went away. No, but there's no need for it now.
Are you really going so soon, brother?
Yes. I finished what I had to do, and I'm going. You saw me finish it just now.
At Katerina's?
Yes.
I don't believe you, brother. I don't think you can live with this.
Don't you? And I tell you, there's a strength that can stand anything.
What strength?
The strength of being a Karamazov, Alexei. I can always fall back on that.
And get to be like Father, you mean?
Yes, even that. I can make a life for myself, Alexei. Without her, without anybody. For as long as I don't lose my desire for life, everything is lawful.
Yes. You said that yesterday.
And you don't like me for it, do you? No more about this, Alexei. You go to the right, and I to the left. Now, go to your elder. He's dying. If he dies without you, you'll be angry with me for keeping you. Goodbye, Alexei.
It was just the way Dmitri had left Alexei the night before, and a strange resemblance passed through Alexei's mind as he stood looking after his brother. For a moment, he was afraid for Ivan, but the thought left him, and all at once he turned and almost ran to the monastery. And Ivan, when he left Alexei, went home to Fyodor Pavlovich's house. But with every step he took, he felt a more terrible depression growing on him, a depression which he could not explain, until suddenly, about 15 paces from the gate, he realized what was worrying him. The lackey, Smerdyakov, was sitting on a bench in the gateway waiting for him. And suddenly, Ivan knew that this was the man he hated. Hated for his slyness, his vanity, and for the way he seemed to think that he and Ivan had some kind of understanding between them. Smerdyakov grinned at him.
I am surprised at you, Ivan Fyodorovich.
Why are you surprised at me?
Why don't you go to Chermashnya, sir?
Why should I go to Chermashnya?
Why, because Fyodor Pavlovich has begged you to go. To sell his land for him, sir.
Let me pass. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, wait a minute, Ivan Fyodorovich.
Well?
I'm in an awful position, sir.
What are you talking about?
Why, about your father and your brother Dmitri. Fyodor Pavlovich worries me every minute about Grushenka. When will she come? Why hasn't she come? And Dmitri Fyodorovich threatens to kill me if I let her get here without knowing. Oh, I'm afraid of them, sir.
Then why have you been meddling? Why are you spying for Dmitri anyway?
Oh, how could I help it? Dmitri Fyodorovich got a hold of me at the very beginning. Now he'll kill me if I miss her.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
I don't know, sir. I have a feeling perhaps I'll have a long fit tomorrow.
What do you mean, a long fit?
My epilepsy, sir. I've had it all my life. Sometimes the fits go on for 3 days.
But how can you tell when you're going to have one?
I can't tell. But I might fall down the cellar steps, and that would bring one on.
Oh. So you're going to pretend to be ill for 3 days.
If Grushenka should come, Dmitri couldn't blame a sick man for not telling him. Could he, sir?
Oh, hang it all. What are you afraid of? Dimitri's not going to kill you.
He'd kill me first of all. But more than that, they might take me for an accomplice if he kills your father.
Who should take you for an accomplice?
Oh, wait. Because of the signals, sir.
What signals? Speak out, will you?
You've been going to your room early, sir. You don't know how carefully your father locks himself in at night. He's afraid to open the door. But he wants to know if Grushenka comes. So, there are signals. He sent me to tell her about them. 5 knocks means she's here. 3 knocks means he must let me in. So, if he heard one of the signals, he'd open the door right away, without being afraid.
And you told Dmitri about this? How dared you tell him?
I was afraid of him. I told him so he'd know I'm faithful to him.
Then you'd better watch for him. Make sure he doesn't use those signals.
But how can I, if I should be laid up with a fit?
Oh, let Grigory know then. He'll keep them out.
Oh, Grigory will never know. His lumbago has been bothering him, and every night his wife gives him a very strong medicine, and then drinks the rest of it herself. It puts them right to sleep, and they'd never hear Dmitri.
So you'll have a fit and they'll be drunk. It looks to me like you're trying to arrange this whole thing.
Oh, how could I arrange it? It all depends on Dmitri, whether he comes.
And if Grushenka doesn't come to the old man at all, then why should Dmitri break in?
Why, he'll come the way he did yesterday, just to make sure she's not here. And then there's the 3,000 rubles. You know it's in an envelope in your father's room.
And that's nonsense. Dmitri might kill father on account of Grushenka, but he won't steal.
He needs money, Ivan Fyodorovich. And besides, think of this. If Grushenka marries the old man, there wouldn't be a penny for any of you. But Fyodor Pavlovich hasn't made a will. If he dies now, there'll be 40,000, even for Dmitri.
Then why on earth are you telling me to go to Chermashnya?
Oh, if I were in your place, I'd get out of here, that's all.
You're an idiot, and what's more, you're a scoundrel.
Oh.
I'm going away to Moscow, if you want to know. And I'm going early tomorrow morning.
Of course, they could send for you in Moscow if anything happens.
Oh. And couldn't they send for me in Chermashnya? It's even closer than Moscow.
They could send for you there, too.
Then what are you talking about?
I only meant, sir, your father has asked you to go to Chermashnya. He's begged you to go.
So, he'd be bringing it on himself, is that it?
Precisely so.
Let him think I've gone to Chermashnya, then. I tell you, I'm going to Moscow. And I'm going tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I always say, sir, it's worthwhile talking to a clever man.
What do you mean by that, you idiot?
Oh, nothing, sir. Fyodor Pavlovich will be waking up soon, if you will excuse me.
Ivan sat up very late at night thinking of many things, and rose in the morning without saying goodbye to his father and set out on his journey. But instead of relief, his soul was filled with such gloom, his heart ached with such anguish as he'd never known before. Meanwhile, as Ivan and Smerdyakov were having their strange conversation, Alexei reached the monastery and went anxiously into Father Zosima's cell. The elder's face was bright and cheerful. He lay in his bed, talking quietly to Father Paisi and the other monks who were his friends. Seeing Alexei, he smiled joyfully and held out his hand.
Welcome, my dear Alexei.
Oh, dear Father, I came as soon as I could.
Have you been home? Have you seen your brother Dmitri?
I saw him yesterday. I could not find him today.
Oh, but you must find him. Perhaps you may have time to prevent something terrible.
Oh, Father and teacher, tell me, what is this terror? What is this suffering?
I cannot tell. But I saw a look in his face, and it seemed to reflect his fate. Alexei, remember, everything and all our fates are from the Lord. But I can tell you, Alexei, what the Lord decrees for you. You will go forth from these walls, and you will live like a monk in the world. You will have misfortunes, but you will find your happiness in them. You will bless life, and you will make others bless it. Alexei, give me a hand, dearest father. Rejoice, dear son, rejoice. Pray for me, Alexei. My blessing upon you.
Father Zosima. Father Zosima.
He is gone, dear son. He is with the Lord.
Father, you see, how can this be? What shall I do now? What shall I do?
The body of Father Zosima was prepared for burial according to the ritual, and he lay in the open coffin with an icon of the Savior in his hand. All night, Alexei knelt beside him and prayed, while Father Paisi stood reading the gospel as it was prescribed. But when it was daylight, the crowds began to gather outside the cell. The monks came first, and then the people from the town. They gathered, waiting, filled with expectation.
A miracle. We shall see a miracle. The sick will be healed. The blind will see again. A miracle. A miracle.
And Alexei was waiting too, hoping, fearing, sure of great things to come. Surely God would show his favor to the remains of such a holy man. Yet the hours went by, and the expected miracle did not come to pass. The crowd grew restless, and the mood began to change.
It shows God's judgment is not his man.
He was not strict in fasting. He was a proud man. He was not humble.
And the criticism became an uproar.
He was unclean. He was not faithful.
He is turned into a devil. It is a sign. It is a sign from God.
All at once, Father Paisi saw Alexei leave the side of the coffin with a strange look and slip toward the door of the cell.
Alexei, my son, where are you going?
I don't know, Father. Where is there left for me to go?
What do you mean, my son?
Father Paisi, why has there been no miracle?
Have you fallen into temptation, then? Can you be with those of little faith?
Let me go, Father, I pray you.
You're leaving the hermitage? Without asking leave? Without asking a blessing?
Go then, Alexei. But you will come back again. Alexei had spoken the truth. He did not know where he was going. He knew only that the man he had exalted above everything in the world had not received the glory that was his due. Who had judged him? Who had decreed this? And there was a terrible doubt in Alexei's heart. For if his faith was gone, what was there left for him? And then he remembered Ivan's words the day before.
The strength of being a Karamazov, to sink into baseness and corruption.
Grushenka lived in the busiest part of the town near the cathedral square. It was quite dark when Alexei reached her rooms.
Yes? Yes, who is it?
It is Alexei Karamazov.
Daniel, who's there? Don't let him in.
It's not he, mistress. It's someone else.
It's I, Grushenka. It's Alexei.
Alexei, you frightened me, but I'm so glad to see you. Come in, come in. I've always hoped you'd come to see me, Alexei. Only I'm expecting some news, and I was afraid it was Dmitri breaking in.
But why are you so afraid of Dmitri?
I tell you, I'm expecting news. I don't want him here at all. But you, Alexei, it's different with you. Sit here by me. Sit on the sofa. That's right. Why do you look so sad, Alexei?
What? I don't know. I have nothing to be sad about.
No, of course not. I'll cheer you up, Alexei. Here, let me sit on your knee. You're not afraid of me, are you?
No, I'm not afraid.
Of course not. And now, shall I tell you my secret about the message?
Tell me, if you like.
My officer is coming, Alexei. The man I haven't seen for 5 years. He's at Makroya. He'll send a messenger for me. I'm expecting the messenger any minute.
At Makroya? Why, that was where...
Where I went with Dmitri once?
Does Dmitri know about this?
Of course he doesn't. That's why I'm so afraid. But don't remind me of him. I want to think about you. Senya, go get some champagne. I want to celebrate because Alexei's here.
At once, mistress. What a lot of excitement.
Why did you come, Alexei? What made you come?
I don't know. Only that Father Zosima died last night.
What? And I didn't know. I've been sitting on your knee at a time like this. And you had such a terrible sorrow.
You know my sorrow? You can understand it?
Oh, I pity you, Alexei. Heaven rest his soul. He was a good man. He was a saint.
You say that? Then you saved me, Grushenka.
Saved you? But how?
I came here thinking to find a wicked soul. I came because I thought I'd lost my faith, because I felt drawn to evil. And instead, you had pity.
Alexei, hush, you're making me ashamed. I'm bad, Alexei. I'm not good. I wanted to get you here. I wanted to ruin you because you despise.
But I've never despised you.
But you ought to. You ought to. Listen, Alexei. 5 years ago, when I first began to live this way, I used to lie awake at night remembering that man, my officer, and I used to say, I'll pay him back. I'll pay him back. And then I grew hard. I grew wise. I turned into this.
But now he's coming back.
But it isn't the same. I'm not the same. Only when I first heard from him, it took my breath away. I thought, if he comes out, crawl back to him like a beaten dog. And now you know the truth. Now you can judge me.
I judge you? What am I beside you? 5 years in torment, and you can still forgive. You know more about love than I do. There's a treasure in your soul.
Alexei, you're the only man who's ever pitied me. I knew someday someone like you would come.
Mistress, darling.
Fanny, what is it?
The messenger has come with a carriage and 3 horses. And the letter, mistress. Here's the letter.
Give it to me. He sent for me. He whistles. Crawl back, little dog. Goodbye, Alexei. It's 5 years of my life. I've got to go. Alexei, one thing more.
What is it, dear sister?
Give my greetings to Dmitri. Tell him Grushenka loved him for 1 hour. Let him remember that hour all his life. Now go, Alexei. Grushenka is flying to a new life. Or to her sleep.
And Alexei went out alone into the dark, rejoicing in the pity and the goodness of this woman he had thought so evil. He returned to the cell in the monastery, fell on his knees beside the coffin, and poured out his thankfulness.
Thank you, dearest Father. Thank you for the miracle of love.
And he rose and went down the steps into the open, his faith overflowing in his heart, the faith which was now to be his for all his life. He fell down on the earth and embraced it. And it seemed to him that the mystery of earth was one with the mystery of the stars.
The Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the 3rd episode of The Brothers Karamazov. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Brothers Karamazov was adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Dostoevsky was played by Donald Gallagher, Grushenka by Patty Dunlap, Katerina by Jean Mowry, Fenya by Alma Platt, Alexei by Charles Flynn, Ivan by Larry Alexander, Fyodor Pavlovich by Sherman Marks, Smerdyakov by Cliff Norton, Father Zosima by Arthur Peterson, and Father Paisi by Burr Lee. This is David Garraway. This program came to you from Chicago and has been a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. The world's great novels. The NBC University of the Air presents the 3rd episode in its 4-part dramatization of Fyodor Dostoevsky's great tragic novel, The Brothers Karamazov, another in its series of books that live, the world's great novels. And so the tale of the 3 brothers continues. We have seen Ivan Karamazov flee from his father's house to Moscow in an effort to free himself from the family conflicts. Alexei, the youngest, sleeps soundly tonight at his cot at the monastery. He has found strength and a renewal of his faith. Aided by Grushenka, the woman desired both by his father and his eldest brother, Dmitri. Now Grushenka has departed for the town of Makroya to meet her former lover, a man she has not seen in 5 years. But this fact is not known either by the evil old father, Fyodor Pavlovich, nor by the wild and passionate Dmitri, whose jealousy of his own father is driving him to his doom.
At the very moment when Grushenka, flying to a new life, called her last farewell to Alexei, Fyodor Pavlovich in his lonely house was waiting eagerly for her arrival. The lackey, Smerdyakov, had assured him that morning that she had promised to come without fail. But the day had been full of annoyances, and he was in a disagreeable temper as the old servant Grigory served him his dinner.
Grigory! What the devil is the matter with this fowl? It's so dried up I can hardly chew it. Give me a drink of brandy.
Yes, Fyodor Pavlovich.
That's better. Now that Ivan's taken himself off, there's only me to cook for. I should think a man could have a decent meal.
My wife wasn't trained as a cook, Fyodor Pavlovich. Smerdyakov has done all the cooking for so long.
Yes, confound him. Has the doctor been here?
Yes.
Well, what does he say?
He says one can never tell with epilepsy. It's a very violent fit. It may go on for a long time.
Oh, what good does that do me? I could have told him that. Oh. Give me that plate of fruit, will you?
Yes, sir.
Confound you! What are you so clumsy for?
I'm sorry, Fyodor Pavlovich. It's my lumbago. I can hardly stand.
Fine servants. One falls in a fit, the other's a cripple. Oh, get to bed. Get to bed. I don't want you stumbling around.
Yes, Fyodor Pavlovich. Do you want anything more?
No, we're off with you. Oh, and mind you lock the garden gate. No telling what that ruffian Dmitri will do.
Yes, Fyodor Pavlovich.
Oh, good riddance. Now, there's no one in the house. That's good. No one to bother my angel Grushenka when she comes. All the doors locked, but this one safe and sound. Now I've got to listen for the signal. 5 knocks on the window. That'll mean she's here. I don't want to miss the signal if she comes. If she comes? When she comes.
Dmitri Fyodorovich said afterwards that he had spent this time in a state of mind close to madness. It seemed to him that his final conflict with his father was close upon him and had to be decided before anything else. But beyond that, he dreamed of the time when he would marry Grushenka, would carry her far away to a place where they could begin anew, a virtuous life. But for this new life, he needed money, and there was the terrible weight on his conscience of the money he had stolen from Katerina Ivanovna.
I've been a scoundrel to one woman. I'm a common pickpocket. Grushenka won't want to spend her life with a thief. I've got to pay my debt to Katerina. I've got to.
And he made up his mind that before all else, the 3,000 rubles must be returned to Katerina Ivanovna. Where was he to get the money? Where? In his confusion, he tried every means to find it. His landlord, who was used to his strange requests.
Samsonov, have you any money in the house? 3 rubles? Give it to me quickly.
And a young official he had met in a tavern, a man fond of collecting weapons.
Pyotr Ilyich Perhotin. These dueling pistols. They are my most prized possession. I won't sell them to you, but what will you lend me for them? 10 rubles? Very well.
Thus it was known and remembered that early in the evening of which we speak, Dmitri Fyodorovich had not a farthing in the world. But in all those 2 days, he had seen nothing of Grushenka. And all at once, the terrible thought struck him.
What has she been doing? My father is waiting for her with 3,000 rubles. What if she has gone with him?
Grushenka had not been on her way to Mokroya a quarter of an hour, and Fenya, her maid, was sitting in the kitchen.
Dmitri Fyodorovich! Oh, heaven help me.
Fenya, where is your mistress? Where is she?
I don't know, sir. You may kill me, but I can't tell you.
You're lying. I know you're lying. I'll find her.
Please, Dmitri Fyodorovich, please.
Get out of my way.
But as Dmitri is rushing for the door, something catches his eye. A pounding mortar stands on the table. and in it a small brass pestle. And reaching out his hand, Dmitri slips the pestle into his pocket. Climbing the garden fence in back of his father's house, Dmitri can see the lighted window.
There's a light in the old man's room. She's there.
He stands, listening. There's not a sound, not a breath of wind.
If only they didn't hear me jump over the fence.
Slowly he creeps forward, reaches the bushes outside the window.
There he is. But where is she?
He watches Fyodor Pavlovich pacing the room, up and down.
He's alone. She must not be there. But I've got to know. I've got to know.
Grushenka, is it you? Where are you, my angel? Where are you?
Dmitri watches him, not moving.
Where are you, my angel? Oh, I've got a present for you.
Yes. 3,000 rubles. The money that is mine.
This is the moment of loathing that Dmitri has feared. Furious anger rises in his heart. Suddenly his hand goes to his pocket. His fingers close around the brass pestle. But a moment later he turns and plunges headlong through the garden, fleeing from the impulse to kill. It is at this very moment that the old servant, Grigory, sleeping in the lodge, wakens on his bed of sickness.
Oh, my back. My back. There's something I've forgotten. Something. I forgot to lock the garden gate.
Coming down the steps of the lodge, he notices an unusual thing.
Why is the master's window open? It isn't summer now.
And then, 40 paces away in the garden, the shadow of a man, a shadow moving very fast.
Get away from here. I've got to get away.
Who's there? Stop! Stop, I tell you!
And just as Dmitri reaches the fence...
So, it's you. I've got you. I've got you, parasite.
Oh, what have I done? There's blood. I've killed him.
And there lay Grigory. And 2 paces away, in the middle of the path, a small brass pestle covered with blood. But Dmitri was running like a madman through the night.
Please, Dmitri Fyodorovich, don't hurt me.
You talker, I'll kill you. Where is she, Fenya? Where is she?
I'll tell you everything. She's gone to McCroya, to her officer.
What officer? Confound you, what officer?
The same one she used to know 5 years ago.
What?
He came back. He sent for her. She's gone to him.
Gone?
What is that? Your hands. Look at your hands.
Huh? Oh, it's blood, Fenya. It's blood. And why was it spilled? But it doesn't matter. I won't stand in her way. Only till dawn. Tomorrow, Dmitri will step aside. Pyotr Ilyich, thank heaven I found you at home.
I was just on my way. Good heavens, Dmitri, what's the matter? You're covered with blood.
The pistols I pawned with you today. Give them to me quickly. I've brought you the money.
Money? I should think you have. What a fistful of banknotes. But look at yourself. What's wrong with you? Here, I'll pour you some water. Wash that blood off.
Yes. But first, give me the pistols. I need them. Here's your money.
100 rubles? I haven't got change. Haven't you got anything smaller?
I don't know. I think they're all alike.
I'll send my servant to the shop next door to Plotnikov's. They'll change it. Oh, Misha, come in here.
To the shop? To Plotnikov's? Yes, that's it. Oh, Misha, look here. Take this money. Take 300 rubles and
300? Why are you giving him so much?
No matter. Take the money, Misha. Run to the shop. Tell them to load up a carriage with things to take to McCroya.
They'll know all about it. I did this once before. Tell them 4 dozen bottles of champagne.
Good
and pastries,
heavens.
meat, caviar, candy, 300 rubles worth. The same as before. They know what I had before.
All right, Misha, you heard him. Be off with you. I hope he understood you, Dmitri. He was busy staring at that blood. Come on, you've got to wash it off.
Oh, yes. All right.
What have you been up to? Whom have you been beating?
It's nothing. I haven't time to tell you. Give me the pistols. Oh, where's my money?
You put it in your pocket.
Oh.
Where did you get all that money? Here's the pistol. I haven't opened the case since you left. What are you doing? Loading the pistol?
Yes, I'm loading it.
Why are you looking at the bullet like that?
Listen, Pyotr Ilyich. If you were going to put that bullet in your brain, couldn't you look at it first?
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just foolishness. Come on, let's go. I want to start from Macroya.
What are you going to Macroya for in the middle of the night?
There's a woman. I was there with her once before. Come on, let's go.
Well, they've got the carriage all loaded up with the things you ordered.
Yes, I've got to be off. The driver's ready.
Listen, Dmitri. What was that nonsense about the bullet?
Don't worry, Pyotr Ilyich. I was fooling about the bullet. I've got to get in now.
Dmitri Fyodorovich!
Huh?
Wait, please.
Why, it's Grushenka's maid.
Fenya, what are you doing here?
Please, Dmitri Fyodorovich, don't harm my mistress.
What is this?
Don't harm her, Dmitri Fyodorovich. And don't murder him. He's going to marry her. That's why he came back.
So that's it. You're going to make trouble, Dmitri? Listen, give me back those pistols, do you hear?
Please, Dmitri Fyodorovich.
Oh, don't worry, Fenya. I won't hurt anyone. Got to leave now. I've got to hurry. Goodbye, Sir Horton. Fly along, driver. Full speed!
Confound it, there's something going on here. Where's that girl? She's run off. Those pistols. Oh, let them do what they like. None of my business. But his face, covered with blood. And he wouldn't say where he got that money. I'm going to look into this.
Innkeeper! Innkeeper!
Yes? What do you want? Dmitri Fyodorovich, Your Honor. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Where's Grushenka? Is she here?
She's here, Dmitri Fyodorovich. She's in the next room with a stranger, an official Polish gentleman. Mozholovich's name is.
Listen, you remember when I was here before how I sent the money flying?
I remember well. You must have left 3,000 rubles behind you.
Yes. Well, I've come to do the same thing again. Unload the cart, the champagne, everything. And send for the gypsies. Wake up the whole village. I want a feast, you hear?
At once, Dmitri Fyodorovich. Come on, driver. Lend a hand here.
No.
Dmitri! What are you doing here?
Who is this man?
Don't be afraid, Grushenka. I'm all right. Nothing's the matter. But, sir, I must ask you, may I stay here tonight, here in this room? Only till morning.
Sir, I do not know you. But
Karamazov. Dmitri Karamazov.
We are here in private, Karamazov. There are other rooms.
But you must let me stay. It's my last night. My last hour. I've brought wine and money. Lots of money. I want to have music and singing. Only one night.
If my lady is permitting.
Of course. Dmitri, sit down. What are you talking about? Don't frighten us.
Me frighten you? Why should I want to frighten you? I have nothing to do with you anymore. Wine! Wine! Let's have some wine!
Oh, I'm glad you've come. I want you to stay.
What my queen commands is law. Karamazov, I beg you to join us.
Let us drink, then. Innkeeper, where is the champagne?
I'm coming, Dmitri Fyodorovich. Here's the wine. I've brought it.
Oh, no, more bottles, more champagne. Quickly, do you hear?
At once, Dmitri Fyodorovich.
Let's drink. I drink to your country, Mushalovich. To Poland.
We drink to Poland.
And now, let us drink to Russia.
To Russia, and we shall be brothers. What is this, Mushalovich? You do not drink.
I will not drink to Russia.
Huh?
Russia is the enemy of my country.
You are a fool, Mushalovich.
I am not a fool.
Then why don't you drink?
A man loves his own country.
Stop quarreling. I won't have it. Stop it, I tell you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start a quarrel.
You didn't, son. It was he.
It was not a good idea to drink.
And are we simply to sit here now and look at each other?
Oh, no. That isn't what I want. What shall we do?
You mentioned you had money, Karamazov. Perhaps a game of cards.
Cards? Why, that's a wonderful idea. We'll play cards.
Of course, it is very late.
It's always late with you. Why are you so dull? Why are you so gloomy?
I am only gloomy when you're angry with me. Are you ready, Karamazov? Yes, sit at the table.
Yes. Well, here is my money. I want to lose a lot to you.
Would you care to use your own card?
No. Take your card.
As you wish.
How much is the bank?
100 rubles, 200, as much as you want.
200, then. Here. I stake 10 rubles on the knave.
The knave is trumped.
Double the stakes. The queen of hearts.
The queen is also trumped.
Double again, on the 7.
Stop, Dmitri.
You lose again, Karamazov.
All right. Double again.
You have lost 200 rubles, Karamazov. Will you stake any more?
200 already? Well, here then. Another 200.
Stop it. That's enough.
But what's the matter?
I won't let you go on. I won't let you do it.
Are you joking, milady?
You're cheating. I saw you do it. I saw you change a card.
So that's it.
You've come to that. You're nothing but a cheat.
You dare to insult my honor?
Your honor. You have no honor. Dmitri, make him give him back your money. Make him give it back.
This is unthinkable.
No. Wait a minute. Never mind the 200.
What?
Mushalovich, listen. You want money. I'll give you money, lots of it.
What is this, Dmitri?
3,000, Mushalovich. Take it and go your way.
3,000, you say?
700 down, and I'll get the rest. On my honor, I'll get it. Take it and go to the devil. This minute and forever.
You're offering him money for me? How dare you? Am I for sale?
But look at him. He'll take it. He wants it. Only he wants the whole thing at once, and more, too.
Oh, Mushalovich. Perhaps you heard I had money. Is that why you came here to marry me?
I came here to forget the past. I came to forgive you.
You came to forgive me.
But now when I see this man, this Karamazov, your lover...
That's a lie. She's a good woman. It's not as you say.
I came here to make you my wife. But you're not the same. You're a shameless woman.
Get out, then. Go back where you came from.
Do you mean this?
I've been such a fool. I've been miserable for 5 years, and for this. You weren't like this at all. 5 years I've been crying like a fool, like a shameless fool.
Shameless, yes. Shameless and common.
Will you get out? Or do I have to throw you out?
I'm going. Grushenka, you can come with me if you want to. If not, goodbye.
Get out! Get out! Dmitri, what have I done?
Grushenka, listen. The gypsies are here. The feast is ready.
Call them in. Bring some wine. I want to drink. I want to get drunk and dance. Do you remember, Dimitri, the way we did before?
Nice, oh, no bargain now, our sins easy. Purse your lips as
Dimitri, come and sit beside me. How did you happen to come here? Did you really want to give me up to him?
I didn't want to spoil your happiness.
But how did you hear about me? Who told you to come here?
I will tell you, Grushenka. This is how it was.
Hide, draw a trifle nearer.
And you meant to shoot yourself? Oh, how silly you are. So you'd go to any length for me?
I'd do anything for you, Grushenka.
I'll have something to say to you later. Not now. Go and amuse yourself.
Oh, tell me now.
No, later. I don't want to now. Why are you sad? I can see you're sad. Tell me why.
It's nothing. Only I left a man ill back there. I'd give 10 years of life to know if he's all right.
Well, never mind him. You know what I have to tell you? My darling, don't you know who I love?
Oh, my darling.
You came here tonight and suddenly everything was bright. And my heart said, that's the man you love. But you were afraid of me. How could I think I loved anyone but you? Dimitri, will you forgive me? Do you love me?
Oh, Grushenka, my own.
Go along then. I want to drink. I want to dance with the gypsies.
Whatever happens now, for this 1 minute, I'd give the whole world.
And the captain came from Rostock, and the handsome little corporal came from the town of Ida.
I can't dance anymore. I'm weak. I can't. Dimitri, take me out of here. Take me away.
Of course, my darling. Here, let me carry you. Lie down here, my darling. Lie still and rest. Darling.
Don't touch me, please. Let us be good. Let us be honest. Take me away. Take me far away.
Yes. Yes, I'll take you. We'll fly away.
Yes, darling. When shall it be? When?
Right away. Soon. Oh, if I only knew about that blood.
What blood?
Nothing. Darling, you want to be honest. But I'm a thief. I've stolen money from Katerina.
No, you haven't. Take it from me. Pay her back. What does money matter? Give it back to her and love me. Don't love her anymore.
I do love you. I love only you. I love you in Siberia.
Why, Siberia? Never mind Siberia, if you like. I don't care as long as I'm close to you.
Here he is.
Huh? What is this?
Will you come here to us, please?
Who are these men?
This is the captain of police. I am the deputy prosecutor, Hippolyte Kirillовich Makarov.
The old man. The old man in his blood. I understand.
Then you admit the crime?
I admit it. Punish me. Decide my fate.
You will have to come along with us.
I'll come. But tell me, how did you find out so soon? It was the devil's work that you came here so soon.
As to that, Fyodor Ilyich Pierhotin informed us how you came to him. Covered with blood.
Oh.
We found the old man lying where you left him. His head battered in.
Yes. Yes, it was so. I didn't mean to kill him. Oh, Gregory.
You speak of the old servant? He's alive.
Huh?
In spite of your blows. He's recovered.
He's alive? I didn't kill him? Oh, Lord, I thank you for his miracle.
Indeed, it was he who told us how he caught you running from the open door of the house.
House? Door? What door?
And how stupid you were, going to Pierre Hilton with the old man's money in your fist.
The old man's money? What nightmare is this? What are you talking about?
Come now. You admitted the crime.
But what crime? You have said Grigory lives.
Enough of this. Ex-Lieutenant Dmitri Fyodorovich Karamazov, it is my duty to inform you that you are charged with the murder of your father, Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov.
The Brothers Karamazov by Dostoevsky is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the final episode of The Brothers Karamazov, and remember that this and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. To enhance your enjoyment of these broadcasts, NBC offers you Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Brothers Karamazov is adapted for radio by Clarence A. Ross. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Dostoevsky is played by Donald Gallagher, Grushenka by Patricia Dunlap, Fenya by Alma Platt, the Gypsy Singer by Carolyn Gilbert, Dmitri by Boris Aplon, Fyodor Pavlovich by Sherman Marks, Grigory by Philip Lord, Pierre Hotin by Everett Clark, Musyalovich by George Kluge, Kirillovich by Ken Nordine, and The Innkeeper by Fred Smith. This is Dave Garraway. The program came to you from Chicago and was a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent, affiliated stations. A soldier will take shelter in a tent, a foxhole, or a cellar during a war. He has to. But as a private citizen and a veteran, he needs a decent place to live for himself and his family. Right now, our veterans are finding it next to impossible to locate such a place. And it will be a long time before emergency housing measures take care of the situation. But you can help him. You can help him by sharing your home, remodeling unused space into apartments, listing vacancies at the local Veterans Housing Center, and by not discriminating against children. If you can help to house a veteran, do it today. This is no time for sympathy. This situation demands action. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting.
The World's Great Novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first of 3 episodes in its dramatization of Stephen's great story of David Balfour, Kidnapped, another of its series of books that live, the world's great novel.
The story of my adventures really begins with a certain morning early in June, the year of grace 1751, 2 days after I'd taken the key for the last time out of the door of my father's house. I was 17 and alone in the world. Father's letter in my pocket was all the fortune he'd left me. And as I breasted a hill and came out on the Edinburgh road, I knew I was nearing the great mansion to which it was addressed. the House of Shaws. Father had written on the outside,
To the hands of Ebenezer Balfour, Esquire of Shaws, in his House of Shaws, these will be delivered by my son David Balfour.
Ebenezer's name was new to me, and yet it sounded like a great name. And Balfour was our name. We'd always been poor country folk, and now the pride of life filled my brain at the thought of the fine future before me.
Good day to you. Do you know the House of Shaws?
Aye. What for?
It's a great house.
Doubtless. 'Tis a big house.
Aye. And the folks that are in it.
Folk? Are ye daft? There's nae folk there to call folk.
What? Not Mr. Ebenezer?
Oh, aye, there's the laird, if it's him you're wanting. What'll be your business money?
Oh, I was led to think I'd get a situation.
What? Well, money, it's none of my affairs. But if you'll take a word from me, you'll keep clear of the Shaws. Hup!
I cannot describe the blow this man dealt to my illusions. I made other inquiries. They all met with accusations against the Laird of Shaws, indistinct ones to be sure, but leaving the wider field to my fancy. The twilight was deepening as I put my usual question to a sour-looking woman. She pointed a bony finger down the hill to what looked like a bulky ruin, standing very bare on a green.
That is the House of Shaws. Blood built it. Blood stopped the building of it. Blood shall bring it down. See here. I spit upon the ground. Black be its fall. If ye see the laird, tell him this makes the 1219 time Jenny Clouston has called down the curse on him and his house, byre and stable, man, guest and master, wife, miss, or bairn. Black, black be their fall.
Mr. Balfour? Mr. Balfour? Mr. Balfour!
This blunderbush is loaded.
I've come with a letter for Mr. Ebenezer Balfour of Shaws.
Well, put it on the doorstep, me offer you.
I'll do no such thing. It's a letter of introduction to your master.
Who are you?
I'm not ashamed of my name. They call me David Balfour.
Balfour? Is your father dead? Aye, he'll be dead. Well, I'll let you in. Go into the kitchen, and mind you, touch nothing. Let's see the letter.
The letter is for Mr. Ebenezer Balfour, not for you.
Oh, and who do you think I am? Give me Alexander's letter, Davy, my man. For little as you seem to like either me or my house, I'm your born uncle.
You? My uncle?
Aye. You ken what's in this letter?
As you see, the seal wasn't broken.
Aye. Your father's been lying dead?
3 weeks, sir.
He was a secret man, was Alexander. He never said much about me.
I never knew till you told me yourself that he had any brother.
Oh, dear me, dear me. Nor yet of Shaws, I dare say.
Not so much as the name, sir.
I'm just as glad I let you in. We'll agree fine yet. And now, come away to your bed.
Very well, Uncle. But may I not have a light, Uncle? I cannot see a thing.
Lights in a house I did not agree with. I'm feared of fires. You'll find your bed straight before your nose, and you'll sleep very well. You're a braw lad. Aye, You'll sleep very well.
I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Most of the next day, my uncle spent smoking thoughtfully, occasionally questioning me.
And you'll have some friends, Nedu?
Many friends.
And who will they be?
Different gentlemen of the Campbell clan.
Davy, my man, you've come to the right place. I mean to do right by you. But while I'm thinking what's the best career to find for you, I would not like the Balfours to be humbled before any Hieland Campbell. And I'll ask you to keep your tongue within your teeth.
What do you mean?
No letters, no messages, no kind of word to anybody, or else there's my door.
Uncle Ebenezer, it was by no will of mine that I came seeking you. And if you show me your door again, I'll take you at your word.
I cannot find a fortune for you at the bottom of a porridge bowl. But just give me a day or two, and say not a word to anybody, and as sure, I'll do the right by you.
Very well, I'll stay.
We'll agree fine yet.
Do you know a woman called Janet Clouston?
Janet Clouston?
She gave me a message for you. I'm to say she's cursed this house 1,219 times.
Oh, God, Davy. I'll have her roasted on red peat before I'm through here. 1,219. Aye, that's ever a day since I had her sold up.
You sold her up?
A witch. Aye, a proclaimed witch. I'm off and see the session clerk. I'll have her arrested, I tell you. But I cannot leave you by yourself in the house. I'll have to lock you out.
If you lock me out, it'll be the last you'll see of me in friendship.
This is no way to win my favor, David.
Sir, I was brought up to have a good conceit of myself. If you were all the family I had in the world 10 times over, I wouldn't have buy your liking at such prices.
Well, I'll no go. That's all that's to be said about it.
Throughout the day, there was hardly a minute I did not feel my uncle's gaze on me. But there was no explanation that I could see. One strange thing I found, an inscription in my father's hand on the flyleaf of a book.
To my brother Ebenezer on his 5th birthday.
No, this was odd. Ebenezer had inherited Shaws, so he must have been the eldest brother. But this inscription seems to mean that my father could write before he was 5 years old. I tried to get this notion out of my head, but it stuck to me. Finally, that night, I asked my uncle if father had not been very quick at his books.
Alexander? Not him. I was far quicker myself. I was a clever chappie when I was young.
But could he not read rather early?
Read? Why, I could read as soon as he could.
Oh, then, were you and my father twins?
Twins? What makes you ask that? Come on, tell me, what makes you ask that?
What do you mean? Take your hand from my jacket. That's no way to behave.
God, man, Davy. You should not speak to me about your father. That's where the mistake is. He was all the brother I ever had. Davy, I've been thinking. There's a wee bit of money that I have promised you before you were born. Promised it to your father. Nothing legal, you understand. But I keep that bit of money separate. It was a great expense, but a promise is a promise, and it has grown by now to be a matter of just exactly £40.
40 pounds?
Aye, by the pity, and I'll give it you. I got it out this morning and put it in a wee bag for safekeeping.
I don't know what to say.
There. That'll show you. I'm a queer man, Davy, and strange with strangers. But my word is my bond, and there's the proof of it.
Uncle, this is most generous.
And see here now. Tit for tat.
Why, of course, I'm ready to prove my gratitude in any responsible degree.
I'm growing old and a little broken, Davy, my man. And I expect you to help me with the house and the bit of garden.
I'm ready to do so to the best of my ability.
Well, let's begin. There's the key of the tower at the far end of the house. You can only get into it from the inside, for that part of the house is no finish. Gang you in there and up the stairs and bring me down the chest that's at the top. There's papers in it.
Can I have a light, sir?
No. Light's in my house, Davy, my lad. Light brings fire, and fire brings destruction.
Very well, sir. Are the stairs good?
Ah, they're grand. They keep to the wall, there's no banisters. But the stairs are grand underfoot.
All right, Uncle. To the wall, he said. Stairs are grand, he said. Whist! Good Lord! Nothing. If it weren't for the lightning, I wouldn't have seen. My uncle tried to murder me. The stairs are grand. 40-foot drop in the dark. Uncle.
Davy.
So the stairs were grand, were they? So light brings fire and fire destruction.
Oh, my heart. The wee blue bottle, Davy, my lad. Get the blue bottle. There on the shelf.
Huh. Here.
That's a bit better.
No, sit up. No, sit. And start telling me why you've lied to me at every word. Why are you afeard that I should leave you? Why do you dislike it to be hinted that you and my father were twins? Why have you given me money to which I've no claim? And last of all, why have you tried to kill me? Answer me.
I'll tell you in the morning. I'm too weak now, Davy.
Weak? Very well. Come to your room. Come on. I'm going to lock you in. Next morning, before I unlocked my prisoner's door, I replenished the fire and sat down to consider my position. There was no doubt I carried my life in my hand, but like most lads country bred, I had a great opinion of my own shrewdness. I saw myself smelling out all my uncle's secrets and growing to be his master. But in all the pictures my fancy painted in the burning coals, there was no sign of a ship, of a big bludgeon for my silly head, or the least hint of all the troubles that were to fall on me. When I freed my uncle, he greeted me civilly enough, and we sat down to breakfast. Well, sir, since you seem to have nothing to say to me, it's time, I think, to understand each other. You took me for a country Johnny Roe. I took you for a good man. It seems we were both wrong. What cause you have to fear me, cheat me, and attempt my life?
But yes, Davy, my lad. A bit of fun.
Fun?
I'll make all clear to you when we've had breakfast.
Aye, Uncle, and stay where you are.
What cheer, mate?
Please name your pleasure.
Oh, pleasure.
If you have no business.
Stay, brother. Don't lock me out. You want to get me thrashed? I brought a letter from old Easy Elsie to Mr. Bellflower.
Well, come into my house. Here, Uncle.
Read that. As you see, I had a venture with this man, Elias Hoseason, the captain of the Tridenbury Covenant. Now, if you and me, Davy, were to walk over with yon cabin boy, I could see the captain, and we could jog on to the lawyer he mentions there, Mr. Rankeler. You'd be unwilling to believe my naked word, but you'll believe Rankeler. He's agent to half the gentry in these parts. He knew your father.
My father, you say?
Aye.
Very well. Come, Uncle. We'll all three go down to the Queen's Fair. Uncle, you walk ahead.
What? Davy,
Ahead, please, where I can see ye.
Will.
Lord, lummy. You start to give orders like Easy Alcy himself. He minds for nothing and no one in heaven or earth. He'll crack on old Sile into the day of judgment, he will. Yes, the skipper's a manly man. His Killian'd soon as look at you. Only he ain't no seaman. Yes, it's Mr. Shorn navigates the brig. He's the finest seaman in the trade. Only for drink. Why, look at this wound on my leg. Yeah, look.
What? Do you take such savage usage at his hands? You're no slave to be so handled.
No, and so he'll find. See this knife? Let me see him try. I'll do for him. No, we won't be the first I've done for.
In heaven's name, can you find no reputable life on shore?
Yeah, there's worse off than me. There's the 20-pounders. You should see them taken on as soon as we've cleared the river, and they have their drug out of their heads.
20-pounders?
Then we takes to the Carolinas.
Oh, you mean the criminals sent to be sold as slaves in North America?
Yes, criminals. And them what are just trepanned, because someone wants them out of the way.
Trepanned?
Yes, trepanned. Kidnapped.
Well, Davy, my man, here's the tavern where the captain awaits me. And yonder ship is the Covenant. If I'm not mistaken, they're busking her for sea. Aye, there's men aloft are making the sails ready. And she's taking on stores, too. So come along, Davy, my lad. We got to meet Captain Hoseason.
Come in. Master Balfour.
Aye.
Proud to see you, sir, and glad that you're here on time.
Glad to see you, Hoseason.
Thank you, sir.
Davy, my lad, will you just run outside and play yourself a while, my lad?
Now, I'd never seen the sea, and was anxious for a nearer look. So away I went, leaving the two men sitting down to bottles and a great mass of papers. As I passed through the tap room, I asked the innkeeper if he knew Mr. Rankeler, the lawyer.
Rankeler? Who's I? A very honest man. By the by, was it you that came in with Ebenezer?
Aye.
You'll be no kin of his?
Why, no, none. Of course not.
I thought not. Yet you have a kind of look like his brother Alexander.
It seems that Ebenezer is ill seen in this country.
Nay, Root. He's a wicked old man, and there's many would like to see him squirming in a rope. Janet Clouston and many more that he's harried out of horse and hame. Yet he was once a fine young fellow too. But that was before the report went abroad. Years ago now, when Mr. Alexander disappeared. That was like the death of him.
What report was that?
Oh, just that he'd killed him. Did you never hear that?
And what would they kill him for?
What for? But just to get the place.
The place? The Shaws?
Nay other place that I ken.
Was Alexander the eldest son then?
Dead was he. What else would he have killed him for?
No, my father, as I well knew, had been alive only 3 weeks ago. So the rumor against Ebenezer could not have been true. But knowing now that I, and not my uncle, was the true heir, that I, not he, was the real owner of the House of Shaws in its broad lands, I walked out of the inn, half stunned with my good fortune. 1,000 pleasant things were crowding my mind as I walked by the shore. I was examining a piece of seaweed when I heard my uncle call me. As I approached, Captain Hoseason walked towards me.
Well, sir. Master Balfour tells me great things of you. And for my own part, I like your looks. Tell you what, lad. You shall come on board my brig for half an hour till the ebb sets and drink a bowl with me.
Oh, unfortunately, sir, my uncle and I have an appointment with a lawyer.
Aye, he passed me the word of that. But you see, the boat will set you ashore at the Toon Pier, and that's but a penny stone cast from Rankilore's house.
Whist! Keep an eye on the old toad. He means mischief.
Huh?
Aye. Come aboard till I can get a word with you.
Come, lad. What can I bring you from the Carolinas? Any friend of Master Balfour's can command. Well, lad, you'll get your sea legs soon, and your uncle will come on board directly. Come, I'll take you forward and show you our figurehead. Can you now see to the top of this mainmast of ours? It was the main yard there that hoisted your board. The two of them do a grand job for us when the winds fail. Now, here is...
Captain, where's my uncle?
Aye. That's the point.
What? Help! Help! Uncle! Anybody! Help! I'm kidnapped! Help! Oh, that hurt. Arms bound. Where? I remember. Kidnapped. My own uncle, curse him. Must be blowing gale. Sour smell. Pain. So dark.
Well, boy, have you had any meat?
Couldn't. No.
Let me dress your wound again. Now, Captain. A high fever. No appetite, no light, no meat. You see for yourself what that means.
I am no conjurer, Master Ryak.
I want that boy taken out of this hole and put in the forecastle.
What you want, sir, is a matter of concern to nobody but yourself. But I can tell you that which is to be. Here he is, here he shall stay.
Admitting that you've been paid in a proportion, Captain, I will crave leave humbly to say that I have not. Paid I am, and none too much, to be the second officer of this old tub, but I was paid for nothing more.
If you could hold back your hand from the tin pannikin, I would have no complaint to make of you.
Aye.
And instead of asking riddles, I make bold to say that you should keep your breath to cool your porridge. Will be required on deck.
Hold. Admitting that you've been paid to do a murder.
What's that? What kind of talk is that, Mr. Ryak?
Seems it is the talk you can understand.
Mr. Ryak, I've sailed with you 3 cruises. In all that time, sir, you should have learned to know me. I'm a stiff man and a dour man. But for what you say the new, fie. It comes from a bad heart and a black conscience. If you say the lad will die...
Aye, he will that.
Well, then, take him where you please.
Well. The old man gave in to me for once. Steady now while I cut your bonds. That's better. Steady again while I lift you. You'll be a sight more comfortable in the forecastle.
I lost my senses again, but I opened my eyes on blessed daylight and saw men sitting round the forecastle on their berths. Here I lay for many days. I saw much of the cabin boy, he who'd really got me into all this. He gave me a cruel reminder of his tales of the 20-pounders, by revealing that I was to be sold into slavery by order of my wicked uncle. Daily he brought me news from the roundhouse where he slept and served. Sometimes he nursed a wound or bruise in silent agony. Sometimes he raved against the brutality of the chief mate, Mr. Schuon. I'd never seen this terrifying man, but one day in the forecastle.
Schuon's done for him at last.
Who?
The cabin boy, of course.
I knew it'd come to this. 'Tis murder the sot.
I wished the captain died.
Davy, my man. We want you to serve in the roundhouse. You're to take the cabin boy's place. Run away after you.
Oh, they're carrying the cabin boy?
Run away after, lad. Run away after you.
Oh, no. No. He's dead.
Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the second episode of Kidnapped. And don't forget that your local public library can be a source of great pleasure and benefit. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kidnapped was adapted for radio by Clement Fuller. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Bill Fine was featured as David Balfour. Uncle Ebenezer was played by Sherman Marks, Captain Hoseason by Jess Pugh, Ryak by Marvin Peisner, the Innkeeper by Arthur Peterson, the Cabin Boy by Cornelius Peebles, Janet Clouston by Hilda Graham, and the Carter by Howard Hall. This is John Conrad. This program came to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. Millions of Europe's children are homeless and hungry. Many are starving. Their daily diets are inadequate to sustain life. American dollars can save their lives. Join the Crusade for Children. 25 well-established private relief agencies have combined their efforts in a single drive to raise $60 million. Send your contribution now to Crusade for Children, New York, New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the second episode in its dramatization of Robert Louis Stevenson's great story of Scotland, of David Balfour and Alan Breck Stewart, Kidnapped, another of its series of books that live the world's great novels.
After the murder of the cabin boy, I had to take his place in the ship's roundhouse and serve the 3 officers. I slept on the floor and ran at the call of 3 men I looked down on, and one of whom at least should have been hung upon a gallows. The future planned for me, moreover, by my wicked uncle and the captain he'd bribed to kidnap me, was to be sold as a slave in the Carolinas. When I thought of all my uncle had done to rob me of my inheritance, cold anger swept away my fear. One evening, the wind dropped. In a fallen swell, we ran into a fog. Men were posted about the decks. I asked Mr. Ryack what they were doing.
Well, listen for breakers, lad. Oh? To give a wide berth to yon rocks.
I see.
She's struck. We're on the rocks. The rocks, you are. The rocks.
Are we caught on the rocks, Captain?
No, not caught on the rocks. We but run down a rather small boat.
How is she? Don't for in this fog. I cut in half. Man in the boat.
What's that? Look alive there.
A man's being brought aboard, sir. He leaped and grabbed our bowsprit.
Bring him to me.
Aye, sir. A French passenger, sir.
Well, sir, you wear a fine French coat for the likes of my ship.
You seem to be a gentleman of great penetration.
You've a French officer's coat upon your back and a Scotch tongue in your head.
Well, Captain, to be plain with you, I'm one of those honest gentlemen that were in trouble about the year 45.
Aye.
And if I got into the hands of any of the red-coated gentry who served the man they call King George, it would go hard with me.
Aye, that I can believe.
Now, sir, I was for France, and there was a French ship cruising here to pick me up, but she gave my little boat to go by in the fog. Well, if you can set me ashore where I was going, I have that upon me. Will reward you highly for your trouble.
We don't know that I cannot do, but we might talk of taking you back to Scotland. We might talk.
I have here, sir, as you see, a belt about my body.
Aye.
It is a full belt.
Aye.
And it is full of coins like these.
Oh. Guineas?
Aye, sir. Golden guineas.
Half of it, and I'm your man.
Oh, at that, I must put the gold away again.
Oh.
You see, sir, it's my chieftain's gold, and while I would be but a silly messenger to grudge some of it that the rest might come safe, I should show myself a hound indeed if I bought my own carcass too dear.
Oh, but man,
30 guineas on the seaside, or 60 if you set me on the Linney Loch. Take it if you will. If not, you can do your worst.
Well, 60 guineas and done. And here is my hand on.
Aye, and here's mine. The ship had no accommodation for passengers, so the officers moved out of the roundhouse and gave it over to their paying guest. Here I had under my eyes a man whose life was forfeit on many counts. He was not only a rebel and a rent smuggler, but he'd taken service with the King of France, the enemy of King George. Now, I was loyal to King George, as good a Whig, as the Jacobites called us, as my friend Mr. Campbell had been able to make me. But I was 17. I could not look on such a man without a lively interest. Here's your meat, sir. Thanks, lad. And so, you're a Jacobite? Aye. And you, by your long face, should be a Whig? Oh, betwixt and between. And that means nothing. But I'm saying, Mr. Betwixt and Between, this bottle of yours is dry. And it's hard if I'm to pay 60 guineas and begrudge a dram of liquor on the back of it. I'll go and ask for the key. And so I stepped out on deck. I found the captain and 2 officers in the waist with their heads together. It struck me they were after no good, so I drew near very softly.
See here, could we trick the Jacobite out of the roundhouse?
No, Mr. Ryack. He's better where he is. He has no room to use his sword.
Aye, true, Captain, but he's hard to come at.
But we can get the man in talk and pin him by the arms. Or we can make a run by both doors and get him underhand before he has the time to draw.
Sir?
Aye.
The gentleman seeks a dram, and the bottle's out.
Well, here's our chance to get the firearms from the roundhouse.
David? Aye. Do you ken where the pistols are?
Aye, David kens, of course. David's a good lad.
Hey, you see, Davy, my man, yon wild Hieland man is a danger to the ship.
besides being a rank foe to King George, God bless him.
Aye, sir?
You see, the trouble is, we have no firelocks except those stored by my berth in the roundhouse. Now, if I or one of the officers was to go in and take them, he'd fall to thinking. But a boy like you, David, might snap up a powder horn and a pistol or two without remark. And if you can, I'll bear it in mind when it'll be good for you to have friends. And that's when we reach Carolina.
Captain.
Hey, don't you think you might suggest to him that you're very right, Mr. Ryak. See here, David. Yon man has a belt full of gold, and I give you my word, you shall have your fingers in it.
Very well, sir.
You're a good lad, David. Here's the key to the brandy locker, and mind that we'll be waiting for the pistols.
With that, I went slowly back to the roundhouse, pondering what to do. They were dogs and thieves and murderers. And was I to hold the candle to another murder? But then, on the other hand, there was the fear of death plain before me. I was still arguing it back and forth when I got back to the roundhouse.
Well, lad, have you got the key? I'm past.
Aye. Here.
Then where's the locker? Come, get a move on.
I think they want to kill ye.
What's that?
Oh, they're all murderers here. They've murdered a boy already. No, it's you.
Aye?
They want me to get them some of them pistols there in the corner.
Aye. Aye, but they haven't got me yet. Will you stand with me, lad?
That I will. I'm no murderer. I'll stand by ye.
Aye, then. What's your name?
David Balfour, of Shaw's.
Laird of Shaw's. Well, my name is Stewart. Alan Breck, they call me.
Aye, Mr. Stewart.
Now, let's look to the defenses of this roundhouse. It is strongly built.
Aye.
We need not take note of these wee windows. No man could pass his body through.
Oh, but there's the skylight and the two doors. Only one's locked. I'll lock this one.
Well, now, David, I have but one face. So long as that one door is open and my face to it, the best part of my enemies will be in front of me.
Oh, yes. It must stay open.
Aye. Here now. Take this cutlass. But get you down a powder horn, a bag of bullets, and all the pistols to charge them.
Aye, that I'll do.
I'll face the door here with my own good sword. Aye, there's none too much space. And that's a pity, too. First of all, how many are against us, lad?
15.
15? Well, that can't be cured. Now, follow what I say. It is my part to keep this door where I look for the main battle.
There's the door behind you, which they may break in.
Aye, and that's part of your work. You must climb up into the bed by yon window. And if they lift hand against the door, you're to shoot. But that's not all. Now, what else have you to guard?
The skylight.
Good.
But, oh, indeed, Mr. Stewart, I would need eyes on both sides of my head to keep the two. For when my face is at one, my back is to the other.
And that's very true. But have you no ears?
To be sure. I must hear the burst in a glass.
You have some rudiments of sense. Now, charge the pistols.
Now our time of truce was come to an end. Those on deck had waited for my coming till they grew impatient. Look through the doorway, the captain!
Stand!
This is a strange return for hospitality. A naked sword.
It will slash the heads off more wigs than you have toes upon your feet. Call up your vermin to your back, sir, and fall on. The sooner the clash begins, the sooner you'll taste the steel through your vitals.
David, I'll mind this.
And now, let your hand keep your head, for the grip is coming. Clamber up into the berth with your pistols.
Aye.
Methinks they're getting out their cutlasses. Come, clamber up.
Aye. I'm ready.
Oh, come, you rascal!
There. You're fighting Shuan, him that killed the boy. Look to your window. Oh, aye. Men are coming with a spar. They're coming to break this door. You're to shoot. Take that. I've hit one. Take that. And that.
Run, you dog! Run! Back, you dog!
Where are you? I can hardly see for the smoke. Oh, you've killed Mr. Sean.
Aye, and there's one of your Whigs for you. The others seem less anxious now. And you, lad, have you done much execution?
I winged one. I think it was the captain.
Good, then I've settled two. Ah, but there's not enough bloodlet. They'll be back again. Do your watch, David.
Can you hear what they're saying?
We're showing Bungle Dick. The wee man, he paid the piper. This is what we'll do.
I'm sure they're coming on again.
It's what I pray for. Unless we can give them a good distaste of us. They'll be in a sleep for us, lad. But this time, mind, they'll be in earnest.
I can hear them.
Aye.
Where are they?
The skylight!
On the door! They're coming in! Gotcha!
Back there!
Oh, where's my cutlet? Here, I'm coming!
Back, David! Give me room! Room to charge them! Here, you back!
Ah, you've routed them! Routed them all!
That's some man. Oh, David, I love you like a brother. And oh, man, I'm a no bonny fighter.
There was a flush in Alan's face, and his eyes were bright as he tumbled the four dead men through the roundhouse door. As for me, all of a sudden, and before I had a guess of what was coming, I began to cry like a child.
Oh, now, David, my man. There, you're a brave lad. Oh, dinna take on, lad. All you're needing is a wee bit of sleep. I'll take the first watch. Aye, you've done well by me, David. First and last. I would not lose you for all Appin, which is my name, I'd have you know.
I slept, and he roused me up, and I took my 3 hours. Alan found pleasure in the thought that he'd not only ousted the officers from their cabin, where we had the daintiest food and all the drink on the ship, but we had condemned 2 of the thirstiest men in Scotland to what they hated most, cold water.
And depend upon it, David, we shall hear more of them. You may keep a man from the fighting, but never from his bottle.
Aye.
Here, lad, reach me that knife, and I'll cut you off one of the silver buttons from this coat.
Oh.
I had them from my father, Duncan Stewart. And now I give you one, to be a keepsake for last night's work. And wherever you go and show that button, friends of Alan Breck will come around you.
'Tis beautifully wrought.
Aye.
I shall keep this as a talisman for when I have need.
Aye, lad, do that.
Who there, Mr. Stewart? I will have words with you.
You answer him from the roof. Here, take your pistol.
Aye. Ho! You down there. Speak out, and take heed that I'm armed.
Aye. The captain wants word with your friends. They might converse at the window.
How do we know what treachery he means?
He means none, David. And if he did, 'tis honest truth. We could not get the men to follow.
Tell him the captain can come to the window on parole of his words of honor.
Oh, aye. Mr. Stewart will speak to the captain if he gives his parole.
Aye. Oh, one thing more. You'll agree I showed you some kindness when you first came aboard, so...
Aye?
I ask you, if you could not hand me out a dram of liquor. You see,
Yes, you can have a dram.
Here's a pannikin.
Oh, thank you, Alan. Here, Mr. Ayek, if you'll reach up...
Aye, bless you, boy. I'll not forget you for this kindness.
Aye, we need no thanks. Just send the captain.
Aye.
What will you say to him, Alan?
I'll make him take me where I am to go. And you too, of course. No more of this talk of selling you as a slave in America.
I think he's coming now.
Mr. Stewart.
This pistol is loaded.
No. Put that thing up. Have I not passed my word, sir?
Captain, last night you haggled and bargled like an apple wife. and then passed me your word, and gave me your hand to back it. And you ken very well what was the upshot. Be damned to your word.
Well, sir, you'll get little good for swearing. You've made a sore hash of my ship. I have my hands enough to work it. There's nothing left me, sir, but to put back into Glasgow after new hand.
No. You'll have to set me ashore where we agreed.
But my first officer is dead, and there's none of the rest of us acquainted with this coast, sir. And it's one very dangerous to ships.
I give you your choice. Set me on dry ground in Appin, or within 30 miles of it, except in a country of the Whig-loving Campbells. Aye, that's a broad target.
All this will cost money, sir.
30 guineas if you land me on the seaside, and 60 if you put me in the Linney Loch.
It's to risk the ship, sir, and your own lives along with her.
Take it or want it.
Could you pilot us at all?
Well, I'm more of a fighting man than a sailorman. But I've often been picked up and set down on this coast. I should ken something of it.
Well, be it as you will. As soon as I get the slant of wind, I'll put it in hand.
And now, as I hear you have one great luck, I'll offer you an exchange. A bottle of brandy against 2 buckets of water. Oh, Davy, if this breeze holds, I'll be showing you up in no time.
Aye. Oh, it'll be good to see Mr. Campbell again.
Did you say Campbell?
Oh, he's my friend.
I hate every man who bears that name.
Why, Alan, he's a man you should be proud to give your hand to.
I know nothing I'd help a Campbell to, unless it was a bullet. If I lay dying, I'd crawl on my knees to my chamber window for a shot at one.
What ails you, the Campbells?
Well, you ken very well that I'm an Appin steward. And the Campbells have long harried and wasted those of my name. Aye, and got lands of us by treachery.
You that are so wasteful of your buttons, I can hardly think you'd be a good judge of business.
I got my wastefulness from the same man I got the buttons. My poor father, Duncan Stewart. He left me my breeks to cover me and little besides. Aye, and that was how I come to enlist.
What? Were you in the English army?
That was I. But I deserted to the right side at the Battle of Preston Pans. And that's some comfort.
But good heavens, man. You that are a condemned rebel and a deserter and a man of the French kings, what's tempted you back? It's a brave and a providence.
Oh, Tut. I've been back every year since 46.
And what brings you, man?
The business of my chief, Ardshiel. You see, David, Ardshiel that's come of the blood and bearing the name of kings is now brought down to live in France like a poor person. He that had 400 swords at his whistle, I have seen buying butter in the marketplace and taking it home in a cabbage leaf. This is a disgrace to us of his family and clan. Now, the tenants of Appin have to pay a rent to King George, but they're true to their chief. And what with love and a bit of pressure, and maybe a threat or two, the poor folks scrape up a second rent for Ardshiel. Well, David, I'm the hand that carries it, here in this belt about me middle.
Do the poor folk pay both?
Aye, David. I told a different tale to yon captain, man, but this is the truth of it.
I call it noble. I'm a Whig or a little better, but I call it noble.
Well, you're a Whig, but you're a gentleman, and that's what does it. Now, if you were one of the cursed race of Campbell, you'd gnash your teeth to hear tell of it. If you were the Red Fox.
And who's the Red Fox?
Who is he? When the men of the clans were broken at Culloden, and the good cause went down, and the horses rode over their fetlocks in the best blood of the north, Ardshiel had to flee like a poor deer upon the mountains. He and his lady and his bairns. The English rogues stripped him of his powers. They stripped him of his lands. They plucked the weapons from the clansmen, aye, that had borne arms for 30 centuries. And now, in there steps a man, a Campbell, red-headed Colin of Glenure, the Red Fox. In he steps, and gets papers from King George to be the king's agent on the lands of Appin. And at first, he sings small. But by and by, it came to his ears how the poor farmers and crofters were wringing the very plaids to get a second rent for Ardshield. Well, and the Red Fox heard it. The black Campbell blood in him ran wild. He sat gnashing his teeth at the wine table. What? Should a steward get a bite of bread and him not be able to prevent it? Ah, Red Fox. If I ever hold you to gun's end, the Laird have pity on you. There grows not enough heather in all Scotland to hide you from my vengeance.
Man, Alan, ye are neither very wise nor very Christian to blow off so many words of anger. They'll do the Red Fox no harm, and yourself no good.
Oh, barring that about Christianity, I'm much of your mind. But this is what the Red Fox did.
Aye, come to that.
Ardshield was to starve. Aye, that was the thing. But them that fed him would not be bought out. So the Red Fox sent for lawyers and papers and redcoats. And the kindly folk of that country must all pack and tramp. Aye, every father's son out of his father's house, where he was bred and fed and played when he was a child. What cares, Red Fox? If he can pluck the meat from a chieftain's table, aye, and the bit toys out of the children's hands, he will gang him singing.
It's not this Campbell's fault, man. It's his orders. And if you killed him tomorrow, there'd be another agent in his shoes as fast as spurs can drive.
You're a good lad in a fight, but man, you have Whig blood in you.
Mr. Stooge! Mr. Stooge! Come and see if you can pirate!
Is this one of your tricks?
Do I sound like tricks? Man, my arm is useless, my ship's in danger!
I'm coming, Captain! Well, come along, David. Aye, Alan.
There you both come. Good. There. That fountain of spray in the moonlight. What do you call that?
Well, the sea breaking on a reef, Captain. And now you ken where the reef is. What better could you have?
Hey, if it was the only one. There, another one. If I'd counted these reefs, if I'd had a chart, or if shoeing had been spared, it's not 60 guineas, no, nor a 600 would have made me rasp a ship in such a stone yard.
I'm thinking, Captain, these will be what they call the Torrens.
Are there many of them?
I'm no pilot, but it sticks in my mind there are 10 miles of them.
There's a way through them, I suppose.
No, it somehow runs in my mind that it's clearer under the land.
We'll have to haul our wind then, Mr. Ryak. It falls to you to go aloft. Let us know how it looks by the foretop. I cannot send these wounded men. I'll help them keep hold on the tiller.
Aye, aye, sir.
We'll try your way of it, sir. In with the land. But I think I might as well trust to a blind fiddler. Pray God you're right.
Pray God I am, Davy. But where did I hear it?
See to the south, it's safe. It's clear in by the north. Have the point on your hair.
Orkney, David. This is no the kind of death I fancy.
What, Alan? You're not afraid?
Well, no, but you'll allow yourself. It's a cold ending.
Grand, you were right, Mr. Stewart. You've saved the ship.
Keep it away, boys. Reach the
Hurry! On the rock! On the rock! Lost the ship! Look alive there! Which way, man? Hurry! Look out!
Let me help!
I and me!
Do you know this shore, Alan? What country is it?
What's possible for me, David? Campbell country.
Can you swim at all?
Nary a stroke, man. Can you?
Not I.
For the love of God, hold on! The ship's turning over!
I went down and drank my fill. I came up, got a blink of the moon, and went down again. My body felt as it was burst. I came up, remembering that a man sinks a third time for good, and down once more. Yet I came up, wondering why I was not like other men. Then down again, and up and down and up. And all the while I was being hurled along and beaten and choked and swallowed whole. And the thing so scattered my wits that I was neither sorry nor afraid. I found myself holding a wooden spar. A spar it held. Then, all at once, I was in quiet water. I now lay across the spar, becalmed, and began to feel that a man could die of cold as well as drowning. The shores of a distant island mocked me. Some instinct of self-preservation caused me to kick with my feet, still hugging the spar. I was moving. It was mortally slow work. In about an hour, I'd got well in between the points of a sandy bay. In my heart, I thought I'd never seen a place so desolate. But it was dry land. I was incredibly tired, and my kicks were now little more than a waving of my legs. Then, my foot touched bottom. I was wading, alone on a strange coast with the ship wrecked and Alan maybe dead behind me, but I was wading ashore, grateful to God, as I trust I've often been, but never with more cause.
Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the final episode of Kidnapped. And don't forget that your local public library invites you to make use of its many facilities. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kidnapped was adapted for radio by Clement Fuller. The music was composed by Amo Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Bill Fine is featured as David Balfour, and Larry Alexander as Alan Breck. Captain Hoseason was played by Jess Pugh, Ryak by Marvin Peisner. Others were Cliff Norton, Charles Mountain, and Fred Smith. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. The world's great novels. The National Broadcasting Company presents the third and final episode in its dramatization of Robert Louis Stevenson's great story of the adventures of David Balfour, Kidnapped. Another of its series of books that live, the world's great novels.
Rain. It was falling in torrents. Oh, my clothes had not been dry since the Covenant struck the reef and the tide race flung me on this barren isle. In my pocket, my finger touched the silver button Alan had cut me from his fine French coat. Had my Jacobite friend been drowned in the wreck? And what of my kidnappers, the crew we two had fought aboard the ship? My head swam with my loneliness. I thought of the fishermen who'd passed my island, and my heart burned. Why had they refused all my heed shots for cry? Some had even laughed. If only I'd learned to swim. A narrow channel separated me from the Scottish mainland, and the fine estate of which, as I now knew, I was the rightful owner and laird. Yet Here was I, hungry, and for 2 days now, not even a fisherman had passed by until...
A boat! A passing boat! Ahoy there! Help! Don't pass me by! Don't talk Gaelic. What are you saying?
Tide! Deep tide!
Yes, tide. Oh, you mean when the tide's out?
Yes, tide!
So that was it. I could wade to the mainland in low tide, wade to safety and food to eat and dry clothes and my rich inheritance. Just wade. I could have done it days ago.
Good day to you, friend.
Good day. Do you know aught of the ship that's wrecked out yonder?
Aye.
Have you seen any of the crew?
They broke bread in my house 3 days agone.
Then all were saved?
Aye.
Thank the Lord. One was dressed like a gentleman, yes?
Well, the first, the one that came alone, wore breeks and stockings. But you must be the lad with the silver button.
Why, yes, of course. Oh, here, look.
Why did you not say? Couldn't I be sure you were of the honest party?
Why, yes, Alan Brick, short is my...
Shmon, my name's... But the gentleman we both ken left a word for you.
Mm-hmm.
You're to follow to Appin, by way of Torresay.
Aye.
Use your button till you come to the Stuart country. Once there, you're to speak to nobody, and avoid all Whigs, Campbells, and English redcoats.
Very well.
And now, if you'll take a bite to eat, we'll...
In Torresay, I was warned that Colin Campbell, the king's agent, him Alan called the Red Fox, was in Appin, forcing the evacuation of all the Stuarts, and that I should beware of redcoats. That evening, as I sat to rest beside the road...
Sir, which road to Acharan?
Hold! Here, Sheriff, is a warning. And what seek ye in Acharan, my lad?
The man that lives there.
James of the Glens?
Who else?
Is he gathering his clan, do you think, Sheriff?
If you're concerned for me, I'm an honest subject of King George, owing no man and fearing no man.
Why, very well said. But why does this honest man seek James of the Glens? I have power here. I am King's agent on these estates and have 12 files of soldiers at my back.
Mr. Colin Campbell.
You know my name. And my nickname, too, it seems.
I've heard that you're a hard man to drive.
Well, your tongue is bold. But I'm no unfriend to plainness. If you...
What happened to the
I'm dead. Here, let me see. No, too late. Take care of yourselves.
There's the murderer, running up the hillside. The man in black, with the fowling piece. Come on, don't let him get away.
10 pounds, men, if you take the lad, he's in it.
Now they're chasing me. The fools. The fools.
Duck in here, Davy.
Huh?
In here, among the trees.
Now, down in the bracken and be still.
Alan Breck Stewart.
Be still. Now, they're all ahead of us. We crawl on our bellies and go back the way you came. Do as I do for your life. Well, yon was a hot burst, Stephen. Why do you keep your face in the heather? Are you still wearied, lad?
No.
What then?
You and I must part.
What?
I like you very well, Ellen. But your ways are not mine. And they're not God's. And so we must part.
I'll hardly part from you, David, without some kind of a reason.
You ken very well yon Campbell man lies in his blood upon the road.
So, you think I had a hand in that?
Well, didn't you?
I'll tell you first of all, Mr. Balfour of Shaw's, that if I were going to kill a gentleman, it would not be in my own country to bring trouble on my family and clan. And I would not go lacking sword and gun, and with this long fishing rod upon my back.
Well, that's true.
And now, I take out my dirk and swear upon its holy iron that I had neither art nor part, act nor thought in it.
Oh, I thank God for that. Here's my hand on it.
Oh, David, lad, you must have cast a spell on me. I can forgive you anything. Ah, but we've little time to chatter. Both of us must flee this country now.
You're a Jacobite and a deserter from the English army, but why me?
You're involved in the murder of a king's agent.
Oh.
All up and will be served, and everyone obliged to give a good account of himself.
Oh, I've no fear of the justice of my country.
As if this was your country, and as if you'd be tried here in the country of the Stuarts.
Where else?
Man, this is a Campbell that's been killed. It'll be tried at Inverara with 15 Campbells in the jury box, and the biggest Campbell of all, and that's the Duke, sitting on the bench.
Oh, where would we flee?
To the lowlands, to your own country. But mind, you'll have to lie bare and hard, and suffer many an empty belly. Your bed shall be the moorcocks, and your life like the hunted deers, and you shall sleep with your hand upon your weapon. But it's take to the heather with me, or else hang. Well, Davy?
I go with you. And so we set out, 2 hunted men to journey afoot across the highlands. The first dawn found us running for dear life. Throughout one hot summer's day we lay frying atop a tall rock, while sentries patrolled within a foot. We travelled only at night, and for the first part of our journey at least, every glen and valley was lined with red-clad soldiers, and all of them instructed to look for me. Finally, after 3 weeks, we came out at the Highland line and looked out at my own country across the wide River Forth. We hoped to slip across the bridge of Stirling to Queen's Ferry, where I should find Mr. Rankler, but the bridge was very closely guarded, and so we determined to go to the Firth of Forth, there to find a boat and a boatman to put us across. We bought bread at a small inn near the Firth, and later...
Did you take heed of the lass at the inn who sold us this bread, Davy?
Aye, and a bonny lass she was.
Then we turned back.
Well, in the name of all that's wonderful, why so?
It might get us that boat.
Well, if it were the other way about, it would be liker it.
Now, I don't want the lass to fall in love with you. I want her to be sorry for you. There's no need she should take you for a beauty.
Well, I'm no beauty after 3 weeks in the heather.
You'll do fine for my purpose. You have a good hang-dog, rag-and-tatter, clapper-my-claw kind of look to you, as if you'd stolen the coat from a potato bogle.
Oh.
Well, here we are back at the inn.
Well?
Now, I'm going to do a bit of play acting, the bottom ground of which is just exactly as serious as the gallows for the pair of us.
As you will.
Now, hang upon my arm as if you're helpless with weariness.
Oh.
Now then.
Oh, let me help you to the chair. Oh, there. What's wrong with him?
Wrong. He's walked more hundreds of miles than he has hairs upon his chin, and slept oftener in wet heather than dry sheets. Wrong, quoth she.
He is young for that.
Oh, we're young. Here, try to eat some of this bread, lad.
He'd be better riding.
And where could I get a horse for him? Would you have me steal?
You need not tell me. You're gentry.
Well, did you ever hear that being gentry put money in people's pockets?
No, that's true indeed.
Let me be, Alan. I'm better already.
Has he no friends?
That has he so. If we could but win to them. Friends and rich friends. Beds to lie in, food to eat, doctors to see him. And here he must tramp in the dubs and sleep in the heather like a beggar man.
And why that?
Oh, my dear, I cannot very safely say. But I'll sing you a bit song. Oh, Charlie is my darling, my darling, my darling. Oh, Charlie is... That's it, lass.
Bonny Prince Charlie himself. And him so young.
Old enough to hang.
Oh, it would be a black shame.
It's what will be, though, unless we can manage the better.
I'm thinking, sir, that you've a rather long tongue.
Aye, but I know the folk I speak to.
I'd never betray you.
You're not that kind. But I'll tell you what you would do if you'd help.
Oh, I couldna now, couldna.
No, but if you could, there are boats in Fife for us or two upon the beach. Now, if we could use one and have some secret, decent man to bring it back again and keep his counsel, there'd be 2 souls saved. If we lack that boat, we have but 3 shillings left in this wide world. Are you to lie in your warm bed and think upon us, lass, when the winds howls and the rain beats on the roof? Are you to eat by a red fire and think upon this poor sick lad biting his fingernails on a boor? Sick or sound, he must aye be moving. With a dead grapple at his throat, he must be trailing in the rain. And when he breathes is lost on a heap of cold stones. There'll be no friends near him, but only me and God.
Oh, see.
Did you ever hear of Mr. Rankler of Queen's Ferry?
Rankler, the lawyer?
It's to his door I'm bound. You maybe judge that if I'm an ill-doer.
Well, Mr. Rankler's a known man. You must take some food, then go down to the beach and lie up in the wood. I'll find some means to put you over somehow.
It was very good of you to row us over yourself. I cannot find expression for my thanks.
There's no need. Lose no time and hold your peace. Goodbye.
Goodbye, lass.
That's a very fine lass.
Aye.
A very fine lass.
She saved us both. Now to see Mr. Rankler.
No time, David. It is safer for me to lie in the fields and stare for nobody. When you return, give me a sign.
Very well. The sign shall be this.
It is a lowland air, but 'twill serve.
Come in. What can I do for you, sir?
My name is David Balfour.
Oh? And where have you come from, Mr. David Balfour?
Many strange places, sir. But I've reason to believe myself some rights on the estate of Shaws.
Mm-hmm. Have you any papers proving your identity?
They're in the hands of Mr. Campbell of Essendine and could be produced. I don't think even my uncle would deny my identity.
Meaning Mr. Ebenezer Balfour?
The same.
Did you ever meet a man of the name of Hosea?
Oh, I did so, sir. It was him at my uncle's instigation that I was kidnapped and carried to sea. Suffered shipwreck and 100 other hardships.
You say you were shipwrecked? Where?
South of the Isle of Mull.
The ship was lost, let me see, June the 27th, and we are now at August the 24th. Here's a considerable hiatus, Mr. Balfour.
Well, before I tell my story, I'd be glad to know I'm talking to a friend.
I cannot be your friend till I'm properly informed.
If you were more trustful, 'twould better befit your scarcity of years.
You're not to forget, sir, that I've already suffered by my truthfulness and was shipped off to be a slave by the very man that is your employer.
No. It's not as bad as that. I was your uncle's man of business. But on the very day of your sea disaster, your friend Mr. Campbell of Essendine stalked into my office demanding you. I'd never heard of you, but I'd known your father. Mr. Ebenezer admitted having seen you, declared for what seemed improbable that he'd given you considerable sums, and that you'd started for the continent of Europe to fulfill your education. Interrogated how you'd come to send no word to Mr. Campbell, he said you'd expressed a desire to break with your past life. Those were his replies. I'm not sure that anyone believed him.
Oh, I should think not.
He disrelished certain expressions of mine and ended by showing me to his door. Then there came to me this Captain Hoseason with a story of your drowning, whereupon all fell through. Now, you can judge if I may be trusted.
Sir, if I tell you my story, I must commit a friend's life to your discretion. Pass me your word it shall be sacred.
You have it. But if your story contains any little jostles with the law, I beg you to remember that I'm a lawyer and pass lightly.
Certainly, sir. The friend I mentioned is one you may have heard of. Alan Brett.
Name no unnecessary names, Mr. Balfour. Above all, if any are of healing to us, many of whom are obnoxious to the law.
Well, it might have been better not, but since I've let it slip, I may as well continue.
Not at all. It so happens that I'm somewhat dull of hearing, and I'm far from sure I caught the name exactly. We'll call your friend, if you please, Mr. Thompson.
As you will, Mr. Enkler. This, then, is my story. At the time of the death of my father.
Oh, really? This is an epic, a great odyssey of yours. Mr. Thompson seems to be a gentleman of some choice qualities, though perhaps a trifle bloody-minded. You're doubtless quite right to adhere to him.
Oh, yes.
Well, since we've now agreed on a plan, tomorrow we'll walk out to meet your bloodthirsty friend, and with his assistance we'll, shall I say, settle the hash of Mr. Ebenezer Balfour. So you see, Mr. David, that's the entire story of your uncle. Mr. Ebenezer, incredible though it may seem, was a dashing figure in his youth, admired and beloved, but woefully spoiled. Your father, the elder brother, was a kind gentleman, but dolefully weak. These two fell in love with the same lady. She took your father. He, through some queer reasoning of his own, felt constrained to agree with his brother that, as one had the lady, the other should have the estate.
What exactly is my position?
Oh, everything's yours beyond doubt. It matters nothing what your father signed. Ye are the heir by the law of entail.
Oh, this is where we stop and look for Mr.
Thompson.
Aye.
Aye.
You never thought to look up, Davy. I was watching from the tree above your head.
Oh, Ellen. Mr. Enkler, this is my friend, Mr. Thompson.
How'd you do,
Alan, please to remember that name. Mr. Enkler is a lawyer.
Ah, it's not a name I relish, but in present circumstances, no doubt it's a cautious one.
Exactly, Mr. Thompson, and I must say I'm pleased to meet you. And now, if you'd lend me your arm, I'd like to tell you how we plan to approach a very wicked old man. Mr. David and I will remain behind this bush, Mr. Thompson. When you've reached the proper stage of your conference, we'll make our entrance.
Aye.
This blunderbuss is loaded.
Is that yourself, Mr. Balfour?
What is this? This is no time and age for decent folk. Who are you?
What brings me is more of your affairs than mine.
And what is?
David.
What's that?
Shall I give you the rest of the name?
I'm thinking I'd better let you in.
Oh, but would I go? It's here upon this doorstep that we must confer upon this business. Here or nowhere.
Well, must. I am a blunderbush. One step nearer, and you're as good as dead.
And a very civil speech, to be sure.
I'll sit here on the top step.
You'll have perceived that I'm a Hieland gentleman. Well, the county of my clan is not very far from Mull, and it seems there was a ship lost in those parts. Next day, a gentleman of my family was seeking wrecked wood for his fire along the sands, when he came upon a lad that was half drowned.
Half, did you say?
Aye, only half. My friend brought him to and clapped him in a ruined castle, where from that day to this, he has been a great expense to my friends.
I'm listening, man.
Now, my friends, finding the lad owned some decent folk, and was your born nephew, Mr. Balfour, they asked me to call on ye and confer upon the matter. I may tell you that unless we can agree on terms, you're little likely to set eyes on him, for my friends I know we're very well off.
I'm not very caring. He was not a good lad at the best of it, and I've no call to interfere.
I see what you be at, pretending you don't care, to make the ransom smaller.
No, it's the mere truth. I take no interest in the lad, and I'll pay no ransom.
Good, sir. You cannot desert your brother's son for the fair shame of it. And if it came to be known, you would not be very popular.
I'm not very popular the way it is. And it would not come to be known by me, nor yet by you or your friends, so that's idle talk, my bucky.
Then it'll have to be David that tells it.
How's that?
Just this. My friends would keep your nephew as long as there was any likelihood of money to be made of it. But if not, they'll let him gang where he please.
Aye, but I'm not very caring about that either.
I was thinking that.
And what for? Why?
Why, Mr. Balfour, either you like David and would pay to get him back, or else you've good reasons for not wanting him, and would pay for us to keep him. It seems it's not the first, so it's the second.
I do not follow you there.
No, well, see here. You didn't want the lad back. Well, what do you want done with him? And how will you pay? Come, sir, I'm no rider to kick my heels at your front door. Either give me a civil answer, or by the top of Glencoe, I'll ram 3 feet of iron through your vitals.
Hey, man. Oh, give me a minute, man. What's wrong with you?
I ask for nothing but plain dealing. Do you want the lad killed or kept?
Oh, man, that's no kind of language.
Killed or kept?
Keep it. We'll have no bloodshed, if you please.
Well, now, that'll be the dearer.
Dearer? Would you foul your hands with crime?
Hoot, they're both crime. And killing's easier, and quicker, and surer. Keeping the lad'll be troublesome.
I'll keep it, though. I never had nothing to do with anything morally wrong.
You're uncommon scrupulous.
I'm a man of principle. And if I had to pay for it, I'll have to pay for it. And besides, you forget, the lad's my brother's son.
Well. And now, about the price. Before I set a name to it, I'd have to ken some small matters. For instance, how much did you give Hoseason at the first off-go?
Hoseason? What for?
For kidnapping David.
Oh, it's a lie. It's a black lie. He was never kidnapped. He lied in his throat that told you that. He never was.
Well, that's no fault of mine or yours, nor yet of Hoseason's, if he's a man that can be trusted.
What do you mean? Did Hoseason tell you?
Why, you done it, old runt. How else would I know? Hoseason and I are partners. What did you pay him?
Has he told you himself?
That's my concern.
Well, I do not care what he said. He lied. The solemn God truth is, I get him £20. But I'll be perfectly honest with you. Besides that, he was to have the selling of the lad in Carolina, which would be as much more, do you see, but not out of my pocket.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah.
I'll do excellently well.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Balfour.
Good evening, Uncle Ebenezer.
Well, Davy.
And so I came into my inheritance. By getting my uncle's confession in the presence of 3 witnesses, we avoided the possibility of his bringing his false claims to Shaw's into court. I had no wish to prosecute. I let him have a small income and allowed him to stay on temporarily in the house. As for my friend Alan Breck Stewart, from him I had to take a most painful parting of my life. For his own safety, he had to be shipped to France. But the lawyer and I were able to see to it that he did not go to his friends there, the poor man he was, when aboard the ill-fated ship the Covenant, he first demanded brandy from a cabin boy called David Balfour.
Kidnapped by Robert Louis Stevenson is one of the world's great novels brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the first episode of Henry James' novel of 19th century New York, Washington Square. And don't forget that your local public library invites you to make use of its many facilities. To add to your enjoyment of this series, we recommend the Handbook of the World's Great Novels, which you may obtain by sending 25 cents to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. Kidnapped was adapted for radio by Clement Fuller. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Bill Fine was featured as David Balfour, and Larry Alexander as Alan Breck. Mr. Rankler was played by Jonathan Howell, Uncle Ebenezer by Sherman Marks, the Last by Geraldine Kay, the Crofter by Charles Mountain, and the Red Fox by Howard Hall. This is John Conrad, and this program came to you from Chicago, and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated independent stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The World's Great Novels. Alessandro Manzoni said of his own book, The Betrothed, that it seemed sad to him that so pretty a story should remain forever unknown. So he wrote the story some 100 years ago in Italy, and tonight the NBC University of the Air presents the first installment of a 2-part radio edition of The Betrothed, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels. Not far from a little town near Lake Como in Italy, there ran a number of narrow lanes or mule paths, enclosed by walls that the ancient ivy rendered verdant. Along one of these narrow lanes, on a November evening in the year 1628, Don Abbondio, the curate, was leisurely returning home, his lips repeating of their own accord his evening prayers. Raising his eyes, he suddenly saw, barring the path ahead, 2 sinister figures, armed with daggers, awaiting him. He saw them exchange glances which plainly expressed, "Here's our man." He made a hasty examination to discover whether he'd offended some great man, some vindictive neighbor. But even in his moment of alarm, the consoling testimony of his conscience somewhat reassured him. And then he came up to them.
Signor Corrado.
Who commands me?
You intend to marry Renzo Tramaglino to Lucia Mondella tomorrow?
That is... you gentlemen are men of the world and know how these things go. A poor curate has nothing to do with them. They patch up their little treaties between themselves, and then, well, then they come to us as one goes to the bank to make a demand, and we are servants of the community.
Mark you well, this marriage is not to be performed tomorrow or ever.
But, gentlemen, be so kind as to put yourselves in my place. If the thing depended on me, you see plainly it is no advantage to me.
Come. If the thing were to be decided by prating, you might soon put our heads in a poke. We know nothing about it, and we don't want to know more. A warned man. You understand.
Oh, but, gentlemen, you are too just, too reasonable, I am sure.
You heard us. The marriage is not to be performed, or he who performs it will never repent, because he shall have no time to repent.
The Signor Curato knows the way of the world, and that we don't wish to do him any harm if he will act like a wise man.
Yes, but, gentlemen...
What does your reverence wish us to say to our master, the illustrious Signor Don Rodrigo?
Oh, so that's it. Pray give him my respects.
Be more clear, Signor Curato.
Always disposed to obedience.
Very well. But above all, let not a word be whispered about this notice that we have given you for your good. For it will be the same as marrying them. Good evening, Signor Curato.
But wait.
We have said enough, and you have said enough. Do not forget.
Don Abbondio had not been born with the heart of a lion. From his earliest years he had learned that an animal without claws and without teeth, which nevertheless wanted to remain alive, must veer with the wind. Yea, he was a vessel of fragile earthenware, obliged to journey in company with many vessels of iron. As he hurried home, he thought,
if only that young man Renzo could be dismissed in peace with a mere no, it would be easy. But he will want reasons why I can't marry him. Oh, these young men who fall in love for want of something else to do always want to be married and think nothing of other people.
So it was that amid the tumult of such thoughts, he reached his own door, hastily entered, and to the surprise of Perpetua, his old and faithful servant, locked it.
Mercy! What has happened to you, Master?
Nothing, Perpetua, nothing.
Some misfortune has happened.
Oh, for heaven's sake, when I say nothing, either it is nothing or it is something I cannot tell.
But if you do not tell me, who will take care of your safety? Who will advise you?
Oh, dear, hold your tongue.
Do you wish me to be obliged to ask here and there what has happened to my master?
For heaven's sake, let us have no brawling. Let us have no noise. It is my life.
Your life?
My life.
Signor, I have always been an affectionate servant to you. And if I wish to know what has happened, sir, it is because of my care for you. Perhaps I can help you and give you good advice.
Oh, if only you could. But how to stand up against the powerful Signor Don Rodrigo, who threatens to have me killed if I perform the marriage ceremony tomorrow for those poor peasants, the youth Renzo and the pretty Lucia.
Don Rodrigo? Oh, what a wretch, what a tyrant, a godless man.
Will you hold your tongue? Do you wish to ruin me altogether?
Well, we were all alone. No one can hear us. But what will you do, sir?
Oh, you see now. You see what good advice this woman can give me. She comes and asks me, what shall I do? What shall I do? As if she were in a quandary and it were my place to help her out.
Well, I could give my poor opinion, but then...
But then, let us hear.
Well, my advice would be that you must tell the Archbishop Cardinal Borromeo. He's a bold-hearted man and will uphold a poor village curato against such a tyrant.
And when the dagger is lodged in my back, will the cardinal dislodge it?
At least you can die like a man.
I have no intention of dying like a man. So hold your woman's tongue.
To proceed with the marriage was a plan on which he did not even expend a thought. To confide what had happened to Renzo, the young bridegroom, was out of the question. Suddenly he remembered that it wanted only a few days till Lent, during which weddings were prohibited. If he could put it off till then, he would have 2 months. And in 2 months, much could happen. So, when the youth Renzo arrived the following morning...
But what has happened, sir?
Oh, first of all, my son, I do not feel well.
I am very sorry. But to marry you, sir, is so soon done and so little fatiguing.
And then...
Then what, Signor Curato?
There are other difficulties.
But what difficulties can there be?
My dear son, do you know how many formalities are necessary to perform a marriage regularly? Now, don't fly in a passion. Alas, when I think of how well off you were until this whim of getting married came upon you.
What talk is this, Signor mio?
Have patience for a few days. A few days are not eternity. Have patience.
And Lucia? What must I say to her?
That it has been an oversight of mine, and that before concluding the marriage, it is my duty to certify that there is no impediment.
And what will all our friends say, who have been invited to the wedding?
Lay all the fault on me. Tell them I have made a blunder through too much good nature. Now, can I say more? Come now, 1 more week.
And after that?
Then I shall marry you and your pretty Lucia.
Very well, Signor. I'll be patient for 1 more week, but not for longer.
Leaving with a heavy heart, Renzo could not help but sense that some mystery lay behind the priest's conduct. The youth was on the point of turning back to oblige him to speak more plainly when he saw Perpetua a little way before him entering the garden.
Good morning, Perpetua. I had hoped we should all be happy today.
As heaven wills, my poor Renzo.
Explain to me better why the Signor Curato cannot or will not marry us today.
Is it likely I know my master's secret? All I say is that it's a bad thing to be born poor, my dear Renzo.
Is it for a priest to bear hardly with the poor?
If he does wrong, it is because of some wretches in this world.
Huh?
Overbearing tyrants, men without the fear of God.
Oh.
Wait, where are you going?
I'm going back.
Wait, now I've said nothing, even on the rack. Nothing would come from my mouth. Wait, Renzo, wait.
Now I have you.
Eh? What new thing is this?
Who is this tyrant who is unwilling that I should marry Lucia?
What? What is that?
Per Bacco, everybody knows my affairs except myself. What is his name? I will know it.
Who has told you?
No more trickery now. Speak.
Do you wish me to be killed?
I wish to know what I have a right to know.
But if I speak, I'm a dead man. Surely I'm not to trample out my own life.
Then speak.
Promise never to tell.
I promise to do an ill deed if you don't tell me at once.
It is Don Rodrigo.
Oh, the dog! How has he done it?
To force from my lips my own ruin, and yours that I tried to conceal from you in prudence for your own good.
Well, put your hand to your heart and think whether in my case...
And now that you know, how much wiser are you? Except to know that ruin hangs over us. Ruin, my son.
Renzo hurried home, without knowing what he would do, but with a mad longing to do something strange and terrible. This overbearing act of Don Rodrigo could have no motive but a lawless passion for Lucia. The youth's heart panted for murder. But he remembered that Don Rodrigo's home was a fortress guarded within and without, and that he himself was but a poor and powerless peasant. He ran the last few steps to Lucia's home and sought her.
Lucia! Lucia, oh, it is all up for today, and God knows when we can be married.
What? Oh, has it come to this point?
Then you know it?
Oh, indeed, too well. But to this point.
What do you know about it? Oh, wait, here comes your mother.
For shame, Renzo. Making Lucia cry on her wedding day.
Don Rodrigo has stopped our wedding.
Don Rodrigo?
Yes.
But he doesn't even know my daughter.
Yes. Last week, he and another gentleman on the way home from the spinning. They tried to speak to me, but I didn't answer, but hurried on. And I heard them say one to the other, "I'll lay you a wager." And then they laughed.
Oh, the wretch! The murderer! This is the last deed that assassin shall do?
No, no. God is on the side of the poor. How can we expect him to help us if we do wrong ourselves? Let us go far off so that this man will hear no more about us.
But we are not yet man and wife, and the curato refuses to marry us. Oh, there must be justice somewhere.
In their despair, they turned to Father Cristoforo, a Capuchin monk, who, although under the law he could not marry them, yet declared that he would go and reason with Don Rodrigo.
Well, how can I obey you, Father Cristoforo?
I come to propose to you an act of justice and to supplicate a deed of mercy.
Don't you know that when fancy takes me to hear a sermon, I can go to church like other people?
I am concerned for an innocent young girl, but not more for her than for you, Don Rodrigo.
Well, since you seem to think I can do so much for this person...
One word from you, Don Rodrigo, will do all.
Well, advise her to come here, Father, and put herself under my protection. She shall want for nothing, as I am a gentleman.
Under your protection?
Certainly.
Woe be unto you that you make me such a proposal. You fill up the measure of your iniquity, and I no longer fear you.
How are you speaking to me, Father?
I speak to you as one who is forsaken by God.
You are droll, Friar.
You will see whether the justice of God can be restricted by the walls of your castle and your 4 guards at the gate. Think you that God has made a creature in his image to give you the delight of tormenting her?
How dare you threaten me?
The heart of Pharaoh was hardened, like yours, but God knew how to break it. Lucia is safe from you. I do not hesitate to say so, though a poor friar. And as for you, listen what I predict to you. A day will soon come...
Get out of my sight, you coward rascal!
I will get out of it. But a curse is suspended above you.
Fearing the designs of the nobleman, Father Cristoforo arranged that Lucia should seek sanctuary in a famous convent far to the south, and that same night she left. As for the youth Renzo, the village was no longer safe for him, and he left for Milan, torn at heart, but sustained by the forlorn hope that, in God's good time, he and Lucia would yet become man and wife. Meanwhile, Don Rodrigo, whose passion for Lucia became even more inflamed now that she seemed beyond his grasp, determined to seek the help of a certain notorious nobleman, Count Rivola. Rivola was not only a man superior to most in riches, retinue, and intrepidity, but he was a man who had secured himself by the force of crime, a man who led an independent life on the confines of his estate in an impregnable castle. To do what was forbidden was with him a passion. He felt that to draw back from Don Rodrigo's petition to kidnap Lucia from the convent was for him to forfeit his deadly reputation. Thus she was kidnapped by one of Count Rivola's assassins, a man named Nebio, who, having seen she was secured in one of the rooms of the gloomy castle, came to render his report.
Well, Nebio?
Everything went exactly right. The girl was in the garden, and we caught her. Only 2 screams, and nobody attracted by them. The coach was ready, and the horses swift, and nobody met with her.
But what?
But I would rather have had to stab her in the back, without hearing her speak, without seeing her face.
What do you mean?
I mean, sir, that I feel too much compassion for her.
You, Nebio?
Yes, Count.
You who have killed how many?
I've never kept a reckoning.
You who are my right hand? You?
Yes.
Compassion. What do you know of compassion? What is this compassion?
It is something like fear. Once it takes possession of you, you are no longer a man.
You know, Nebio, you become very interesting. You excite my curiosity. Let me hear a little of what she did to arouse your compassion.
Weeping and praying. And her eyes.
Get out of my sight with all your softness.
Yes, noble Signor.
Left alone, Count Rivola, the supreme criminal, stood with his gaze fixed upon a spot on the floor, where the moonlight entering through a lofty window traced out a square of pale light. He thought,
that girl must have some angel to protect her. Compassion in Nebio. And who is this peasant girl that an animal like Don Rodrigo burns up for? Compassion in Nebio. Very well, I shall see for myself.
Hastening through the castle, he ascended a long flight of stone stairs to the south tower. He knocked on the door for the old woman in whose charge he had arranged Lucia to be left.
Who is it? Who is there?
Open the door.
Oh, yes, master. Right away.
Where is she?
There, in the corner, master.
Who bid you throw her there like a bag of rags, you uncivil old beldam?
She chose it herself. I've done my best to encourage her. She can tell you so herself, but she won't mind me.
Get up. Get up. I'll do you no harm, and I can do you some good. Get up!
Here I am. Kill me if you will.
I've told you I'll do you no harm.
Courage, courage. If he himself tells you he will do you no harm.
Why make me suffer the agonies of hell? What have I done to you?
Perhaps they've treated you badly. Tell me.
Treated me badly. They have seized me by treachery, by force. Why? Why am I here? I'm a poor, harmless girl. In the name of God.
They who cannot defend themselves, who have not the strength to do it, must always bring forward God. What do you expect by this word?
Oh, Senor, what can a poor girl like me expect? Except that you should have mercy upon me. God pardons so many sins for one deed of mercy. Let me go. For charity's sake, let me go. Bid them take me to a church. I will pray for you all my life.
Come, take courage. Have I done you any harm? Have I threatened you?
Oh, no. I see that you have a kind heart and feel some pity for an unhappy creature. God will reward you for it. Finish your deed of mercy. Set me free. Set me free.
Tomorrow morning I'll see you again. Come, in the meantime, be of good courage. You, old woman!
Yes, Your Honor.
Persuade her to eat something and let her lie down in the bed to rest. Encourage her, I say, and keep her cheerful. Beware that she has no cause to complain of you.
Yes, Your Grace.
Departing from Lucia, Count Rivola hastily retired to his chamber, and the image of her face seemed to haunt his mind. Seemed to say, "Thou shalt not sleep."
That fool of a Nebio was right. One is no longer a man. Am I no longer a man? What has happened? What is there new in all this? The devil has got possession of me. Didn't I know before now that women always weep and implore for mercy? Nay, but men do that sometimes when they've not the power to rebel. Have I never heard women cry before? And yet she is here, and there's yet time. I can yet say to her, go and be happy. Can yet see her beautiful face change. I can even say, forgive me. I ask forgiveness
And of a peasant girl? Away. These are fooleries which have many times passed through my mind. These two will take flight.
But they did not take flight. On the contrary, they grew more intense. And backward, from year to year, from bloodshed to bloodshed, from crime to crime, Count Rivola traced his life in all its monstrousness. And while he was thus drearily engaged, above him in the room of her captivity, Lucia was on her knees in fervent prayer.
O most holy Virgin, thou to whom I have so often recommended myself, and who hast so often comforted me, thou who hast borne so many sorrows, and art now so glorious, thou who hast wrought so many miracles for the poor and afflicted, help me. Bring me out of this danger. Bring me safely to my mother, O Mother of our Lord. And I vow unto thee to continue a virgin. I renounce forever my unfortunate betrothed, that from henceforth I may belong only to thee.
And so the long night passed. And then at dawn, Count Rivola heard the distant chiming of bells. And from his window, he could see a throng of people hastening into the village at the bottom of the valley. Upon inquiry, he learned that Cardinal Borromeo, Archbishop of Milan, had arrived that morning.
All this gladness because of one man? Everybody joyful at the sight of him? What has this man about him to make so many people happy? Some money, perhaps, that he'll distribute at random among them. But they can't all be going for alms. Perhaps he'll say to them a consoling word or two. Oh, if he only had words for me, words that might bring me peace. Why shouldn't I go too? Why not? I will go to talk to him face.
Entering the village, Count Rivola found the crowd assembled outside the curate's house. The Count's name spread through the throng like a chill, and they fell back as though anxious to get beyond his very reach. This man, this notorious character, wished to see the Cardinal?
What is it, Federico?
A strange visitor, my noble lord. Strange indeed.
Who?
No less a personage than Count Rivola.
Let him come in directly.
But, your grace, surely you must be aware who he is. An outlaw, the most infamous man in all Italy.
And is it not therefore a most happy circumstance that such a man should feel a wish to come and seek me?
But he is a desperate and dangerous character.
Let him be admitted directly. He has already waited too long.
Yes, my noble lord. You may come in now, Count Rivola.
Yes. What a welcome visit is this. And how thankful I am to you for coming, even though it brings me reproof.
Reproof?
Yes, for allowing you to come to me, when so often and for so long a time I might and ought to have come to you myself.
You come to me? Do you know who I am? Did they deliver in my name rightly?
You are Count Rivola, and there is no one I would have desired more to receive and embrace if I had thought I might hope for such a thing. Well, you have good news to tell me, and you keep me so long expecting.
Good news? I have hell in my heart. What good news can you expect from such as I am?
That God has touched your heart and would make you his own.
God. If I could see him, if I could hear him, where is this God?
You ask that. Do you not feel him in your very heart, agitating you, never leaving you at ease, yet drawing you forward, presenting to your view a hope of tranquility and consolation?
Oh, surely there is something within me that oppresses and consumes me. But if this be God, and if he is such as they say, what can God do with me?
The world has long cried out against you. But when you yourself rise up to condemn your own past, then indeed God will be glorified. What can God do with you? Pardon you.
save you, finish in you the work of redemption.
If it were only true.
It is true. And you must suffer me to press your hand, which will repair so many wrongs and dispense so many benefits.
May God forgive me.
He is infinite in his mercy. Great and good God, what have I done that thou shouldst make me worthy of being an instrument in so joyful a miracle?
Yes, now I understand what I am, and I shudder at myself. And yet, God is indeed great. God is indeed good, for I feel a joy such as I've never known before.
You bring great joy to me also.
How many wrongs I have committed for which now I can but mourn. Yet there is one which I can break off in its very midst.
What is that, my son?
A young girl I've kidnapped, who's being held in my castle to be given to another.
Now you are indeed blessed. For God makes you capable of becoming the instrument of safety, the one whom you intended to do.
Thus it was that Lucia, by a miracle of God, found herself set free. But other and more terrible dangers lay in the path ahead of her, menacing both herself and her betrothed, the youth Renzo. Next week we shall see how they were to achieve the destiny that awaited them. The Betrothed, by Alessandro Manzoni, is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the final episode of The Betrothed, and remember that this and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels is a valuable aid to his enjoyment of these broadcasts. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Betrothed was adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick. The music composed by Emil Soderstrom, the orchestra directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production is under the direction of Homer Heck. Bob McKee was the narrator. Renzo was played by Charles Mountain, Lucia by Joyce McCluskey, Abbondio by Arthur Peterson, Perpetua by Geraldine Kay, Cristoforo by George Puggy, Count Rivolo by Duke Watson, The Cardinal by Philip Lord, Rodrigo by Tony Paris, and Yese by Hilda Graham, Federico by Cliff Norton, and Nebio by Harlan Emsley. This is David Garraway. The program has come to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The world's great novels. The NBC University of the Air presents the second installment of a two-part radio edition of Alessandro Manzoni's novel of 17th century Italy, The Betrothed, the story of the love of the youth Renzo for the pretty Lucia, another in the series of books that live, the world's great novels.
In the first episode, we saw how Renzo and Lucia, prevented from being married by the evil designs of Don Rodrigo, were forced to flee from their native village in Italy. Then, kidnapped, Lucia was freed by a miracle in which God touched the heart of Count Rivola, her captor. In 1628, the year of our story, Italy was invaded by German troops, and so soon found herself being ravished by the dreaded plague. Sickness and death began rapidly to multiply, and in the city of Milan, among others, the dead could be seen scattered here and there,
on the streets or in doorways or lying in heaps, making the whole city like one immense sepulchre. Renzo also took the plague, but he cured himself. That is to say, he did nothing. He was at the point of death, but his good constitution conquered the strength of the malady. And in a few weeks, he was out of danger. And with the return of life, its cares, its wishes, hopes, recollections, and designs were renewed with double poignancy and vigor, which is to say that he thought more than ever of his beloved Lucia. But they had lost track of each other's whereabouts. What had become of her? Where was she? Did she still live?
To remain in this state of uncertainty is unbearable. I must find her. Oh, if she lives, I'll find her, that I will. And if she is dead...
Leaving Milan, Renzo at last managed to return to his own village, from which some 20 months before he had fled in despair. During the bread riots in Milan just before the Great Plague, Renzo had, though completely innocent, become involved in one of the disturbances and been arrested. With the aid of the mob, he had escaped, but not before he'd been recognized. A warrant was issued for his arrest and circulated through the district. Thus, when he reached his own village, he was almost a fugitive, though the plague had done much to remove the danger of his situation. It was evening as he arrived, and turning a corner in the road, he came face to face with his old curate, Don Abbondio.
Are you here? You?
I am indeed, Signor Curato. Do you know anything of Lucia?
Oh, what do you suppose I can know? I know nothing.
And her
But
mother,
you-
Agnesa? Is she alive?
She may be, but who do you suppose can tell? She's not here.
Where is she?
But she's gone to live at Valsicina among her relations at Pastoro, you know. For they say the plague doesn't make the havoc there it does here.
Oh, I'm very
But
sorry.
you-
And Father Cristoforo?
He's been gone for some time.
I know that. They wrote and told me as much. But I want to know if he has returned to these parts.
Nay, they've heard nothing further about him.
Oh, I'm
But
very
you-
sorry to hear this,
But
too.
you, I say, what for heaven's sake are you coming to do in this part of the world? Don't you know about this affair of your arrest?
What does it matter now? The plague has given them something else to think about. And most of them are dead anyway by now. I was determined to come for once and see about my affairs.
And what would you see about, I wonder? For now there's no longer anybody or anything. And is it wise of you, with that business of your arrest, to come hither exactly to your own village, into the wolf's very mouth? Do as an old man advises you. Buckle on your shoes well and set off before anyone sees you. Do you think this is the air for you? Don't you know they've been to look for you? They've ransacked everything and turned all upside down.
I know it too well, the scoundrels.
But then
But I tell you, I don't care. And is that rascal Don Rodrigo alive yet? Is he here?
I tell you, nobody's here. I tell you, you mustn't think about things here.
I ask
tell
if
you...
Don Rodrigo's here.
Oh, sacred heaven, speak more quietly. Is it possible you've all that fieriness about you after so many things have happened?
Is he here or is he not?
Well, he's here.
Oh.
But the plagues, my son, the plague. Who would go traveling about in such times as these?
If there was nothing else but the plague in this world, I mean for myself, I've had it and am free.
Indeed, indeed. What news is this? When one has escaped a danger of this sort, it seems to me he should thank heaven.
And so I do.
And not go to look for others, I say. Do as I advise.
You've had it too, Signor Curato, if I mistake not.
I had it. Obstinate and bad enough it was. I'm here by miracle. Now I had need of just a little quiet to set me to rights again. I was beginning to be a little better. In the name of heaven, what have you come to do here? Go back.
You're always at me with that go back.
Yes.
As for going back, I have reasons enough for not stirring. You say, what do you come for? What do you come for? I've come home.
Home?
But don't be afraid. I've no intentions of stopping here.
Oh, thank heaven you at last understand. And you'd better make up your mind to return.
That is my business. I'm more than 7 years old. I hope at any rate you won't tell anyone you've seen me. You are a priest. I am one of your flock. You won't betray me.
I understand. You would ruin yourself. And me too. You haven't gone through enough already, I suppose. And I haven't gone through enough either. I understand.
Muttering, fearful and peevish, Don Abbondio, the village priest, left poor Renzo, who stood chagrined and discontented, wondering where he could find a lodging. Thinking over the list of his erstwhile friends, he remembered one Tonio, and immediately made his way to where Tonio lived. It was twilight, and Tonio was seated outside his house, alone. Hearing a footstep, he turned around and called out through the leaves and branches,
Is there nobody but me? Didn't I do enough yesterday? Let me alone a little, for that too will be a work of charity.
Tonio, it is I, Renzo. Don't you know me?
Renzo?
Yes, Tonio, my friend.
Is it really you?
Yes.
Oh, how glad I am to see you. Oh, who would have thought it? I took you for one of the friars of the Order of Death, who is always coming to torment me to go and bury someone dead of the plague. Do you know I am left alone? Alone. Alone as a hermit.
I'm sorry to hear it, Tonio. These are bad times. There is much sadness.
But come into the house, Renzo. Oh, it is good to see you again. Come in and let me fix you something to eat while you tell me how it is with you.
I have been through much. I've had the plague and recovered, as you can see. But now, please tell me if you have any news of my Lucia.
Lucia? Why could I know of her? She has not been seen here for...
But surely you have heard something. Tell me anything you may have heard, no matter how small.
Well, some days ago I did hear that she was in Milan.
Oh.
And that she is looking for you.
Oh, Milan, but I have just come from there.
Oh, what a pity you couldn't have known.
Oh, I must go back, Tonio.
Oh, but surely not tonight, Renzo. It's late. You are tired.
I am tired, yes, and Milan is far. But I shall never rest until I find Lucia. If I find her alive, I will return. But if I do not, which God forbid, then you will never see me again. Every tree under which I had once sat with Lucia would be too sad.
His friend Tonio tried to comfort him with bright hopes, and making him take with him some food, accompanied him a mile or two on his way, bidding him goodbye and telling him to inquire after his cousin in Milan who might know of Lucia. Meanwhile, unknown to Renzo, his arch-enemy Don Rodrigo had left his castle and gone to his residence in Milan, attended by his paid bodyguard, the outlaw Griso. One night soon after that, returning from a company of friends, he felt a languor and an inward burning fever.
Griso?
Yes, Don Rodrigo.
Light the lamps here in my room.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Well, now what are you gawking at?
I am looking at you, Your Honor.
I'm in good health, as you see. It's only that I've taken perhaps a little too much wine to drink. That is all.
But your face seems oddly heated, Senor.
What of it? That's from too much wine. Or this late hour, or even the season. Good night's sleep, and it will go off.
Yes, sleep will do us all good, Your Honor.
Certainly. If I can sleep. After all, I am well enough. Yet this humming in my ears, what is that? This fire blazing within me.
Fire?
Something paining me here on my left side.
A pain, Your Excellency?
Yes. Bring the light closer. Let me look. Griso, look.
I am looking, Your Honor.
This hideous spot on my side. Livid purple.
Don Rodrigo. That is the pestilence you have.
But if anyone hears of it, they will carry me off and throw me into the lazzaretto with all the other dead and dying. I, Don Rodrigo, in a pest house, never. Griso, you have always been my trusted friend.
Yes, Senor.
I have always dealt well by you. Now I am ill.
I had perceived that.
Listen, Griso, if I recover, I swear I will heap upon you more favors than ever before. But now I dare not trust myself to anyone but... Griso,
What are you doing there?
What am I doing here, Your Honor? I am about to break open the lock on this chest here.
Why, you infamous traitor, you mean to rob me?
Rob you? Can we call it that, Your Excellency? You will be dead shortly and quite unable to use money, whereas I, your faithful Griso, can use it nicely. Here. Look, it is beautiful. Listen.
You scoundrel! I may still recover.
You are frantic, Your Honor. You who have tormented so many and paid me to do it for you, now you are afraid to die.
That's a lie. No, it isn't. I must live.
You are dying. And that little peasant girl, Lucia, who made your mouth water, now you will never possess her.
Water. I'm parched. The thirst can bear it no longer. Give me a drop of water.
A waste of my valuable time, senor. And now I shall leave you, Your Magnificent Excellency.
Dog!
But before leaving, with your money, allow me to tell you that you are neither magnificent nor excellent.
Vilest traitor!
It does my kind heart good to see you there, already half dying. Well, goodbye, Your Magnificence.
But let us return to the young Renzo. After a long search, he at last found Tonio's cousin in Milan, from whom he hoped to learn more of Lucia's whereabouts.
She was here in this very house.
Here, Signor?
Yes, but she is here no longer. Now, if you will excuse
One
me...
moment, for pity's sake. She's no longer here, then where is she?
At the Lazzaretto.
The Lazzaretto? You mean with the pestilence?
Those who have it must go there, mustn't they? Now, I must ask you to leave. I'm a very busy man.
One more word for charity. Was she very ill?
Yes, of course. Everyone who has it is very ill, and thousands die of it. Step out, please, through the door.
Yes, Signor. But tell me, how long ago was it?
What difference does that make? If she is alive, she is alive. And if she's dead, she's dead. And nothing you can say or that I can say can change that. Goodbye.
But, Signor, one more question. Tell me if she...
But Renzo might as well have asked the very wall, for there was no reply. Anguished, he found his way to the enclosure of the Lazzaretto, peopled with 16,000 persons ill of the plague, crowded with the dead or dying stretched upon mattresses of bare straw. It was like the swell of the sea, people coming and going, some sinking under disease, others rising from their sick beds, either convalescent, frantic, or to attend upon others. Such was the spectacle that unfolded to Renzo's view, and he paused horror-struck and overpowered. Controlling himself, he began his search, threading his way amongst them, gazing upon their faces, contracted by spasms of suffering, or motionless in death. Hours passed. Then, suddenly ahead of him, he saw a Capuchin monk making the sign of the cross over one of the dying.
Father Cristoforo.
You here?
How are you, Father? How are you?
Better than the many poor creatures you see. But you, Renzo, how is it that you are in this place? What makes you come thus to brave the pestilence?
Oh, I've had it, thank heaven. But even if I had not, I would come, for I am seeking Lucia.
Lucia? Is Lucia here?
Yes. At least I hope in God that she may still be here.
Is she your wife?
My wife? No, that she is not.
Alas. Tell me about our poor little Lucia.
Through you, Father, she found haven at the convent. But from there she was kidnapped.
Kidnapped?
By the notorious Count Rivola. And then, by a miracle of God, he became devout and saved her and released her. And since then, she has been looking for me. And here I am to look for her.
My son, it is much that you come here to ask. A person alive within the Lazzaretto. Do you know how many I have seen carried off, and how few go out recovered? So, my son, continue your search, but be prepared for what you may find.
I shall look from top to bottom of the lazzaretto. And if I don't find her...
If you don't find her, my son?
If I don't find her, then I shall know where to find somebody else. A man who hides from the plague in his castle, but cannot hide from me.
My son.
I shall find him, and I shall get justice.
Look about you, miserable man. See who is he that chastises. Who is he that judges and is not judged. He that scourges and forgives. And you would be the judge. I had hoped that before my own death, God would have given me the comfort of hearing that Lucia was alive. Perhaps of hearing that her promise that she would send one prayer to the grave where I shall soon be laid. Now you rob me of this hope. Now go. I've no longer time to listen to you.
Father, don't send me away like this.
What? Dare you require that I should steal the time from these afflicted ones who are waiting for me to speak to them of the pardon of God? To listen to your words of fury and revenge? What have I to do with you? Begone.
Father, I forgive Don Rodrigo. I forgive him indeed, and forever.
My son. Know you why I am a Capuchin monk?
Tell me, Father.
Because I, too, hate. And that man whom I so long hated, I murdered.
Then he was a tyrant and you had reason.
Hush. Think you that if there were a good reason for it, that I shouldn't have found it in 30 years? Oh, if I could but instill into your heart the love I now have for the man whom I once hated. But God can, and may he do so. Listen, Renzo. Did you think that God would let you take vengeance upon a man whom he created in his own image? No, Renzo. Such a temper of mind as yours may deprive you of every blessing. Rest assured that you will be punished until you have forgiven. Forgiven in such a way that you may never again be able to say, I forgive him. Hate and you will be lost forever. Love, and let God be judge.
Yes, Father. I see that I have spoken like a beast and not like a Christian. By the grace of God, I will forgive him. I'll forgive him from my very heart.
And supposing you someday meet him, will you still forgive him?
With God's help, I will, Father.
Come with me, my son.
Taking Renzo's hand, he led the youth through the crowd until they came to the door of a miserable hut. Entering, Renzo beheld 4 of the ill lying upon straw. As he gazed at them, he suddenly recognized his enemy, Don Rodrigo, and he would have thought him a corpse had not convulsive twitchings revealed the tenacity of life.
There he is, my son. Bless him and be blessed.
Oh, God forgive him.
And now go and seek for Lucia. And however you find her, bless God and accept his reckoning. Then return to me.
Once again, Renzo resumed his terrible search for Lucia. All that day, and the next. He'd almost given up hope. When he found her, and she was attending one of the ill.
Lucia, I found you.
Renzo.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, you must go. Plague.
Oh, but I've had it.
Oh, and I too. But, oh, Renzo, why are you here?
Why am I here? Am I no longer Renzo? Are you no longer Lucia?
Renzo, forgive me, but when I was held captive by Count Rivola, I promised the Madonna that if I was saved, I would give up the world, everything, and go into a convent.
After your promise to me? Oh, are we no longer ourselves? Don't you any longer remember?
I was beginning to hope that in time you would forget me.
Fine thing to tell me to my face. No, Lucia. We must pray to God for those who are dying. But they who live should not be doomed to live in despair.
Yes, but Renzo, a promise to the Madonna, a vow.
And I tell you that yours is a promise that counts for nothing.
You know not what you are saying.
Yes. Don't you know what you ought to promise the Madonna? Promise her that the first daughter we have we'll name Maria. For that I am willing to promise also. That does honor to the Madonna and no harm to anyone.
You don't know what it is to make a vow.
Lucia, tell me just one thing. If there were not this reason, would you feel the same to me as ever?
You are heartless. You know very well that I... With all my heart... Oh, no. Please, Renzo. It is no use.
Listen, Lucia. Father Cristoforo is here. Maybe...
Father Cristoforo? Where? How do you know?
Oh, I've seen him and spoken with him just a little while ago.
Has he had the plague?
Oh, Lucia, I'm sadly afraid that he has it now.
Oh, poor man.
Lucia, I do not believe he would approve of this vow of yours that you made up out of your own head without advice from anyone. I'm going to bring him here and let him tell you how mistaken you are.
Go to that holy man and tell him that I pray for him and ask him to do so for me. But for heaven's sake, for your own soul's sake and mine, never come back here to tempt me again.
He left her to hasten back to Father Cristoforo, whom he found administering consolation to a dying man. Renzo drew back, waited in silence. In a few moments he saw the monk close the man's eyes, pray, then rise feebly. Renzo hurried forward to meet him.
Well, my son?
She's here. I found her.
In what condition?
Recovered.
The Lord be praised.
Oh, but there's another difficulty, Father.
What do you mean?
I mean that after all her promises to me and, well, after we were torn apart, she was captured by Count Rivella. And in terror, when she prayed for rescue, she made a vow of chastity to the Madonna.
Is she very far from here?
Just beyond the church there.
Come, we will go together.
You mean you'll give her to understand?
I know nothing about it, my son. First, I must hear what she has to say to me.
They set off without further words. Renzo's heart was full of uneasy expectations as he compelled himself to slacken his pace to accommodate the feeble gait of Father Cristoforo. At last they rejoined Lucia.
Father Cristoforo. Oh.
Well, Lucia, from how many troubles has the Lord delivered thee?
Oh, but you, Father, you were ill.
No, as God wills. Lucia, are you inclined to confide in me as you have always done hitherto?
Oh, are you not always my father?
Then, my daughter, what is this vow that Renzo has been telling me about?
It is a vow I made to the Madonna, to give up the things of the world, even marriage, if she would save me from Count Rivella. And she saved me.
I understand. But did you not recollect at the time that you were already bound by another promise?
No. Not when it was related to the Madonna.
I see. My daughter, the Lord approves of sacrifices when we make them of our own, because it is the heart that he desires. And yet, you could not offer him the heart of another also, to whom you had already pledged yourself.
Have I done wrong?
No, my poor child. I believe the Holy Virgin will have accepted the intention of your afflicted soul and have presented it to God for you. But tell me, did you consult anyone about this?
No, Father.
So, have you any other motive that hinders you from fulfilling the promise you made to Lorenzo?
No, Father, nothing. But is it not a sin to turn back and repent of a promise made to the Madonna?
Lucia.
Be quiet, my son. A sin, my daughter? A sin to have recourse to the church and to ask me, her minister, to make use of the authority which the church has received from God? I bless him that he has given me the power to speak in his name and to return to you your plighted word. And if you request me to declare you absolved from this vow, I shall not hesitate to do it. Nay, I wish that you so request me.
Then I do request you.
Then return in peace to your former desires and beseech the Lord again for those graces you once besought to make you a holy wife. And rely upon it that he will bestow them upon you more abundantly after so many sorrows.
Renzo.
Love each other as companions on a journey, with the thought that you will have to part from one another, and with the hope of being reunited forever.
Yes, Father.
And, Lucia,
Yes, Father.
when I am gone, pray for me.
They parted from Father Cristoforo with deep sadness. But youth and love will prevail, and at last the blessed day arrived. Lucia and Renzo, as bride and groom, went to their own village church, where Don Abbondio himself finally declared them man and wife. Not long after, they went to live in another part of Italy, where they prospered greatly. And before the first year of their marriage was completed, a beautiful little creature was born. And, as if it had been made on purpose to give Renzo an early opportunity of fulfilling that promise of his, it was a little girl. You may be sure that it was named Maria.
The Betrothed by Alessandro Manzoni is one of the world's great novels, brought to you each week by the NBC University of the Air. Listen next week to the first episode of The Return of the Native by Thomas Hardy. And remember that these and countless other great books are to be had in your local public library. Herbert Gorman's Handbook of the World's Great Novels is a valuable aid to enjoyment of these broadcasts. Just send 25 cents with your request to World's Great Novels, Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27, New York. That's Post Office Box 30, Station J, New York 27. The Betrothed was adapted for radio by Frederick Schlick. The music was composed by Emil Soderstrom, and the orchestra was directed by Bernard Berquist. The entire production was under the direction of Homer Heck. Bob McKee was the narrator. Renzo was played by Charles Mountain. Lucia by Joyce McCluskey. Abbondio by Arthur Peterson. Cristoforo by George Kluge. Don Rodrigo by Tony Parrish. Griso by Sherman Marks. Tonio by Ken Nordine. And The Cousin by Ted Liss. This is John Conrad. This program comes to you from Chicago and is a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company and its independent affiliated stations. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.